Hey everyone. Hope you're all doing well. Here, we provide high-quality novel audiobooks for free. Many of you might think that web novels and web novel audiobooks are the same, but they are actually quite different. Simply converting a web novel into an audiobook without adaptation often leads to a poor listening experience. That's why I carefully revise every chapter to create an immersive and enjoyable experience. I go through multiple rounds of rewriting and listening to ensure the narration flows naturally, just like reading it out loud yourself. This is not just a direct copy of the original novel. However, I want to be transparent. I've adapted this novel for commercial purposes, so most chapters are paid content. Please know that this does not violate copyright policies. I do all of this for one simple reason: I'm a huge fan. As many of you know, I love listening to web novel audiobooks, and this is one of my personal favorites. The audio speed is set to 3x, but if that's too fast, let me know. If there's a novel you'd like me to turn into an audiobook, feel free to suggest it, and I'll do my best to make it happen. We also have many more audiobooks available for free on Patreon, including I Am a Legendary Boss audiobook, Versatile Mage starting with the White Tiger Pendant, Naruto the Wind Calamity, the Necromancer is amassing troops like crazy in the apocalypse, the mighty dragons are dead, Naruto, leader of Hidden Grass Village, Naruto Uchiha's Unserious Saga, your lord has a screw loose, Apocalypse I can see the health point bar, killing monsters drops loot, Starsea Fleet Age of the Lord, my monster fuses everything, Naruto, I traveled with a max level account, Fate in Bleach Unlimited Blade Works, killed for 100 years in Hueco Mundo, Aizen invited me to Soul Society, the world Conquest giving birth to become a god, my master only breaks through on the edge of death, Bleach the Invincible Slacker from Rukongai, Naruto's Special Shop, One Piece the strongest female pirate cruise, Reborn as Danzō's grandson, must I offend the entire ninja world, Naruto starting with snatching the Mangekyo Sharingan, Naruto Card King. In Hueco Mundo with Shindu Template, Naruto the Hidden Danzō, my journey as 4th Kusagakure, Naruto Troublesome Ninja Haruto, Naruto the Hyuga Mastermind, Bleach the strongest Shinigami, Bleach the 5th Division Captain, Fate Ultimate Antagonist, Fate of DXD, Fate I Heard After Death, you can ascend to the throne of heroes, Fate DXD Archer Reborn, Fate beginning with Type Moon, a Berserk Heart, Fate Grand Order Insert, One Piece take the Uchiha clan to the Grand Line, One Piece don't worry, I'm a doctor, building harem and dungeon with monster girls, DXD, Multiverse the day-to-day life of the Sephiroth hero, I'm the bad guy but heroines are obsessed with me, in Naruto, I have an affair with Mikoto and Kushina, many children bring happiness, a shameless start, Naruto Reborn with a Tenseigan, Naruto sleeping Invincible, One Piece, life choice ask me to kiss marine goddess Hina, reborn as the genius son of the richest family, start by eating jacket fruit model, jacket human devil fruit, the days of being the richest man in the ninja world, the Witcher and Madara Uchiha, villain I possess the dragon Yang Dao physique, all saintesses turns into villainesses, all beautiful girls want to stick with me, interdimensional farming in another world, Naruto from Hidden Leaf Village to One Piece, and more. Don't forget to check out our Facebook page on Twitter, X for the latest updates, new releases, and upcoming projects. Thank you for your support. Enjoy listening. There seems to be some other reason. Has it been locked on? The people from the Mage Association were discussing and expressing their opinions. Unfortunately, there are still a large number of alchemy runes that can't be deciphered. Otherwise, we could have obtained more important information. Randolph shook his head and felt a little tired. He stood up and said, "Everyone, it's getting late. You should go back and rest. Tomorrow, I will personally consult Lord Feng Heng's opinion and see if it's possible to let the Alchemy Society participate in the research." Well, the Alchemy Society should have done some research on a few runes. Everyone agreed. Although they were tired, they had already gained a lot of inspiration from the ancient magic rays. They needed to go back and take some time to digest it. Just as they were about to leave, a weak light suddenly flashed on the magic ray. The mages immediately noticed the energy fluctuations released by the alchemy magic ray. What was going on? The teleportation array had been activated. Back off. Randolph's expression turned serious, and he immediately beckoned the mages to retreat. The alchemy magic array started to work slowly, and ripples appeared. Then, a dazzling red light flashed. The eye of teleportation appeared in the center of the alchemy magic ray. Everyone was surprised. The eye of teleportation. Just as they had guessed, the magic array had not been abandoned. Everyone stood where they were, staring at the eye of teleportation with a vigilant look. The eye of teleportation was triggered from the other side. Who could it be? Then, a masked figure walked out of the portal. Lord Feng Heng? Randolph was pleasantly surprised when he saw the person in front of him. The mages around him also put down their scepters. I was wondering who it was that gave us such a fright. It turns out that Lord Fang Heng already knew how to activate the teleportation array. Randolph. Fang Heng saw Randolph after he left the Eye of Teleportation. He was also a little surprised. He had been prepared for a fight, thinking that if he was unlucky enough to encounter the royal guards, he would have to fight. He didn't expect to meet the members of the Mage Association who were investigating the teleportation magic array in the underground world. Fang Heng immediately understood. It turned out that the other exit was set up in the underground world. What a coincidence. Now that he had triggered the mission related to the Saint's inheritance, he would most likely have to fight the sealed abyssal demons in the end. In order to avoid trouble, he had to be prepared. On one hand, he had to seize the time to build Tier 2 mage towers in every corner of the empire. On the other hand, he had to focus on the sacred tree, Ibukaya. The Enlightenment Stone replica could be mass-produced. No matter which one it was, he would need the help of the Mage Association. Mr. Randolph, I am here to look for you. There's something I need the help of the Mage Association. Randolph had a good impression of Fang Heng. He nodded and said, Lord Fang Heng, you don't have to be so formal. If you need our help, just tell us. I will help you think of a way. I would like to borrow a group of mages from the Mage Association to conduct alchemy research. Of course, I will give compensation, which will definitely satisfy the mages. Of course, we, the Mage Association, will do our best. Randolph agreed. He knew that Lord Fang Heng was not short of money. Most of the mages who had just entered the sect were rather tight-lipped, so it was naturally good to have another means to make money. Randolph pulled Fang Heng to the side and whispered, Lord Fang Heng, when we were studying the teleportation array, we found something strange. We think that the alchemy array still hides some secrets. I am afraid that it's not as simple as the teleportation array. I think we can ask the Alchemy Association to come over and help us analyze it. Are you talking about the alchemy rune that suppresses the abyssal demons? Demons? Randolph's face turned serious when he heard this word. Lord Fang Heng, I've also seen some descriptions related to demons in some written records. Do you know what demons are? Fang Heng pondered quickly in his heart. Judging from the game's current hints, the abyssal demons were extremely powerful, and the royal family was likely to stand against the mission. It would be best if he could think of a way to get the help of the Mage Association. After all, the royal family did not have full control over the Mage Association. However, the risk was still too high. Randolph could not represent the entire Mage Association, and once his identity as the heir of the saint was exposed, it would be troublesome if the royal family targeted him. 1180 A hint. Fang Heng looked at Randolph and said in a deep voice, Mr. Randolph, you should have heard about the saint. I actually learned all of this from the mouth of a saint's inheritor. Randolph's face was solemn and said, please. The saint was a legend on the continent. For some unknown reason, they had disappeared in the long river of history. Mr. Randolph, there are powerful demons sealed in the underground abyss. In fact, the teleportation array in the underground world can also suppress the demons in addition to teleportation. Randolph was surprised. A long time ago, the saints sacrificed their lives to seal the demons. Now, the seal on the abyssal demons has begun to loosen. If this continues, I am afraid the Empire will fall into a catastrophe again. This. Randolph's mind was in a mess. Although Randolph felt that what Fang Heng said was likely to be true, it was still hard for him to accept such a big piece of news. Do you have any evidence? I am also looking for evidence. Randolph frowned and thought for a moment. He then cupped his fists to Fang Heng and said, I am sorry, Lord Fang Heng. What you said is too terrifying. I can't believe everything you said. It's fine, but please keep this matter a secret. Fang Heng looked at Randolph and said, the inheritors of the saint have always been hunted down by the royal family. I suspect that the demons might be related to the royal family. Randolph's expression changed several times. He had also heard of the disappearance of the saint's inheritance. There were similar rumors that the disappearance of the saint was related to the royal family. The royal family was also very afraid of similar rumors, and fewer people talked about the saint. Until now, most people in the empire had forgotten that the saint had once existed. I understand. Only the higher-ups of the Mage Association know about this. We will keep it a secret. Yes, thank you. Fang Heng nodded his head and expressed his thanks. Fang Heng lowered his head and thought for a while as he watched Randolph and his men leave. He still had a lot of things to do. There was no time limit for the mission of the saint's inheritance, but Fang Heng didn't think it would be that simple. He had to prepare to build a group of mage towers in advance. The underground world's teleportation passage also needed to be maintained and rebuilt. The mission of exterminating the demons was definitely an SSS-level difficulty. He couldn't take care of so many things on his own. Even if he had a sea of zombie clones, it would not work. There were too many things to do, and he needed to devote himself to them. He didn't have that much energy to do them. He had only wanted to cheat one wave, steal another, and run away. Why did things seem to be getting more and more out of hand? Feng Heng touched his chin with a touch of excitement in his eyes. The higher the difficulty, the better the reward. He had to find help. Right, a helper. Feng Heng's eyes lit up. Wasn't the saint's inheritance just a rope that tied everyone to the same boat? Now, there were only 6 slots left for the inheritance. He could hint to Ed to find help and secretly use the player's strength to complete the saint's inheritance mission. The saint's mission was not a trial mission. As long as it was handled properly, the trial should not judge it as using external forces. At the thought of this, Feng Heng turned around and returned to the magic array, preparing to pick up Tang Minayu and Ed from the game. At night, in the Alchemy Society, Zhao Yun's face was even paler than before. Why weren't there any? The royal guards had turned the entire Alchemy Society upside down and even invited legendary mages to search for Tang Minayu's perception, but they still found nothing. Could it be that Feng Heng had already run away? Moravik sneered and said, "Commander Zhao, why aren't you leaving? Are you planning to stay for dinner?" Recalling all the strange things he had encountered during the search, Zhao Yun was sure that it was Moravik behind this. He looked back at Moravik and said, "Don't let me find out that you're up to no good." Moravik looked back fearlessly and said, "Zhao Yun, be careful. If the formula for the Enlightenment Stone is leaked out, you will not be able to escape responsibility." As the two were at loggerheads, 2 royal guards suddenly rushed in. "Commander Zhao." "Speak," he said. "There's confirmed news that Feng Heng, accompanied by the Mage Association, has appeared in the Empire's Hani City and is about to return to the Land of Plague." Zhao Yun frowned. Could it be that the disappearance of Her Highness Minayu really had nothing to do with Feng Heng? "Let's go." Seeing Zhao Yun leave with the royal guards, Yu Rylan could not help but feel emotional. Feng Heng was really powerful and they had already reached Hani City. A faint light came from beside him. Yu Rylan's gaze shifted to Uruikan, who had just come online. Uruikan's blank face regained its vigor and turned into a look of deep joy. "Brother, I am almost done with the alchemy magic array. I've confirmed that it's a synthetic alchemy array made from man-made enlightenment stones. There's no mistake." "Yes. Lord Feng Heng has no need to lie to us. By the way, the people from Prilla Gaming Guild also said that they have a very big mission that they might not be able to handle alone. They asked if we wanted to cooperate." "Specifically? What kind of cooperation?" "They didn't say anything. The Prilla Gaming Union will be holding an offline projection video conference in 6 hours. I heard that the top 10 guilds in the barbaric world have been invited, and we're also invited to listen." "Interesting." The next morning, in the Land of Plague, the sun shone through the dense forest. After absorbing the black stones, the sacred tree of Abukia grew rapidly again. Its trunk extended to the sky. Under the sacred tree, a zombie in ragged clothes knelt in front of the alchemy magic array and pressed its hands on the array. A dim yellow light flickered from the alchemy magic array. A moment later, the light dissipated. "Ding, your zombie clone has completed the alchemy magic array. You have obtained a Type 7 Spirit Catalyst Crystal Cube. Your alchemy experience points plus 236, your alchemy talent plus 0.001. Feng Heng walked forward and picked up the man-made enlightenment stone from the magic array. He held it in his hand and looked at it carefully. Kai kai kai. The thin branches rose from the ground, wrapped the enlightenment stone in Feng Heng's hand, and slowly dragged it to the ground. Feng Heng raised his head and asked, "How do you feel?" The sacred tree swayed slightly, and faint green light spots fell from the sky. Feng Heng felt a sense of joy from Abukia. It was effective, and it wanted more. The energy contained in the alchemy replica was much weaker than the real enlightenment stone, but it was enough as a substitute. "Yes, I understand." Feng Heng sensed the emotions of the sacred tree and nodded. "It's a little troublesome to make the replica, mainly because I don't have enough mental power. It will be better when the people from the Mage Association arrive." The difficulty in mass-producing artificial enlightenment stones was not in the materials but in the consumption of mental power. At present, there was no way to achieve the purpose of rapid mass production. The people from the Alchemy Society had also encountered similar problems and had given Feng Heng a good plan. Feng Heng followed and copied the homework without thinking. He first asked the mages to help inject mental power into the alchemy magic array, and then he relied on the zombie clones to refine the artificial enlightenment stone. He could also level up his alchemy skills. Everything was ready, and all that was left was to wait for the Mage Association to arrive. 1181 The Mausoleum, eh? He's here. Feng Heng integrated his perception into the sacred tree, and through the sacred tree, he sensed the person outside the forest of the Land of Plague. "I am going to see him." Earlier, Feng Heng had deliberately returned to Hani City with a few people from the Mage Association. On one hand, he wanted to pretend that he had nothing to do with Tang Minayu's disappearance. On the other hand, it was to send a message to one of the heirs of the barbarian leader, Wangnet, to tell him that he was in the land of plague. As expected, Wangnet came looking for him. Since there was a high chance that the Empire was an enemy, the barbarian race became a side that could be roped in. Fang Heng felt that it was necessary to communicate with Wangnet and get some information from him. Outside the land of plague, looking at the dense forest in front of him, Wangnet felt a sense of threat. It was to the extent that Wangnet did not enter immediately after the trees cleared a path. Last night, Wangnet had forced himself to enter the Tier 3 state within a short period of time, and he had paid a price. Unless he was in a life-and-death situation, he didn't want to continue to enter Tier 3. Kai. A moment later, the dense vines in front of him quickly retreated again. Welcome to the land of plague. Fang Heng walked out of the bushes and gestured to the land of plague with his chin. Let's go in and have a seat. No need. Wangnet shook his head and said, I have more important things to do. Remember, you owe me a favor last night. You're returning it so quickly? The barbarian front line has begun to collapse. The Empire will soon utilize its manpower to deal with us. Now is the best opportunity. What do you want to do? Wangnet looked at Fang Heng and said word by word, I want to take a look inside the Imperial Mausoleum of the Empire. Fang Heng's pupils shrank. In his mind, he immediately recalled the background information he had obtained from the Tanli mercenary. The first emperor of the Empire, Andrast. Before she died, she built the largest mausoleum in history. There were rumors that Andrast had made a deal with an evil force in Caesar Forest, and obtained great power from it. Mausoleums were an evil ritual, and Andrast had long since offered his soul to the demons. While recalling, Fang Heng was thinking with rapt attention. When he first obtained this information, he had just entered the game and did not know many things. Now that he thought about it, the devil that Mazia and was talking about was a demon? The founder of the Empire had also obtained the power of a demon? Then, what was the purpose of the mausoleum? They seemed to be very connected. Ding, you have triggered the main mission, the Imperial Mausoleum of the Empire. Mission title, the Imperial Mausoleum of the Empire. Mission difficulty, SSS mission description, you have received a cooperation invitation from one of the heirs of the barbarian race, Wangnet. Wangnet believes that the ancestors of the Empire have hidden a secret in the Imperial Mausoleum. Mission requirements, follow Wangnet into the Imperial Mausoleum and ensure his survival. Mission reward? Mission penalty, reduced trial time and trial score. Warning, the difficulty of this mission is extremely high. Please choose carefully. Ding. Rejecting this mission will cause your friendship with Wangnet to drop significantly. It was another SSS level mission. Fang Heng carefully checked the task prompts. The good news was that the mission at least allowed him to confirm that the Imperial Mausoleum of the Empire was related to the main storyline of the demonic seed. There must be some secret hidden within. Considering all the factors, even if he rejected the mission this time, he might still have to take the risk and enter the Imperial Mausoleum to check it out. If he accepted the mission and went over to check, he could also have a high-level helper to cooperate with him. There seemed to be no reason to refuse. Wangnet stared at Fang Heng and asked, how is it? Have you considered it? Of course, I've always kept my word. Are you leaving now? I still have to bring a few companions with me. With that, Fang Heng began to communicate with the sacred tree, Ibakiya, through spiritual communication, trying to give it instructions. Kai. In the center of the sacred tree, sharp spikes emerged from the ground, dragging the lickers, fused tyrant bodies, and a small number of zombie clones into the ground and quickly killing them. The mission this time was extremely difficult, and they would most likely use the lickers as combat power. However, divine zombies had to complete the construction and collection work, so he could not play all the cards. Fang Heng quickly glanced at the game prompt. Fortunately, he had the sacred tree, Ibakiya. Otherwise, it would be a little troublesome to commit suicide and revive after fusing with the tyrant body. The sacred tree absorbed the nutrients from the zombies and increased its energy a little. Unfortunately, it was too little, not even 1/10 of the size of the Enlightenment Stone replica. Yes, Wangnet nodded. The Imperial Mausoleum is in the Empire's main city. I've prepared a falcon to take us there. The faster, the better. Ding, your friendship with Wangnet has increased. In the real world and the northern region of the Federation, the top 5 guilds in the barbaric world and a few players who had reached the peak of their strength had all received invitations from the Prilla Gaming Guild, except for the Federation. The video conference was about to begin. Ed had brought Prilla's guild to the largest guild in the barbaric world and had experienced many big events, but he still could not suppress the faint excitement in his heart. Last night's events were too crazy, especially at the end when Lord Fang Heng hinted to him to find a partner and promised to give him a few slots to accept the Saint's inheritance. Ed was overjoyed. The only thing that made him feel a little strange was why didn't Lord Feng Heng ask the Central Federation to do this? The Prilla Gaming Guild was indeed very strong in the barbaric world, but they could not compete with the powerful Central Federation. Could this be part of the Elegy project? Ed tried to contact the Central Federation, but the Central Federation was still as hostile as ever. After going offline, he did not sleep for the entire night. The entire guild was highly excited and had a meeting to discuss it. Soon, everyone reached an agreement. They believed that Lord Feng Heng was only a part of the Elegy project, and the Central Federation didn't want to take the initiative to show up. In short, they already understood what Lord Feng Heng and Her Highness Minayu were going to do next. After the incident with the Saint, everything had been linked together. Declare independence and seize the imperial power. The Saint's inheritance he had obtained last night was the last piece of the puzzle. An excuse. With the Saint's inheritance, Her Highness Minayu's independence would have a reason for justice, an excuse enough to overthrow the entire royal family. With the slogan evil, they joined forces with the barbarians and the cave-dwelling beasts to fight against the empire. Finally, he would deal with the demon sealed in the abyss. The players from Prilla Gaming Guild felt more and more excited the more they thought about it, so much so that they were extremely excited the entire night, and no one could sleep at all. Early in the morning, they lost track of Feng Heng and Her Highness Minayu. What did they do next? Ed was full of confidence in Feng Heng. He knew that the Central Federation and Feng Heng were playing a big chess game. He believed that everything was within the control of Lord Feng Heng. 1182 The demon seed of the barbarian race. High up in the sky, Feng Heng and the others were sitting on the back of the falcon. The alliance formed last night was established on the most basic trust between Feng Heng and Wangnet. Both sides began to exchange information. Feng Heng used the Empire's Enlightenment Stone replica and some information about the demonic seed and demons in exchange for equivalent information from Wangnet. You mean the demonic seed is a virus? Did Tang Minayu get the power because she was infected with the virus? Wangnet frowned and took a look at Tang Minayu, who was sitting behind Feng Heng. It took him some time to understand the word virus. Yes, not only Tang Minayu, but also you barbarians. I've also found a virus of the same origin in your body, but the virus is somewhat different, and the symptoms are different. Symptoms? Ahem, you can think of it as a method for enhancement. Wangnet pondered for a moment, then raised his head and said, so that's what you guys think of the ability to demonize. What about you guys? Feng Heng had always been curious about the barbarians' demonized advancement method. Now, he finally had the opportunity to ask. The inheritance of the barbarian race is very simple. Our ancestors believed that the power of demonization comes from the bloodline. About 1/20th of the same race is born with the ability to enter Tier 1. It is very difficult to enter Tier 2. Those who can enter Tier 2 are as rare as phoenix feathers and Kylan horns. As for Tier 3, Wangnet shook his head and said, there is only a handful of them in the entire history of the barbarian race. After the Empire's defeat, I was depressed for a period of time. At that time, I was already determined to die, so I applied to the leader to enter the 5th floor of the Demon's Cave. Tang Minayu asked, what's that place? Tier 1 demonization can be awakened by itself, while Tier 2 and Tier 3 demonization can only be awakened within the Demon's Cave. Once you enter the cave, you will suffer extreme pain and torture. If your body cannot withstand the demonization, you will bleed to death from all 7 orifices. The 5th floor of the Demon's Cave is the place where you can receive Tier 3 inheritances. If you can survive for 10 days in the Demon's Cave, you will have the ability to enter Tier 3 of the barbarian demonization. Feng Heng couldn't help but look at Kaiyu Yokang, who was sitting on the back of the falcon on his right. Is it a virus? Yes. Kaiyu Yokang explained, there should be a virus inside the Demon's Cave. The infection of the virus has caused a mutation in the body. Some humans may be born with partial immunity to the virus, or they may have special physiques that can withstand the transformation of the virus body and are extremely lucky to fuse with the virus body, obtaining the ability to enter Tier 3 of demonization. As he spoke, Kaiyu Yokang shifted his gaze to Wangnet. You're quite lucky. No, I didn't succeed completely. After living a life worse than death in the cave, when I left the Demon's Cave again, I did have the ability of Tier 3 demonic transformation. But the backlash is too strong. Every time I use my ability, I will suffer great pain. Only the Enlightenment Stone can temporarily alleviate this pain. I can feel it. My body can't hold on for much longer. It's going to break soon. The Enlightenment Stone can only alleviate the pain, but it can't completely repair my body. Feng Heng couldn't help but look at Tang Minayu behind him. Tang Minayu had also absorbed the power of the demonic seed. However, she looked very normal and did not show any signs of a backlash. Could it be a special constitution? Wangnet continued, to find a way to dispel the collapse of my body, I went into the demon's cave again and found some information left behind by the barbarian ancestors in the depths of the cave. Andraste, the founder of the human empire, once discovered the demonic seed with our barbarian ancestors and shared the power of the demonic seed. The difference is that the barbarian ancestors entered the demon's cave and died more than 10 years after inheriting the power of the demonic seed, but Andraste has lived for a long time. I think Andraste is the only one who has completely mastered the power of the demonic seed. Wangnet's eyes became determined. Yes. She must have a way to deal with the backlash from the demonic seed. As he spoke, Wangnet turned to Tang Minayu and asked, "You've also received the power of the demonic seed, but you don't seem to have suffered any backlash at all." At the mention of this, Tang Minayu's face darkened. Don't even mention it. It was indeed very satisfying when she had just obtained the demonic seed. However, it was sealed before she could have her fill. There was indeed no backlash now, but she couldn't even use her own strength, and she had become a burden. Tang Minayu said, "It's my first time hearing about the Empire's ancestors. I didn't feel the backlash you mentioned, so I can't be of any help." Wangnet fell silent. He was very suspicious of Tang Minayu's words. Tang Minayu was the inheritor of the royal family. Did she really not know anything? Of course, it could also be because of the long passage of time that many things had been completely forgotten by the royal family. Cough cough. Fang Hang coughed lightly to break the silence and continued, "What does this have to do with our search for the Imperial Mausoleum?" Humphrey, the late Emperor Andraste, who founded the Empire, spent a lot of manpower and resources to build the Imperial Mausoleum. Even now, it is still heavily guarded by the Empire. I think there must be something shameful hidden inside. Other than that, there are also many rumors about the Empire's Imperial Mausoleum. I've also heard some news from the royal family. What did Andraste leave behind in the Imperial Mausoleum? Wangnet paused and said in a low voice, "In short, whether the rumors are true or false, as long as it's a secret related to the demonic seed, it's necessary to go and investigate. I believe that we can find some clues about the demonic seed there." Fang Hang came to a sudden realization, "So your purpose from the beginning was the Imperial Mausoleum." The Tier 2 demonized barbarian we met in the underground world was also prepared to sneak into the Imperial Mausoleum. Yes, you're right. Those are the elites of our barbarian race. There was no need for Wangnet to hide anything now. He continued, "I've already tried to explore the Imperial Mausoleum a few times, but I've always encountered a fog inside. The fog is very strange. It will disable my perception and trap me in the fog, making it difficult for me to find an exit. After asking around, I found out that the fog is a technique of necromancy. The barbarians have limited knowledge of such techniques, so I've been looking for a necromancer who can help me get through the fog. Necromancers are rare on the continent. At first, I thought that if I couldn't find them, I would just find a way to invade the Imperial Mausoleum and completely destroy the passages in the area. I would destroy the fog and go down to investigate." Wangnet revealed his plan, "But now that I've enlisted your help, the barbarians in the underground world don't have to stay." 1183 slack off. Sandy suddenly smacked his head as he thought of something and said hurriedly, "Oh, I remember now. I read in a book that the royal family of the Empire comes to the Imperial Mausoleum every year to pay their respects. There are also rumors circulating outside that the ancestors of the Empire have never died and have been living in the Imperial Mausoleum for eternity." Wangnet snorted, "Humphrey, eternity is not to be believed. It's all nonsense." Fang Hang was analyzing the information in his mind. He was different from the NPCs like Wangnet. He was looking at the mission from the perspective of going back and confirming that there must be clues related to the demonic seed in the Imperial Mausoleum. Furthermore, the Imperial Mausoleum was filled with danger. Even with Wangnet in Tier 3 demonized state, the mission difficulty was still SSS level. Fang Hang raised his head and looked at Kaiyu Yokang, who was silent, and asked, "After hearing so much, what do you think?" "Yes." Kaiyu Yokang had just finished his research on the Enlightenment Stone. He was very interested after hearing about the Imperial Mausoleum, so he came to investigate with them. "I can't understand the spiritual energy you're talking about, but according to my previous research, I found that the Enlightenment Stone is a mixture of energy bodies. This mixture has a positive effect on the currently discovered virus. It promotes the growth and reproduction of the virus and allows the virus to better integrate with the host. In addition, this energy can be quickly absorbed by most living things. As for the Imperial Mausoleum, I think it's not a bad idea to investigate it. If Andraste is the first host of the demonic seed virus, I want to get a blood sample from her. It will be very useful for our research." Hee hee. Sandy chuckled, "There should be pretty good funerary objects in the Imperial Mausoleum, right? The Imperial Mausoleum was bound to be fraught with danger. The Empire's Imperial Mausoleum was built on a mountain range outside the capital, Atama. The falcon circled a few times in the air before slowly landing in a forest at the foot of the mountain. Feng Heng raised his telescope and looked in the direction of the Imperial Mausoleum. The Imperial Mausoleum was located on the ground and covered a large area. From the outside, it looked like a palace, standing in the clouds. The Imperial Mausoleum was originally guarded by a large number of royal guards. However, due to the recent barbarian invasion, a large number of the royal guards had been transferred to the front line to deal with the enemies. The current guards of the Imperial Mausoleum were very lax. After observing for a moment, Feng Heng put down the telescope and asked, "How do we get in?" It was easy to avoid the guards outside the Imperial Mausoleum, but there were still a large number of guards at the main entrance. It was difficult to enter from the main entrance without a fight. If they fought, it would most likely attract the attention of the Empire. When the Empire's army and the royal guards came together, they would not be able to resist them. Besides, he was not clear about the internal situation of the Imperial Mausoleum. In addition, it was an SSS-level mission, so Feng Heng did not dare to barge in recklessly. Wangnet looked up at the sun to determine the time and said, "There's no hurry. I've already arranged everything. They will be here soon." "They?" Feng Heng was puzzled. Everyone waited for a moment. Not long after, he saw a long line of people from the Chamber of Commerce coming from the other end of the passage. Wangnet led the group out of the forest and blocked the middle of the road, looking at the person who had come. Seeing Wangnet, the head of the Chamber of Commerce who was in charge of the trip walked up and smiled. "Mr. Wang, please don't make too much of a commotion. If we're discovered, please don't tell anyone that you did it through our Chamber of Commerce." "Don't talk nonsense." Wangnet's face was frosty as he asked, "Is everything ready?" The head of the Chamber of Commerce was helpless. He was used to Wangnet's attitude, so he turned around and waved at his men. The Chamber of Commerce's subordinates pulled the cart over and opened the few empty boxes on a cart. The Chamber of Commerce is responsible for transporting food and supplies into the Imperial Mausoleum at regular intervals. In addition, they are also responsible for cleaning the Imperial Mausoleum area. "We can take this opportunity to sneak in." Wangnet stepped forward first and walked into an empty box. "Don't worry, I've been here a few times. The guards are very lax, they won't check." "Yes." Feng Heng listened to Wangnet's explanation and nodded. He followed the others and hid in the box. The manager of the Chamber of Commerce saw everyone hiding in the box and couldn't help but sigh. He motioned for everyone to disguise themselves and continue moving forward. The Chamber of Commerce's retinue immediately stepped forward and piled some miscellaneous items on the box, covering it. The Yuchang Chamber of Commerce was a medium-sized merchant in the Empire. They had been colluding with the barbarian race and had been doing some business in the border area between the human and barbarian race. He had no choice but to help because Wangnet had a hold on him and he was constantly threatened. Feng Heng hid in a box and used his perception to check the situation outside. The Chamber of Commerce staggered along the way and successfully passed the interrogation. After about half an hour, Feng Heng felt that the box was being moved by someone and placed on the ground. After a while, there was no more movement outside. Wangnet's voice was heard. "We're here. You can all come out now." Feng Heng opened the lid of the box, came out of the box, and looked around. They had already arrived at the inner area of the Imperial Mausoleum. They were now in a stone room that temporarily stored materials. The entire Imperial Mausoleum was a building built with large stones, and the overall architectural style was rather rough. Tang Minayu and the others also came out of the box and looked around. "Follow me." After Wangnet made sure everyone was safe, he got up and left the room. "Let's follow them. Be careful." Feng Heng nodded to the others and told them to be careful before following them quickly. It was obvious that the Empire was very lax in guarding the Imperial Mausoleum. Wangnet was also very familiar with the area and was able to lead the way. He led the group to avoid the guards along the way and quickly entered another large stone chamber. It seemed to be a stone chamber used for sacrificial offerings. Offerings were placed on both sides of the stone chamber, and an ancient stone statue stood in the middle. Feng Heng was observing the layout of the stone chamber when he saw Wangnet walking straight to the right corner of the room and knocking on a fixed position on the wall. Ka. The mechanism was activated, and a stone on the wall moved to the right, revealing the entrance to the passage behind. It was actually a secret door? Feng Heng's heart skipped a beat. Wangnet was the first to step through the secret door. He said, "Quick, follow us. Let's go." 1184 Vengeful Spirit. After entering through the secret door, there was a man-made underground passage. The passage was about 5 meters wide, and it went straight ahead. The luminous pearls embedded in the walls on both sides provided a faint light, allowing everyone to see their surroundings clearly. Not a single person could be seen in the entire passageway area. It was extremely quiet. Party A, Party A. The sound of footsteps could be heard clearly by everyone present. The group fumbled forward under Wangnet's lead, and they encountered a fork in the road from time to time. I discovered this passage by accident. Wangnet, who was in front of the group leading the way, broke the silence. We're already in the area below the mausoleum. A rough estimate shows that the area here is at least 10 times the size of the surface. In addition, I've been here many times, but I've never seen royal guards guarding the underground area. In the past, every time I came here, I would be trapped in front. Once again, he stood at a fork in the road. Wangnet pointed forward. Fang Heng couldn't help squinting his eyes. A grey fog appeared in the passage ahead. The fog blocked their vision and everything seemed to be shrouded in darkness. The fog will also affect our perception, Wangnet explained. We will get lost in it. I'd been wandering around in the fog for a long time before I finally found the exit. I've never been able to find the real entrance to the lower part of the Imperial Mausoleum, but I accidentally found 2 secret passages that run through the upper and lower levels. The tunnel we just came from is one of them. Fang Heng took a step forward and entered the fog after hearing what Wangnet said. It wasn't the aura of the Death Realm, but an ordinary ghost fog. It was very strange. The ghost fog was one of the middle-tier necromancy skills. Did someone set this up? This ghost fog covered a large area and would require 24 hours of non-stop casting. This also meant that a ghost fog of such scale would need a large number of necromancers to carry it out in a joint effort. Or was the person behind this a powerful legendary necromancer? According to the game's background investigation, there were very few necromancers in this world. The Necromancer Association had even determined that it was impossible to advance to intermediate necromancers in this game world. Seeing that Fang Heng was deep in thought, Wangnet could not help but ask, Lord Fang Heng, do you have any solution? Of course, and it was very easy. If the tunnel was filled with the aura of the Dead Realm, it would have been a little difficult for Fang Heng. But since this was a ghost fog, it would be easy to deal with. However, he didn't rely on any undead spells. Instead, it was easier to use holy-type spells to solve the problem. No problem. Fang Heng stopped thinking, took 2 steps forward, and opened his hand. The Book of Creation, which was emitting a holy light, appeared in his palm. Fang Heng uttered softly, brilliant. A gentle light spread out from the Book of Creation, dispersing the ghost fog that shrouded everyone. It was Tang Minayu and Wangnet's first time seeing Fang Heng use a holy-type skill, and their eyes were filled with surprise. For a moment, they all felt that there was a mistake. Holy element? Wasn't he a necromancer? Let's go. Fang Heng noticed their puzzled looks, but he didn't explain. He took the lead and led the way. The brilliant spell had completely dispelled the ghost fog around them, preventing the fog from approaching within 10 meters of the group. Once the ghost fog was dispelled, everyone's perception could also be successfully released to about 15 meters. At the very least, they could now roughly determine the direction they were heading in. After walking forward for about a few hundred meters, Fang Heng suddenly stopped and revealed a puzzled look. It was actually Wuo. The whimpers of the undead rang in his ears. A vengeful spirit. As if they had discovered the intruders, the vengeful spirits emerged from the ghost fog in all directions and rushed toward Fang Heng and the group. Wangnet's face darkened. It was the vengeful spirits again. There were still so many of them. He had encountered vengeful spirits a few times when he came here to investigate, and he had suffered a great loss. Physical attacks were completely unable to deal with these strange creatures. Later, after a careful investigation, he realized that these creatures could only be completely destroyed by magic attacks. However, he had never encountered so many vengeful spirits in his previous visits. Be careful, physical attacks are ineffective against them. Wangnet led the group to retreat while giving a reminder. Fang Heng was slightly happy when he saw that. It really was a vengeful spirit. That would be great. The holy weapon, the Shrine of Bones, could summon the spirit of the Vampire King to attack once. This was one of the few powerful active skills he had. The price was the spiritual energy stored in the Shrine of Bones in advance. He had already summoned the spirit of the Vampire King twice when he was dealing with the barbarians, and the energy in the Shrine of Bones had been completely exhausted. He could replenish it. Fang Heng turned his wrist and switched to the necromancy form. At the same time, he took out the Book of the Dead. Whoosh! He poured his mental energy into it. The Book of the Dead was immediately covered in a dark light, and a dark spiritual chain sprang out of the book. Kai. The nearest vengeful spirit that tried to approach was pierced by the spiritual chain and was instantly pulled back into the Book of the Dead to be devoured. Ding! The player controlled the Book of the Dead to devour the ordinary vengeful spirit. Ding! The Shrine of Bones has absorbed the aura of a broken soul. Currently storing the aura of a soul, 0.1 out of 40,000, an ordinary vengeful spirit. It did not even have a rank? The grade was too low. Fang Heng took a glance at the game prompt. After his experience in the Fallen Corridor in the Necromancer Association, he had already dealt with many high-level vengeful spirits and evil spirits. He had rich combat experience and his horizons had been greatly broadened. Not to mention, he had relied on his zombie clones to level up his necromancy talent. Now, dealing with these ordinary vengeful spirits was like child's play. It was not difficult at all. Feng Heng decided to activate the Book of the Dead with all his might. In an instant, more than 20 dark spiritual chains shot out from the Book of the Dead and more than 20 vengeful spirits that floated over from the surroundings were pierced through by the chains and dragged into the Book of the Dead to be forcefully absorbed and devoured. Ding! The player has controlled the Book of the Dead to devour ordinary vengeful spirits 18 pieces and elementary vengeful spirits 5 pieces. Ding! The Shrine of Bones has absorbed the aura of a broken soul. Currently storing the aura of a soul, 2.8 out of 40,000, Feng Heng curled his lips. Too little, not even enough to fill the gaps between his teeth. After thinking about it, he might as well switch back to his holy form and take out the Book of Creation. He continued to use the Brilliance spell to the maximum. The undead was extremely disgusted with the holy form, so this was the best way to attract vengeful spirits. The holy light bloomed again and spread out for 30 to 40 meters, instantly dispersing a large area of undead fog. More and more vengeful spirits were attracted by the holy light system and pounced on Feng Heng and the others from all directions in the ghost fog. The tunnel was once again filled with the wails of a large number of undead. 1185 patterns. Wangnet was protecting Tang Minayu and the others behind Feng Heng. He couldn't see the condensed spiritual chain and didn't understand what Feng Heng was doing or the principle behind it. However, he could see that Feng Heng was using two completely opposite forces to kill the vengeful spirits at the same time. It was very powerful. Any vengeful spirits that came within 10 meters of the group would be dragged into the Book of the Dead by an invisible force. He had found the right person by asking Feng Heng to come over this time. Tang Minayu was also shocked that Feng Heng could use necromancy and sacred study simultaneously. But then, she found that Feng Heng's behavior was a little strange. Wait a minute, could he be farming monsters? One batch after another, hundreds of vengeful spirits were attracted by the Holy Brilliance spell each time. They were then devoured by the Book of the Dead in Feng Heng's hand and transformed into the soul energy needed to activate the Shrine of Bones. After switching between the sacred study and necromancy a few times, the number of vengeful spirits swarming in from all directions began to decrease significantly. Feng Heng frowned when he saw that the induction efficiency was getting slower and slower. He simply drew out the bloodthirsty long sword with his right hand. Kai! The golden holy light fell on the long sword. Feng Heng added the weapon blessing state to the bloodthirsty sword and then threw it at Wangnet. Take it, try it. Wangnet took the long sword and his eyes lit up. He sensed the holy aura attached to the long sword and immediately understood. He flashed forward and brandished his long sword, stabbing at a vengeful spirit that had just floated out of the ghost fog. Swish! A golden light spot appeared in the area where the long sword had stabbed the vengeful spirit. Its body stiffened on the spot and trembled uncontrollably for a moment before it exploded with a boom. Good stuff. Wangnet looked down at the bloodthirsty long sword in his hand and praised it. This sword was very effective against vengeful spirits. Wangnet secretly admired Feng Heng, thinking that it was the right choice to get a professional to come over. You lead the way in front. Go that way. I will protect the rear. Feng Heng sensed the direction where the ghost fog was gathering and pointed to the depths. It was too slow to farm monsters here, and there was no need to find an exit now. He might as well go straight to the area with the densest concentration of the ghost fog and farm monsters there. He would only leave after he had cleared out all the vengeful spirits. Alright. Wangnet didn't know what Feng Heng was thinking and thought that he had found the exit. He nodded in response and walked to the front of the team to open the way. He had long been unhappy with the vengeful spirits, and now he finally had the chance to vent his anger. Under Feng Heng's guidance, everyone started to move forward again. Along the way, as the group slowly entered the area with the highest concentration of ghost fog, the density and level of the surrounding vengeful spirits also began to increase. However, they were only low-level vengeful spirits. Now that Wangnet had a weapon to counter them, he led the group forward as if he was cutting melons and vegetables. The vengeful spirits that pounced from behind were all swallowed by the Book of the Dead in Feng Heng's hand and became nutrients for the Shrine of Bones. Following Feng Heng's guidance, they moved forward for more than 20 minutes before a faint light appeared in front of the passage. Feng Heng couldn't help squinting his eyes, and a layer of red light was attached to his pupils. There seemed to be an entrance to a hall area ahead. He saw a flickering blue light in the hall. Who's there? Stop! A few royal guards standing guard at the entrance of the hall saw someone break in and shouted loudly. There were even the Empire guards. When Wangnet saw this, he turned into a black shadow and charged toward the guards. Feng Heng frowned and shouted, "Be careful. Leave some alive but don't let them sound the alarm. I understand. Wangnut's figure flashed past. Kai. A figure flashed in front of the royal guards. The black spikes instantly pierced the throats of the two guards who were shouting. The guard clutched his throat, his eyes filled with fear as he slowly fell into a pool of blood. It's the enemy. A group of more than a dozen royal guards all rushed toward Wangnut. Humphrey, he snorted. Wangnut let out a disdainful snort. A layer of black stratum cornum seeped out of his body, and he waved the blackthorn in his hand. In less than 20 seconds, 8 more bodies and 2 unconscious royal guards were added to the pool of blood on the ground. The black stratum cornum on the surface of Wangnut's body gradually faded away. He looked at Feng Heng and the other 2 who were slowly walking over and nodded. It's done. Tang Minayu stared at the corpses on the ground and said, they don't seem to be affected by the vengeful spirits. Do they have some special items on them to hide their aura? Let's strip them and check them out. Sandy's eyes lit up when he heard that. He thought to himself, there's such a good thing? If there was, he wouldn't have to be afraid of grave robbing and looking for art pieces in the future. I will do it, Sandy said as he started to search the dead guard's body. Unfortunately, Sandy did not find anything special after searching for a long time. After flipping through a few more times, Sandy looked up at Tang Minayu. There's nothing at all. Are you sure? Is there a mistake somewhere? It doesn't seem to be a prop. It should be related to the alchemy patterns drawn on their bodies. Feng Heng controlled the Book of the Dead with one hand to absorb the surrounding vengeful spirits. He sized up the bodies on the ground and shook his head. Forget it. Don't care about them. Take the 2 who fainted and let's go. A tattoo? Forget it then. Sandy shook his head, feeling that it was a pity. Feng Heng moved his eyes away from the corpse and looked in the direction of the hall in front. Feng Heng couldn't help but let out a soft gasp of surprise when he saw where the blue light was flashing. The light came from an alchemy magic array in the hall. The alchemy magic array was operating slowly, and a thick ghost fog seeped out of the magic array. In addition, sporadic vengeful spirits were born from the magic array. Be careful. We will go in and take a look. Alright. Wangnut pierced through a few vengeful spirits that were attacking from the hall and led the way in. There's no one here. There was no one in the hall, only a lone alchemy magic array in the center that was still in operation. A large amount of the ghost fog was constantly escaping from the magic array. Tang Minayu and the others entered the hall one after another. They stood around the alchemy magic array and observed it. Finally, they shifted their gaze to Feng Heng. Feng Heng had a curious look on his face. The ghost fog in the underground area was actually created using an alchemy magic array? Feng Heng felt that he still lacked knowledge. Protect me. Feng Heng put away the Book of the Dead as he spoke. He walked forward, squatted down, and pressed his hands on the alchemy magic array. Information regarding the alchemy magic array immediately appeared on his retina. Ding. The player has discovered the alchemy magic array ghost fog. Ding. The player can try to learn this magic array. The probability of learning it is related to the player's alchemy skill level, alchemy talent, necromancy skill level, necromancy talent, the player's main attributes, and other related skills. 1186. The channeling bar. Feng Heng closed his eyes and channeled his spiritual power into the undead magical array in an attempt to deconstruct it. It was very powerful. Through the combination of alchemy and necromancy, this alchemy magic array could continuously create a large amount of ghost fog. After a long period of gathering, when the concentration of the ghost fog reached a certain level, it would give birth to vengeful spirits. Vengeful spirits would occupy the ghost fog and automatically attack any living creature that enters the ghost fog. The person who could create this alchemy magic array was definitely a talent. Ding. You have discovered part of the information regarding the ghost fog alchemy magic array, large-scale alchemy magic array ghost fog, intermediate, description. Through the conversion of the alchemy magic array, it can transform the energy that is injected into the ghost fog. There is a chance of summoning vengeful spirits. Description. As the concentration of the ghost fog changes, the strength and speed of the vengeful spirits will also change. Good stuff. The only downside was that setting up such a large-scale magic array was very time-consuming. It didn't matter. He had the zombie clones, which could more or less improve the efficiency of his deployment. Feng Heng immediately tried to record the magic array so that he could use it in the future. On the other hand, Wangnut kept waving the bloodthirsty longsword in his hand to kill the vengeful spirits that were coming from all directions, patiently waiting for Feng Heng to study the magic array. Only Tang Minayu could see the channeling bar that appeared above her teammates' heads. Tang Minayu couldn't help but look at Feng Heng with a strange expression. Aside from his vampire form, alchemy, necromancy, sacred study, and the strange sacred tree, in terms of close combat strength, his various attributes were also outrageously strong. How many academic majors did he study? Ding. Player has learned the large-scale alchemy Magicare Ghost Fog, Meteor. After a while, the channeling bar was completed and Feng Heng opened his eyes. After killing the two vengeful spirits, Wangnet approached Feng Heng and asked, "How is it? Did you find anything?" "Yes, the ghost fog that envelops the labyrinth is created by an alchemy magic ray." Feng Heng raised his head and looked at the high ceiling of the hall. That should be the entrance to the energy storage. Upon closer inspection, there was a mechanism on the ceiling that could be opened and closed flexibly, and energy bodies were constantly falling into the alchemy magic ray through the mechanism. The alchemy magic ray would automatically absorb energy to operate after it was activated, and it would continuously release the ghost fog. "Can you destroy it?" "Sure." Feng Heng nodded and added, "But it's a bit of a waste to do that." "What?" Tang Minayu realized that Feng Heng was about to kill some monsters again, so she quickly said, "Be careful, we will retreat." "Yes, stay away," Feng Heng instructed. Then, he squatted down and pressed his hands on the two arcs of the alchemy magic ray. Wangnet looked suspicious, but he did not ask any questions. He protected Tang Minayu and the other two as they retreated. Whoosh! All of a sudden, Feng Heng poured his spiritual power into the magic ray. There was a swish sound, and as the alchemy magic ray was touched by his spiritual power, it instantly accelerated and emitted blue light. A dense ghost fog surged out of the magic ray. Under the magic ray's influence, the vengeful spirits in the surroundings pounced on the people in the center like they had gone mad. Feng Heng stood up and retreated quickly, putting his hands together in front of him. The Book of the Dead was placed in front of him as well and it emitted a dim light. Hulu. Dense dark spiritual chains shot out from the Book of the Dead and pierced through the surrounding vengeful spirits before being pulled into the Book of the Dead. Wangnet's heart skipped a beat. He realized that the Book of the Dead had sucked in the dozen souls that were charging at him. Looking back carefully, a vortex visible to the naked eye had appeared in front of Feng Heng. The large number of undead that flew in from outside the hall were all swallowed by the vortex formed by the Book of the Dead without exception. A large number of vengeful spirits continued to overflow from the alchemy magic ray, accompanied by a thick ghost fog. However, as soon as they spilled out, they got sucked into the vortex again before they could do anything. The game prompts refreshed crazily on Feng Heng's retina. Ding! The player controlled the Book of the Dead to devour a normal vengeful spirit. The Shrine of Bones absorbed the aura of a broken spirit. Ding! The player is controlling the Book of the Dead to devour. This scene lasted for a full 5 minutes until the entire alchemy magic array let out a buzzing sound and suddenly darkened. The energy stored in the alchemy magic array had been exhausted. Activating the magic array again would require a large amount of energy, so it was impossible to do so in a short time. Feng Heng thought about it and stopped operating the Book of the Dead in his hand. It was almost time. Almost 2/3 of the soul energy in the Shrine of Bones had been absorbed, which was enough for him to cast another skill to summon another attack from the Vampire King. As the source of the ghost fog stopped working, the surroundings became quiet again. The Book of the Dead had already absorbed all the vengeful spirits in the hall. The magic array has stopped working. The vengeful spirits won't regenerate for now. It will take some time for the ghost fog to completely dissipate. Feng Heng gave a simple explanation when he saw everyone looking at him. He then put away the Book of the Dead. He looked around the hall again and finally shook his head helplessly. It seems like the real entrance to the mausoleum is not here. Next, it was the part that Feng Heng hated the most. Exploring the maze. Mojai Ai was not around, so he could only use the stupid method. Feng Heng nodded to Sandy. Think of a way to ask him for the entrance. Leave it to me. Sandy walked forward and kicked one of the unconscious royal guards. The royal guard woke up groaning and wailing. When he opened his eyes and saw Feng Heng and the others, he immediately showed fear. Who are you? Shut up. Sandy's face was fierce as he kicked him again. Answer the question. Where is the entrance to the depths of the Imperial Mausoleum? The royal guard shook his head in panic and said, Don't kill me. I don't know anything. I was ordered to guard this place for 3 years. It's been 2 years now. I've been guarding this magic array all this time. I've never gone any deeper into the Imperial Mausoleum. I don't know where the entrance is. Sandy looked displeased and said, Is that so? Are you sure you're not lying to me? I've told you, there's no need to keep him alive. Kill him. There's another one you can ask anyway. Wait. The royal guard's forehead was covered in a layer of cold sweat. A few of his companions had died tragically beside him. He quickly said, I only know that the Imperial Mausoleum was built in a circle, and an alchemy magic array was set up on the outer circle. It was said that it was to seal the ghosts in the inner circle. The entrance you mentioned should be in the inner circle. I really don't know anything else. Sandy frowned and kicked the royal guard again. What ghost? Speak clearly, don't play tricks here. Do you think I am afraid of them? 1187 The Abyss. Yes, he might not have lied to us. I memorized the directions before we came here. We followed an arc along the path ahead. The saying inner circle and outer circle should be correct. Kaiu Yaoking closed his eyes and thought for a moment. He pointed to an exit of the hall and said, "It should be there. We should be able to go further from there." Sandy grabbed the royal guard on the ground. "I am asking you, are the ghosts in that direction?" The guard nodded and looked at the entrance of the passage with fear. "Don't go in. There are really ghosts there. I am not lying to you." Swish. Wagner pulled out his sword and killed the remaining guard who had fainted. Then, he placed the sword on the neck of the royal guard who was shivering. "You're quite lucky. Lead the way and bring us to the ghostly beings. We will let you go once we find the entrance to the Imperial Mausoleum. Otherwise, you will go and accompany them now. It's your choice. Don't kill me." The guard's lips trembled a few times as if he had made a great decision. He said, "I will take you in. Don't kill me." Feng Heng shrugged his shoulders helplessly. Why did their group of people look so much like the villains? Under the guidance of the royal guard, the group continued to move forward along the passage. As the tunnel went deeper, the ghost fog around them became thinner. The royal guard cleared his throat and said with a trembling voice, "Everyone, we really can't continue to go in." The passage ahead had become ancient, and it had fallen into darkness. It seemed that no one had entered it for a long time. Everyone exchanged glances. It seemed that the guard was not lying. The inner circle should be right ahead. "Stop talking nonsense. Let's go." "No, I can't go in, Wagner frowned and waved his hand, knocking the guard out again. "Let's go in and take a look." Everyone lit up their flashlights to illuminate the front. Feng Heng followed behind Wagner and continued to move forward along the passage. He walked forward for a while until he saw light again. The exit of the passage was connected to a huge abyss. Feng Heng and the others were standing on a raised platform on the rock wall of the abyss. He took a few steps forward and looked down at the platform. It was a bottomless darkness. On the right side, a spiral stone staircase was built along the rock wall. The stone steps were built to be very wide, more than 3 meters long, and one could not see the end of it at a glance. It was the first time everyone had seen such a structure, and they were all shocked. Tang Minayu thought of something and whispered in Feng Heng's ear, "Could this be the place where the abyssal demons are buried?" "Yes, it's possible." Wagner observed the situation for a moment and nodded. "We came to the right place. It's just as I've heard. The Imperial Mausoleum is built deep underground. This should be the entrance to the Imperial Mausoleum." Feng Heng looked down again. It was a bottomless pit. Releasing his perception, he felt a mysterious power fluctuation coming from below. "Can you feel it?" Feng Heng looked back at Wagner, who was standing beside him. "Yes, a very dangerous energy fluctuation." Wagner squinted his eyes, his face full of excitement. "There are indeed secrets hidden in the mausoleum." Feng Heng suggested, "Why don't you stay here and I fly down to take a look?" He could fly in bat form, and Wagner had a special ability to float in the air. However, Tang Minayu and the others could not do that. For safety's sake, he could first fly down in his vampire form to see what the situation was. "All right." Feng Heng immediately transformed into a bat in front of everyone and flew toward the front of the platform. The bottom of the abyss was pitch black, giving people a strong sense of uneasiness from the bottom of their hearts. Feng Heng had just jumped down when he raised his eyebrows. He heard a strange whistling sound coming from the bottom of the abyss. Not good. The hair on Feng Heng's body stood up and he immediately felt a sense of danger. He quickly adjusted his flight trajectory and dodged to the side. Hulu. The next second, a strange and strong spiral wind blew up from the bottom of the abyss. In his bat form, Feng Heng lost control of his body at once and was blown toward the right side of the cliff by the strong wind. He hit the rock wall hard. Boom. After suffering a violent impact, Feng Heng was forced to return to his human form. At the same time, he felt dizzy. Boom. Thump thump. He was hit back and forth. Feng Heng felt that his body was constantly being hit and fell into endless dizziness. In a daze, he suddenly realized that there were game prompts flashing quickly on his retina. Ding, you have been affected by the air current. Your impact damage is -661. You have entered a dazed state for 3.69 seconds. Ding. You have been affected. Ding. You have been affected by the air current. Your impact damage is -475. You have entered a dazed state for 3.24 seconds. Ding. Due to the effect of the undying body, your dizzy state has been removed. The moment the passive skill was triggered, Feng Heng instantly woke up from dizziness. He grabbed the rock wall tightly almost out of reflex to avoid being swept away by the spiral airflow again. After taking a look at the game log, Feng Heng couldn't help but take a deep breath, his whole body aching. Even after deducting the vitality attribute reduction, there was still a 3 seconds stun. Feng Heng rejoiced secretly. If it wasn't for the undying body's ability to remove negative effects, he would have been knocked unconscious again and would have been hit by the wind until he died. In the distance, Tang Minayu saw Feng Heng being carried back and forth by the strong wind and hitting the wall. Seeing that he had finally stopped, she couldn't help but shout, "Feng Heng! Are you alright?" "I am fine." The undying body's effect began to activate, and the external and impact injuries he had suffered earlier quickly healed. The strong wind dissipated, and Feng Heng jumped down from the rock wall and landed on the stone steps built along the stone wall. He waved at the people on the platform. Wangnut immediately led Tang Minayu and the others up the stone steps to meet him. Feng Heng then tried to take out several different props from his backpack and threw them into the deep darkness. This time, the gale did not appear again. Feng Heng tried to analyze. It seems to be a special airflow targeted at flying lifeforms. This airflow is strange. Most likely, the builder considered that someone could invade by flying and blocked this invasion method. Wangnut looked down with a bit of fear and said, "It seems like we can't fly down and take the shortcut." "Yes, we will walk." "Alright, there's no rush. We still have time." The group discussed this for a while and decided to adopt the primitive method. With Wangnut leading the way, they slowly walked down the stone steps and explored carefully step by step. Following the passage down, it seemed to be a smooth journey. Sandy followed at the back of the group, looking around from time to time to check for something. Tang Minayu was walking in front of Sandy. As she walked, she suddenly realized that there was no one behind her. She could not help but turn her head and look at Sandy, who had stopped in front of a broken stone step not far away. 1188 Mutated Dark Snake. "Sandy, what's wrong?" When the others heard the question, they all stopped and turned back to look at Sandy. Sandy stopped in front of the broken stone step and said with a frown, "This broken stone step should be a trap, but it has already been triggered by someone." "What?" Feng Heng walked back after hearing that. He squatted down in front of the broken stone step and checked. The broken stone step was only half a meter long. As long as ordinary people could overcome their fear, they could easily jump over it. Just as Sandy had said, the cut was neat. It was obviously a trap left behind by the designer. Sandy then pointed to the holes on the rock wall on the right. "Also, look, there are some holes here. I think they are also traps that were set up in advance, but someone came here before us and triggered or solved the traps before us." "Are you trying to tell us that the Imperial Mausoleum has already been invaded?" Sandy nodded and replied, "Yes." Wangnut shook his head and said, "Alright, let's not worry about that. It doesn't matter if anyone has been here. We will know when we get in. Let's go deeper and take a look." The group didn't say anything more and continued moving forward. They continued down the stone steps. After walking forward for about 10 minutes, Sandy could not help but shiver. "Hey, I say, don't you guys feel that the temperature is getting lower and lower?" All of a sudden, Feng Heng raised his hand and signaled everyone to stop. "Hey, listen. Kai Kai." Everyone quickly turned their heads and looked in the direction of the sound. On the right, several black shadows were climbing up the stone steps. Buzz buzz. A large snake-like creature with grayish-black skin and dark yellow rings on its tail appeared. Its dark brown pupils and sharp fangs indicated that it was not easy to deal with. "Be careful. It's the dark serpent." Tang Minayu had done her homework and recognized this creature at a glance. The dark serpent moved like lightning, leaping up and slithering toward Wangnut. "Kai." The sharp, rhomboid spike in Wangnut's hand pierced through it. "Eh?" Wangnut let out a cry of surprise. The black spike pierced into the dark serpent's body, but it didn't cause a second explosion. Hiss. The dark serpent had a strong life force. It did not die even after being pierced by the blackthorn. It opened its mouth, revealing its sharp fangs as it went toward Wangnut. Crack. Wangnut reached out with one hand and grabbed the dark serpent's neck at an even faster speed, crushing it and then throwing it to the right. Boom. The dark serpent's body slammed heavily into the wall. After landing on the ground, it twisted and struggled a few times before slithering toward Feng Heng, who was the closest to it. It actually didn't die? Feng Heng's expression changed. He then raised a bone spear in his hand and thrust it at the dark serpent. Swish. The bone spear pierced through the dark serpent's body and nailed it to the wall. The dark serpent struggled a few times before finally losing its breath. Ding. You have dealt 1,139 points of damage to the mutated dark serpent. Ding. You have killed the mutated dark serpent. You have received a Tier 2 mutation crystal 1 piece, A Tier 2 mutation crystal? It's actually a high-level life form? And from the name, it didn't look like an ordinary dark serpent. It was a mutated dark serpent? Feng Heng's heart skipped a beat and several thoughts flashed through his mind. Hiss. Hiss. 2 more hisses came from the right. 2 other dark serpents pounced at Feng Heng. Whoosh. Fang Heng teleported and disappeared from where he was. Wangnut followed up, waving his blackthorn and sweeping the two dark serpents into the abyss. Kai Kai. Kai Kai Kai. The death of its companion triggered the dark serpent's ferocity, and more frequent hissing sounds came from below. Everyone had a bad feeling. However, the light provided by the flashlight was limited, and the range of vision was very short. They had no idea how many dark serpents were lurking in the area below. In just a dozen seconds, more and more strange dark serpents slithered up the stone walls and the stone steps to surround the group. Retreat first. Seeing that the situation wasn't good, Fang Heng shouted at once and guided everyone to go back along the stone steps. Humphrey. Wangnut snorted heavily and used his blackthorn to cover the group's retreat. However, there were too many dark serpents. The dense group of dark serpents climbed up the stone steps in large groups, and their speed was not slow at all. After running for less than 2 minutes, Sandy's physical strength was already exhausted. He gritted his teeth and continued on. Tang Minayu, use the flash bomb. Put it under your feet. In the chaos, Tang Minayu heard Caillou Yao Kang's voice. Without thinking much, she took out a flash bomb from her backpack and threw it at her feet. Then, she quickly closed her eyes. Whoosh! A piercing blue light instantly shone. At the same time, the surrounding dark serpents seemed to be greatly frightened and quickly retreated in all directions. The eye-piercing light dispersed, and when Sandy opened his eyes again, the dark serpents that had swarmed over earlier had already disappeared. Seeing that the crisis was temporarily resolved, Sandy, who was sweating profusely, sat on the stone steps and wiped the sweat off his forehead, panting heavily. Genius, Caillou, if you had such a good idea, you should have told me earlier. I was just guessing. I am not sure if it will work. Caillou Yao Kang's breathing was steady, and he had even put on a pair of medical anti-infection gloves. He walked past Sandy and went forward to pick up a piece of the dark serpent's corpse left behind. He placed it in his hand and examined it carefully. I noticed that the dark serpent's vision seems to have deteriorated, and they can identify directions through sound. The Veils Corporation's flash bomb can release high-frequency sound waves, so I think it might have a special effect on them. Sandy gave Caillou Yao Kang a thumbs up and mimicked Mojai Ai's tone of praise. Genius, Caillou, you're awesome. You're awesome. Caillou Yao Kang did not mind Sandy's compliments. He shook his head and said, it's a pity. If Victor was here, with some usable parts, he should be able to create a machine that can release sound waves for a long time to drive away the dark serpent swarm. Sandy blinked his eyes and suggested, why don't we go back and find Victor? We don't have enough time. Fang Heng turned to Tang Minayu and asked, how many flashbangs do we have left? Tang Minayu pursed her lips and replied, 4 shots. Entering the trial, almost all supplies required the consumption of points. Tang Minayu was not stingy when she prepared the supplies. The entire team only brought 10 flash bombs, which were strategic materials. Fang Heng looked down. Are there any flares? Yes. Tang Minayu had resupplied herself before she came. She took out a flare from her backpack and threw it down. Kai. The dazzling blue light illuminated the area below. Looking down, everyone couldn't help but reveal a strange expression. Below them was a large area of black. The dark serpents had actually built nests all over the rock walls. Large patches of black snake eggs were attached to the rock walls, and the cracks in the rocks were filled with the shadows of the dark serpents. Po! The blue light gradually faded away and soon disappeared from sight, completely swallowed by the darkness. The cave was so deep that the bottom couldn't be seen. 1189 brushing. Seeing this, Sandy shrank back, feeling weak in the knees. Tang Minayu felt bitter in her heart. So many dark serpents? She knew that SSS-level missions were not easy, but this was too difficult. Fang Heng shared the information he had just received. It's a mutated dark serpent. All its attributes are stronger than ordinary dark serpents. It might even have special skills. Tang Minayu's expression became even more bitter. Well, it was even more difficult. Wangnut squinted his eyes and thought for a moment. He then looked at Fang Heng and said, Fang Heng, with our abilities and the flashbang just now, we still have some confidence in breaking through by force. Why don't we let them stay here first, and the two of us go into the Imperial Mausoleum to explore? Fang Heng considered for a while and then shook his head. No. The risk of barging in was still too high, and there was no need to do that. No rush, I have a better idea. Oh? Wangnut was surprised. Don't forget that I am the expert you invited. Just leave this small matter to me. Fang Heng appeared to be very confident. He patted Wangnut's shoulder and gave him a look that said, well, I still need some time. Give me another half an hour. While speaking, Fang Heng lowered his head again and looked down at the abyss below. He couldn't help but lick his lips gently. Mutated dark serpent? That's good stuff. Not only did it drop a tier 2 mutation crystal, but it didn't seem to be very strong. The 6 hours to the zombie's resurrection were almost up. It shouldn't be hard to use the liquors and fusion tyrant forms to clear them out. Feng Heng opened the game's character column to check his character level. He still needed a large number of tier 2 mutation crystals to reach level 29. Previously, when other non-trial players had been present, he had not been able to properly grind and level up. Now that he had the right timing, location, and manpower, and that there were no other non-trial players around, he could think of a way to farm a wave of evolution crystals and level up his character. Yes, it's decided then. He would grind until he reached level 29 first. Wangnet thought about it, and he did not mind waiting for another half an hour. He nodded and said, "Okay, let's retreat a little bit more for safety's sake." "Yes, let's retreat first." Tang Minayu looked at Feng Heng. She had roughly guessed that Feng Heng's innate skill was related to the summoned creatures. She thought that Feng Heng's skill was still on cooldown, so she followed Feng Heng back and waited quietly. Kaiyu Yaoking didn't seem to care at all. He even began to study the dark serpent's corpse as if no one was there. The group retreated from a distance and waited for more than half an hour. In the meantime, Wangnet kept using his blackthorns to attack the dark serpents that popped up from below. Feng Heng stood in front of the abyss and gazed down, glancing at the game log. It was time. The game notification appeared on his retina. "Ding, your zombie clone licker's cooldown time has been reset." Wangnet suddenly realized the strange power fluctuation and turned to look at Feng Heng. Buzz. Buzz. What was that? Wangnet was shocked. Many alchemy magic arrays appeared around Feng Heng, and the red-colored liquors rushed out of the magic arrays. They followed closely behind one another and flew toward the stone steps ahead. Buzz. Whoosh. A large number of liquors rushed down the stone steps, and most of them used their sharp claws and agile limbs to climb down the rock wall. Wangnet could not help but look down the cliff. They made their move. The group of liquors met the mutated dark serpents and immediately began a bloody massacre. Black blood splashed everywhere, and a sizzling sound and a stinky smell came from below the rock wall. The mutated dark serpents were suppressed by the liquors. Not only were the liquors immune to the dark serpent's fangs, but they also had powerful climbing abilities, allowing them to easily chase and fight the dark serpents in the rocky terrain. In addition, the liquors had inherited the effect of Feng Heng's undying body and had a powerful self-recovery ability. The dark serpents, on the other hand, were unable to use physical attacks such as biting to completely kill the liquors. As a result, they gradually fell into a disadvantage. Thump. Dong. The heavy footsteps behind him startled Wangnet, and he could not help but look at Feng Heng again. 4 tall fusion tyrant forms walked out from the large alchemy array behind Feng Heng. Wangnet could not help but narrow his eyes. This was the second time he had seen Feng Heng use a similar ability, and he was summoning a companion with strong vitality. Tang Minayu watched from the side as Feng Heng summoned a large group of liquors, her eyes full of envy. Was this how the big shots leveled up? It was a little powerful. Feng Heng stood at the side and looked at the fusion tyrant forms that appeared from the alchemy magical array behind him. He suddenly felt a little helpless. It couldn't be helped. The fusion tyrant forms were too big. Just them standing on the stone steps felt a little precarious, as if they would fall into the abyss once they lost balance. It was unlikely that they could join the battle, so they could only stand by and watch. Whenever a dark serpent escaped from the group of liquors and rushed over, he could use the mutated vines to tie it up and throw it into the abyss. The disadvantage of this method was that there was no guarantee of killing the dark serpent, and even if it was killed, there was no way to retrieve the mutation crystals it dropped. After a while, the game notifications on his retina started to refresh. Ding, your zombie clone liquor has dealt 361 damage to the mutated dark serpent. Ding, your zombie clone liquor has been bitten, and received 466 points of damage. Ding, your zombie clone liquor has killed the mutated dark serpent and obtained 1 mutation crystal. The mutated dark serpents also had extraordinary vitality. They began to counterattack madly and entangle with the liquors. Feng Heng waited for a moment until the game prompted that the mutated dark serpent was gradually dying. Then, he nodded to the others and said, "It's done, let's go." "All right," he said. The others didn't delay and followed Feng Heng to go down again. The more they walked forward along the stone steps, the more shocked they were. It was as if mutated dark serpents had taken over the entire deep abyss of the Imperial Mausoleum. The deeper they went, the more concentrated the dark serpents fighting the liquors became. It was to the extent that the liquors summoned by Feng Heng couldn't keep up with the speed of destruction at all. Everyone had no choice but to slow down, walking and stopping. In the end, even the rock walls along the way were covered with large patches of black insect eggs. Seeing this scene, Tang Minayu felt that her trypophobia was about to act up. Fortunately, The lickers had the ability to climb up the rock walls and were able to easily clear the eggs off the walls. However, it was also because of this that everyone's speed was delayed again. They would often have to stop for 5 to 6 minutes after walking for more than 10 meters. In the end, everyone decided to wait at the same spot, deciding to wait for the lickers to slowly clear the stone steps for half an hour before setting off. 1190 Infection and Mutation. Wangnet frowned. At this moment, he felt lucky that he didn't choose to fight head-on with Fang Heng just now. The density of the dark serpents below was too high. Relying on the hundreds of lickers to kill them all was not enough. Under such circumstances, the moment he was surrounded, unless he used his Tier 3 mutant ability, he would not be able to escape easily. On the side, Caillou Yokang, who had been scribbling in his notebook, suddenly made a discovery. He frowned. Caillou Yokang raised his head and said, "Everyone, the dark serpent here is not an ordinary one." Everyone looked at Caillou Yokang. When I first saw this type of serpent, I noticed something strange about it. Their blood had no reaction to the blackthorn, so I collected their blood for a simple examination. I discovered that the dark serpent's blood is different from the blood of most ordinary snake-type creatures. Caillou Yokang glanced at Wangnet and continued, "There's no detailed testing equipment here. I can only do a preliminary examination and deduction. The final accuracy rate is less than 90%. I will give it to everyone as a reference." Sandy said, "Genius Caillou, stop talking about the percentage. Just tell me the conclusion." "I believe everything you say." "Yes, the conclusion is that I also detected a medium level of virus reaction in the dark serpent's body." Fang Heng's heart skipped a beat when he heard that and almost blurted out, "You mean the infected body?" "Yes, that's right." Caillou Yokang nodded and continued, "It's a virus of the same origin as the Hyla virus." Caillou Yokang then looked at Sandy and continued, "Other than that, the air here also contains a small amount of the virus. Long-term exposure to the virus has a small chance of infection, so you must be careful." "Huh?" Sandy pointed at his own nose with a puzzled look. "Me? Why do you only want me to be careful? I've been injected with a gene enhancer. The enhancer was developed from the zombie virus, so I have some antibodies to the virus. As for the three of them, they were originally infected with the same virus, and you have the weakest resistance to the virus. This is also okay." Sandy could not help but recall the time when everyone in the prison was injected with the enhancement potions. Ever since he was young, Sandy had an inexplicable fear of needles. "No, I don't want the needle anyway. I am not like you, I have the protection of the god of art." Caillou Yokang didn't comment. He took out a palm-sized testing device from his backpack and explained, "This is an instrument that can detect the virus content in the air. I asked Victor to make it before, but due to the production conditions, its index is not very sensitive, and it can only measure roughly. We can see that the current virus content index has not reached the warning limit, but it is already very high." Caillou Yokang looked down at the mutated dark serpents that were being slaughtered by the lickers. The virus content in their blood has far exceeded the limit. The dark serpent's blood will probably greatly increase the probability of infection. The game prompt appeared in Fang Heng and Tang Minayu's eyes at the same time. "Ding, you have obtained some information on the abilities of the mutated dark serpent, creature, infected mutated dark serpent, description, a creature that lives in the dark. It feeds on the smaller creatures in the cave. It has been infected by a special infection, and its health point has increased. Additional skills, dark serpent raid, stone wall concealment. Description, contact with its blood will cause a slight increase in the infection index. Description? More information can be obtained through various skills. No wonder." Fang Heng muttered to himself in a low voice after seeing the game prompt. No wonder he felt a little strange just now. In terms of the difficulty of the battle, the mutated dark serpent was probably not strong enough to drop a Tier 2 mutation crystal. It turned out that the real difficulty lay in the virus body contained in the mutated dark serpent. When normal players were dealing with dark serpents, they had to always be on guard to avoid their blood from being infected. But the dark serpents were unlucky and encountered the zombie clones. The zombie creatures were full of the Hyla virus, and they were all poisonous, so they were not afraid of being infected. Thus, the mutated dark serpents were once again suppressed. Fang Heng was overjoyed. This wave of farming Tier 2 mutation crystals was really a huge profit. While thinking, Fang Heng stretched out his hand and waved it in front of him. Many mutation crystals left on the ground gathered into blue specks and were absorbed into Fang Heng's palm. "Ding, you have obtained Tier 1 mutation crystals 5,298 pieces, Tier 2 mutation crystals 254 pieces. As a member of the trial team, Tang Minayu followed Fang Heng's movements. She saw the mutation crystals that were left on the stone steps actually gather into a flashing galaxy in the air and flew straight into Fang Heng's palm. Tang Minayu's mouth was agape, her eyes full of envy. She didn't know how many twists and turns Fang Heng took to control these zombie clones. She only knew that Fang Heng summoned creatures had slaughtered the dark serpents successfully. Wasn't this just farming monsters? Moreover, he was killing monsters without getting injured in the process. This was too good to be true. After entering an intermediate game, it would be more difficult to level up the further one went. It would usually take a year and a half for an ordinary player to level up. However, Fang Heng didn't seem to have such hardships at all. She thought, "Big brother, please bring me along." Tang Minayu walked to Fang Heng's side and coughed lightly. She thickened her skin and said in a low voice, "Cough, cough. Fang Heng, there are still a lot of mutation crystals. I still need to level up. Could you offer me a discounted price?" After entering an intermediate game, the mutation crystals would be bound to the player and could not be traded. "No need, I have a lot. I will give you some." Fang Heng agreed immediately. He had always been generous to his trusted partners. The Dark Serpent could drop Tier 1 and Tier 2 mutation crystals. In any case, he had no use for the Tier 1 mutation crystals at the moment. Once he left the team, the mutation crystals would not be able to be traded. Hence, he decisively traded 2,000 Tier 1 mutation crystals. Ding, you have obtained 2,000 Tier 1 mutation crystals from the team, 2,000. So many. Tang Minayu's eyes were wide open when she saw Fang Heng directly exchange 2,000 crystals for her without saying a word. She was going to be rich. Tang Minayu suddenly felt like she had become rich overnight. She couldn't help raising her head and looking at Fang Heng. If it weren't for the fact that Tang Minayu knew Fang Heng's character very well during this period of time, she would have thought that Fang Heng might have other intentions toward her. This debt of gratitude was huge. Fuck. It would be great if he had any ulterior motives. Fang Heng saw Tang Minayu's strange expression and asked, "Not enough?" While saying that, Fang Heng prepared to transfer another 2,000. "That's enough, thank you, boss. You are very generous." Tang Minayu came back to her senses and was overjoyed. A few white lights flashed on her body, and she leveled up 3 times in a row in the blink of an eye. She wouldn't have to worry about favors if she owed more of them. 1191 The secret of the Imperial Mausoleum in the capital of the Empire, at Hama. After meeting with Emperor Salvador, Tang Mo left the royal family and immediately rushed back to the branch of the Danli mercenary group to find Wei Tao. "Tell me, what exactly happened? Did Minayu's disappearance have anything to do with you?" Wei Tao and Mikhail looked at each other and immediately felt wronged. Good fellow, now he was questioning them. They also wanted to know what had happened. Originally, Wei Tao and Mikhail had planned to go and find Tang Mo and think of a way to rescue Tang Minayu, who was under house arrest by the emperor. They had never expected Fang Heng to be so courageous as to directly enter the imperial city and bring Tang Minayu out to complete the task. Who could pull off such a thing? Thus, the two of them discussed it and simply pretended not to know. They would first follow Tang Mo back to the main city to assess the situation. But who would have thought that while they were on their way back to the capital, they would get the game prompt that Fang Heng had triggered the main storyline mission of the Imperial Mausoleum. The Imperial Mausoleum? What the hell was that? Wei Tao and Mikhail were instantly baffled. They had no choice. After they returned to Atama, they immediately asked their men about Fang Heng's situation. They thought that they would know what happened if they found Fang Heng. However, something unexpected happened. The other players didn't know what Fang Heng and Tang Minayu were up to. They only knew that Fang Heng took Tang Minayu to the Imperial Mausoleum of the Empire. He didn't even leave them any news. Wei Tao was completely dumbfounded by Fang Heng and Tang Minayu. Good lord, from the moment they entered the game, Fang Heng and Tang Minayu had been doing all sorts of things, both openly and secretly. They didn't pay much attention to the main storyline trial mission and only thought about doing something trivial. Why did it suddenly become so out of hand? He had just rescued Tang Minayu from the royal family, and without even taking a break, he had gone to the Imperial Mausoleum. What had triggered them to behave in such a manner? Wei Tao's thoughts were all over the place. It was true that the main storyline mission had mentioned the Imperial Mausoleum, but he had no idea how the two were related. Wei Tao felt that his hair had become thinner. Damn it, what happened in the 10 hours he wasn't here? Tang Mo saw that Wei Tao's expression was uncertain and asked sternly, "Why did His Majesty tell me that he had never placed Minayu under house arrest?" He also said that Minayu's disappearance was the doing of the barbarians and that it might be related to Lord Fang Heng. What else are you guys hiding from me? Sigh. Wei Tao sighed silently in his heart. He knew that he could not hide it anymore, so he decided to be honest about everything. Your Highness Tang Mo, it's like this. Her Highness Minayu has been placed under house arrest by the royal family. Tang Mo listened to Wei Tao's story but still stared intently at Wei Tao as if he wanted to see something from his eyes. According to Wei Tao, Tang Minayu was indeed under house arrest by the royal family, but she had been taken away by Feng Heng in advance. As for what the royal family said about the barbarian race, it was not credible. Feng Heng could never be related to the barbarian race. Tang Mo didn't trust Wei Tao's words. However, on second thought, if Tang Minayu's disappearance was really Wei Tao's doing, was there a need for them to rush to him for help last night? Okay, I will believe you for the time being. Where is Minayu now? At this point, Wei Tao simply told the truth. We just learned that Her Highness Minayu went to the Imperial Mausoleum. The Imperial Mausoleum. Tang Mo's expression changed a few times as he lowered his head and fell into silence. Wei Tao realized that the two words Imperial Mausoleum seemed to have triggered something. He said in a low voice, Your Highness, what's the matter? It seems that you didn't lie to me. Tang Mo raised his head and said in a deep voice, Let's go to the Imperial Mausoleum immediately. Something must have happened to Minayu. This time, it was Wei Tao and Mikael who were puzzled. The two of them looked at each other and Wei Tao could not help but ask, Your Highness, what's going on? When I was young, my great-grandfather told us that Andrast, the ancestor who founded the empire, left behind her last words before she died. If the royal family were to encounter a life-and-death crisis one day, the heir of the empire's bloodline could enter the Imperial Mausoleum and find the inheritance she left behind. This matter is only known to the direct line of succession of the royal family. Outsiders will never know about this. Wei Tao's heart skipped a beat. Inheritance? It sounded very powerful. He suddenly came to a realization. No wonder Feng Heng and Tang Minayu had become so desperate all of a sudden. Was it because of the royal family's inheritance? Immediately after, a line of game prompts appeared on the retina of all the players participating in the trial. Ding! You have triggered the team's main storyline trial mission, The Inheritance of the Empire's Ancestors. Mission title, The Inheritance of the Empire's Ancestors. Mission difficulty, SSS. Mission description, you have learned about the inheritance of the Empire's ancestors from Tang Mo. Tang Mo wants to enter the Imperial Mausoleum with you to explore the place. Mission requirements, explore the Empire's Imperial Mausoleum, find the truth of the Empire's ancestral inheritance and ensure that Tang Mo doesn't die in the exploration process. Mission reward? Mission penalty, your friendliness with Tang Mo will reduce greatly. Looking at the mission prompt, Mikael looked at Wei Tao and could not help but feel surprised. Double main storyline mission and both were the most difficult SSS level. Wait a minute, so Feng Heng and the others had already gone ahead to complete the mission? Ding! You have triggered the team's main storyline trial mission, The Inheritance of the Empire's Ancestors. Below the cave, Tang Minayu and Feng Heng, who had just set off and followed the team, were surprised when they saw the game prompt that appeared out of nowhere. They immediately checked the game log and flipped through the game mission prompt that had just flashed by. Tang Mo also came to the Imperial Mausoleum. Looking at the game prompt, it seemed that the inheritance of the royal family's ancestors was hidden in the Imperial Mausoleum. Tang Minayu was both surprised and happy to see this. She was shocked that they had triggered two missions. Moreover, both of the missions were super missions with SSS level difficulty. One could imagine how difficult it would be to invade the Imperial Mausoleum. But on second thought, Tang Minayu felt delighted. The game prompt said that it was the inheritance of the royal family, and she was the successor of the royal family. Wouldn't she be able to reap great benefits from this, for instance, getting some royal heritage or something? Just as she was letting her thoughts run wild, Sandy suddenly shouted and pointed forward. Hey, everyone, look over there. Feng Heng raised his head and looked ahead. He couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. He had originally thought that he would need to enter the bottom of the abyss to find the real entrance to the Imperial Mausoleum. He did not expect that the stone steps in front of him had already reached the end of the path. The other end of the stone steps was connected to another raised platform on the cliff. The entrance to the Imperial Mausoleum was not far behind the platform. On both sides of the entrance were carefully carved stone statues of royal guards, and the walls were also painted with fine decorative patterns. Wangnut squinted his eyes and said in a low voice, It seems like we've found the entrance. 1192 The omniscient eyes Feng Heng looked at the entrance of the platform in front of him and then looked down the stone steps. There was still a bottomless abyss below them. Although there were no man-made stairs leading to it, it was obvious that there were more dark serpents lurking around. Well, he should be able to continue leveling up. He just didn't know what the conditions for level 30 were. While thinking, Feng Heng stretched out his hand and waved it in the distance. The mutation crystals all gathered into the mark on the back of his hand. Ding! You have obtained Tier 1 mutation crystals 598 pieces, Tier 2 mutation crystals 74 pieces. Ding! The player has met the condition to upgrade to level 29. Do you wish to upgrade? He was not in a hurry to level up. Feng Heng had just reached the level up requirement, but he didn't choose to upgrade immediately for the time being. In the current environment, the zombies' movement ability was too weak. Even if he summoned them immediately, it would be difficult to bring them to continue exploring. It was better not to level up for the time being and not summon the zombie clones. When they entered the Imperial Mausoleum area, they might encounter more dangers. At that time, he could upgrade and summon the zombie clones to achieve unexpected results. He wasn't in a hurry anyway. It was always good to have a backup plan. Even if he didn't need it, he could upgrade it after he left this place. Feng Hang thought for a while and chose to temporarily gather the liquors and return. He planned to enter the Empire's Imperial Mausoleum to explore and complete the follow-up main mission. The group walked down the stone stairs and arrived at the entrance of the Imperial Mausoleum. They first looked around the entrance carefully. The entrance door was not tall, only 4 feet wide and 2 meters thick. The wall was as black as ink, and there was a huge monument above it, engraved with the words Imperial Mausoleum. Looking at the tunnel behind the entrance, it was a little dark inside, and he didn't seem to notice the mutated dark serpent. Along the way, the group encountered undead alchemy magicarays and strange dark serpents. The internal affairs of the Imperial Mausoleum might be even more troublesome. Be careful, let's go. Wangnet looked around at the crowd and gave the order. He then took the lead and entered the mausoleum. Feng Hang was also on alert. He released his perception and followed the team carefully. After entering the passage, Feng Hang followed the team and went straight forward along the inner passage. The walls on both sides were engraved with patterns and a small number of written records, most of which were about the various achievements of Emperor Andrast. Soon, the path was blocked by a gorgeous dark golden door. The door was tightly shut. Wangnet walked to the door, and before he could take a closer look, the door creaked and slowly opened before everyone. Everyone took a few steps back. Feng Hang looked into the hall carefully. There were many tall gravestones in the hall. This is the Imperial Mausoleum. Wangnet was a little anxious. After a rough examination, he found no danger. He clenched his fists and stepped into the hall first. After taking 2 steps forward, Wangnet could not help but stop in his tracks, his eyes focused on something not far away. Be careful. There's someone. Feng Hang frowned and followed the direction of Wangnet's gaze. In the center of the hall, there was a beautifully decorated dragon throne among the tombstones. An old man with a head full of white hair was sitting on the dragon throne. The old man was wearing a gorgeous robe from the Alchemy Society, and his face was dignified. He sat on the dragon throne motionlessly as if he had been in this position for months or even years. The old man seemed to have sensed something and slowly opened his eyes. Feng Hang stared at the old man with a strange look on his face. The old man seemed to be old, and his eyes were turbid. However, 2 alchemy magicarays appeared in his turbid eyes. You guys. Sydney seemed surprised to see someone here. He took some time to get used to his old body before he slowly stood up from his chair. His eyes focused on Wangnet, alert. Barbarian race? Wangnet stared at the old man as well. So what if I am? Unconvinced? Tang Minayu also noticed the 2 alchemy magicarays in Sydney's eyes and the robe he was wearing. Suddenly, Tang Minayu's heart skipped a beat and she exclaimed, "You're Sydney? Oh? You recognized me?" Sandy asked softly, "You know him? Who was he?" "It's in the information before the trial. I recognize his robe. It's the uniform of the president of the Alchemy Society. And I also recognize his eyes." Sydney was once a royal alchemist of the Empire, a world-famous genius alchemist. He was the president of the Alchemy Society, but he disappeared for a long time. Many players in the barbarian realm suspected that he was involved in an SSS-level mission. Many high-level guilds tried their best to find him, so I have a deep impression of him. Tang Minayu's face was solemn as she continued, "He was born with omniscient eyes and has special abilities. In addition to alchemy, he can also master all kinds of elementary spells. He's a very terrifying character. Many players want to find him and get his inheritance. Some want to get his eyes to be transplanted into their bodies." Sydney shook his head with a regretful look and said, "I didn't expect the barbarians to invade the Imperial Mausoleum one day. Well, since you're all here, then you can all stay." With that, Sydney put his hands together in front of him. An alchemy magicaray suddenly appeared on the ring on his thumb, and the shadow of an alchemy magicaray was reflected under his feet. Swish! A red light flashed, and the alchemy magicaray spun rapidly. "Take him down first!" Wangnet shouted, his eyes flashing with a hint of ferocity. He did not care who he was, anyone who dared to stop him would die. Almost instantly, he entered Tier 2 of the demonized state, and as he rushed forward, the rhombus-shaped spike in his palm flew toward Sydney. Bang! Bang bang! The black spike in the air was affected by an invisible force before it could even get close to Sydney, and it exploded into pieces. "Oh, barbarian!" Sydney's eyes were filled with disdain as he spoke. Although I have not left this place all these years, I have never stopped my research on the demonic seed. You are here at the right time. Try out my newly developed spell. Wangnet, who was charging forward, felt something was wrong. He suddenly realized that the space in front of him seemed to be affected. His body was facing great spatial resistance. His speed instantly slowed down. Wangnet's eyes were cold. Just based on this, power flowed out of his body. Wangnet stomped on the ground and charged at Sydney again. But in the next moment, Wangnet's heart stopped. The resistance in front of the space disappeared instantly, and an extremely powerful pushing force came from behind. With one increase and one decrease, Wangnet's forward speed exploded uncontrollably. Almost at the same time, an amethyst wall suddenly appeared in front of him. 1193 transfer. The change in speed in such a short time made it too late for Wangnet to slow down. Wangnet lost control of his body and crashed into the amethyst wall. Boom. The amethyst wall was more fragile than he had imagined. It shattered almost at the same time as he hit it. The crystal exploded. Wangnet's pupils contracted, and he felt a sharp pain all over his body. As the scattered crystals exploded, the fine purple essence easily broke through the black cuticles outside his skin under Sydney's control and pierced into his body. Damn it. It was actually a purple essence wall. Wangnet's eyes were bloodshot. He endured intense pain all over his body and he was blown back by the explosion. Barbarian, how do you feel? Are you alright? The next moment, the alchemy magic array in Wangnet's eyes spun rapidly, and several alchemy magic arrays appeared under his feet. At the same time, hundreds of magic array patterns appeared on the floor of the hall. Several purple essence spikes shot out from the alchemy array right below Wangnet's body. Kai. The sharp purple essence pierced through Wangnet's body. The 6 sharp rays of purple essence had pinned Wangnet to the ground, making him unable to move. And just like that, Wangnet was nailed to the ground by the purple spikes. His breathing became heavier, and his eyes turned into deep darkness. Just as he was about to enter Tier 3 state, he suddenly heard a dense sizzling sound not far away. Kai. The lickers joined the battle under Fang Heng's control. A dense group of lickers rushed into the hall from all directions, neighing non-stop as they pounced on Sydney. Sydney noticed the group of lickers and frowned. What kind of creature was that? Phew. The 4 front lickers were suddenly affected by the spatial energy. Their abdomens were suddenly pushed by the spatial energy, and their bodies were sent flying high into the air. Bang. Bang bang bang. In an instant, all the lickers were affected by the spatial energy field, constantly crashing into the walls, floor, and ceiling. Fang Heng protected Sandy and the others at the entrance of the hall, carefully observing the battlefield and trying to analyze Sydney's tactics. Sydney should have a special ability to control the changes in the spatial energy field. Hundreds of lickers were affected and were continuously sent flying. They were unable to get close to Sydney to launch an effective attack. Seeing this, Tang Minayu could not help but feel a little anxious. She asked, Fang Heng, what should we do? There's no rush, let's wait a little longer. Fang Heng stared at Sydney. This wasn't bad news for him. An unknown force field could not cause direct damage, so it could only cause secondary physical damage through the impact. This kind of damage alone was not enough to completely wipe out the lickers. Sydney's spiritual power was limited. Thump. Thump thump. While they were talking, the 5 fusion tyrant forms also arrived at the battlefield. They came from the back of the hall and flew over Fang Heng at the same time, rushing toward Sydney with heavy steps. Previously, the terrain outside was relatively narrow, so the fusion tyrant forms were ineffective. Now, it was their turn to show their power. As expected, the fusion tyrant form was less affected by the spatial force field than the licker. Although the speed of a fusion tyrant form had been reduced by a lot, it had already successfully closed in on Sydney. It directly raised its fist and smashed forward. Ho! Sydney frowned. He immediately teleported and disappeared from his original spot, reappearing at a rear position to avoid this punch. He stared at the fusion tyrant form and a hint of doubt flashed in his eyes. The fusion tyrant form was huge, and it also had a huge weight advantage. If he wanted to use his spatial energy to affect it, he would need to consume a lot more mental energy to control it. There were also those living beings that were completely red in color. It was the first time he had seen such a scarlet living being. They were very strange. They had powerful vitality and could withstand a large number of impacts as they charged toward him again and again. Interesting. Sydney chuckled and used his teleportation ability to quickly avoid the fusion tyrant form's attack. At the same time, he put his hands together in front of him. Swish. The 3 rings on his fingers lit up at the same time. The alchemy magic array on the floor of the hall reappeared. Under the feet of the fusion tyrant form, several huge ice crystal spikes pierced out of the ground. The ice crystals exploded upon contact with the tyrant's body. The body of the fusion tyrant form was immediately attached to a thick layer of ice, and its speed gradually slowed down until it was frozen on the spot, unable to move. Sydney switched to another hand gesture. A dark alchemy magic array appeared under the feet of the fusion tyrant form. As the undead whimpered, countless gray-black hands reached out from the magic array and grabbed the body of the fusion tyrant form, as if they were trying to drag the fusion tyrant form into the magic array. Feng Heng was greatly surprised. That was amazing. He had never seen this move before. It seemed to be a necromancy skill and had a sealing effect. But he wasn't afraid. Feng Heng immediately issued an order to the other two fusion tyrant forms behind him. The two fusion tyrant forms stood still on the spot and directly raised their fists to smash the ground. Boom. Boom boom. Every time it smashed into the ground, the entire ground would shake violently. Sydney turned around and stared at Feng Heng. He had actually discovered him. Alchemists were not good at fighting. Sydney had set up hundreds of alchemy rune magic arrays in advance on the floor of the hall, so he could control the alchemy magic arrays to strengthen his combat power. Feng Heng had obviously seen through this and controlled the fusion tyrant form to attack the alchemy rune on the ground. He couldn't let him continue destroying them. Sydney's pupil shrank and he glanced at Feng Heng coldly. For the first time, he bent down and pressed his hands on the ground. Goodbye. Buzz. The entire hall suddenly burst into a scarlet light. The blinding light enveloped everyone in an instant. Swish. Feng Heng was about to counterattack when he suddenly felt a chill in his heart. He felt a violent spatial fluctuation in his surroundings. It was not an offensive magic array, but spatial teleportation. Don't move. It's spatial teleportation. Buzz. As soon as he finished speaking, the light around him disappeared. Other than Sydney, all the living things in the hall disappeared. Sydney stood where he was, looking at the cracked ground not far away, his eyes showing a strong sense of vigilance. Who was that young man? He could actually control such a strange and powerful creature. Also, what happened to the royal family? How could he not know that so many people had invaded his mausoleum? With that thought in mind, Sydney walked towards the exit of the mausoleum. 1194. A guest in the square hall, a skinny old man was sitting in front of a wall. He stared at the alchemy formula drawn on the wall and fell into deep thought. The alchemy brush in his hand was placed in a corner, but he couldn't find a place to write. Suddenly, the magic array on the ceiling of the hall flashed with a blinding light. The old man frowned and put down the alchemy brush in his hand. He stood up and looked up at the center of the hall. Then, Feng Heng and the others emerged from the alchemy magic array on the ceiling in the center of the hall and fell from the sky one after another. Feng Heng realized that the teleportation had ended and quickly adjusted himself. As soon as he landed on the ground, Feng Heng quickly moved a few steps to the right before he could check his surroundings carefully. Bang! Bang bang bang! Immediately after, a large number of lickers and fusion tyrant forms also fell from the sky and heavily fell to the ground. Tang Minayu's group was the last. With a group of lickers on the ground, Tang Minayu and the others did not fall too badly and stood up one after another. Looking around, everyone couldn't help but be on guard. Where was this place? They were in a hall that was similar to the one they had been in before. The only difference was that the hall was squarish and much larger than the round hall they had been in before. There were also many round stone pillars in the hall. Feng Heng immediately focused his eyes on the old man in front of one of the stone pillars. The old man was also sizing them up. The group of lickers and the fusion tyrant forms stood up one after another, surrounding the old man in the center under Feng Heng's control. Invader? Warren looked at Feng Heng and the others. His gaze stopped on everyone's faces for a moment. Finally, he reached out his hand and pointed at the bronze gate on the right in the distance and said, "No matter who you are, this is not a place you should be. There's nothing you want in the Imperial Mausoleum. Leave. The exit is over there. Take advantage of the fact that Sydney hasn't returned yet." Tang Minayu looked at Warren and asked, "Who are you?" "Me?" Warren shook his head and laughed at himself. "My name is Warren. I am just a guardian. You were teleported here through the alchemy magic array, which means you've already met Sydney. I didn't expect him to be unable to do anything to you." Warren waved his hand and said, "Hurry up and go. Sydney's power is not limited to this. He will find you soon, and then more people will come to find you." Seeing that Warren had no intention of fighting, Feng Heng looked around and sized up the layout of the hall. The hall was very wide, and the square walls, ground, and stone pillars were all covered with dense words and images. At a glance, all he could see were alchemy runes and formulas. From the looks of it, the runes and formulas were all written by him. "You're also an alchemist? What are you doing here?" Warren shook his head and didn't want to say more. "Hey. Feng Heng, look over there. Sandy pointed at the door behind Warren, his face filled with shock as he shouted, "Isn't that the demon-killing array?" Everyone turned to look behind Warren. The silver door was decorated with layers of alchemy runes. Feng Heng's eyes were focused on one of the alchemy magic arrays. Right. That's right. The demon-killing array. It was exactly the same as the demon-killing array he had obtained from the Land of the Saints' inheritance in the Alchemy Society. That's strange, why would the demon-killing array appear here? Tang Minayu walked to Feng Heng's side and whispered, "Feng Heng, could it be that the abyssal demons that the saints spoke of are sealed here?" "It's possible." Warren's expression changed slightly when he heard their conversation. He turned to look at Tang Minayu with a strange expression. "Do you also know the demon-killing array?" "Wait, how do you know about the abyssal demons?" Sandy retorted, "Hey. We were the ones who asked the question first. You didn't even answer us. Why should we tell you?" Warren did not speak. He placed both of them in front of him and slowly put his palms together. A faint yellow mark appeared on his forehead. At the same time, faint yellow light marks also appeared on the foreheads of Feng Heng, Tang Minayu, and Sandy. Warren retracted his hand and sighed, "I didn't expect to see the Saint's inheritor again in my lifetime." "You too?" Feng Heng was surprised to see the pale yellow mark on Warren's forehead. "Such a coincidence?" "Yes." Warren had already guessed the identity of Feng Heng and the others in advance. He nodded and said, "It's hard for you to find this place. But you're wrong. This is not the place where the abyssal demons are sealed. Sydney will catch up with us soon. I will escort you out of here." "Wait." Wangnet did not care about the saint's inheritance. He pointed at the silver door behind Warren. "We're here to find the tomb of the late human emperor and the demonic seed." "What's behind that door? Is it the demonic seed?" "No, let's leave this place first. I will tell you the answer later." "No. You say first." Wangnet did not move. He stood where he was and stared at Warren, ready to fight at any moment. Feng Heng took a look at the task prompt and didn't move. There was no notification to indicate that the mission was completed, so he naturally couldn't leave now. The journey here had been fraught with danger, and seeing that they were about to reach the end, his curiosity was piqued. What secrets were hidden in the depths of the mausoleum related to the demonic seed? "Warren, we want to know what's behind the door. This is very important to us." "All right." Seeing that they were insistent, Warren had no choice but to stop and look back at the door, lost in his memories. "That was a long time ago. I was once a scholar in the Alchemy Society. By chance, I discovered the inheritance of the Alchemy Saint, so I accepted the Saint's guidance. At that time, I was still very young and ambitious. I wanted to completely destroy the sealed abyssal demons and bring eternal peace to the Empire. Soon, as time passed, I gradually realized how insignificant my personal strength was. It's impossible for me to build mage towers all over the world and set up a large number of alchemy magic arrays to completely eliminate the demons. I am facing too many obstacles. But I didn't give up. I hid my identity as a saint for the time being and continued to study alchemy in the Alchemy Society. At the same time, I also secretly investigated the demonic seeds and abyssal demons. I've been secretly collecting all the information related to the demons and asking for any valuable clues. A few years later, I gradually began to find out more about it. I've heard that the emperor who founded the empire, Andrast, had once absorbed the power of the demonic seed. It was with that power that she established the empire. After Her Majesty's death, there was no news of the demonic seed. At the same time, I am also rather concerned about the fact that Her Majesty has spent a great deal of effort on the construction of the Imperial Mausoleum. Later, I found out from the records of the Alchemy Society that Her Majesty had once set up a special magic array in the Imperial Mausoleum to seal the evil spirits. So I guessed that the Imperial Mausoleum might be related to the demonic seed. 1195 mutated demonic seed. Hearing this, Wangnet could not help but be excited. He asked, "And then?" In order to confirm this speculation, I secretly looked for an opportunity and spent some time in the Alchemy Society to accept a commission to help the Empire guard the mausoleum. I wanted to use this opportunity to sneak into the mausoleum to investigate. I've succeeded. However, by the time I've truly entered the central area of the mausoleum to investigate, I've discovered that I was too late. The mausoleum was destroyed in advance, and the demonic seed left by the late emperor was nowhere to be found. At that time, I wanted to continue the investigation, but I didn't expect to suddenly faint. When I woke up, I realized that I was saved by Sydney, who was guarding the Imperial Mausoleum. Although I am from a different camp from Sydney, he did not make things difficult for me. I also learned about the Imperial Mausoleum from him. It turns out that someone had already entered the mausoleum before me. They destroyed the seal left behind by Her Majesty's ancestor and plundered the demonic seeds that Her Majesty had sealed. What's more troublesome is that although the demonic seeds were plundered, The plunderers forcibly broke the seal during the plundering, causing some of the demonic seeds to leak out. A large number of creatures gathered in the mausoleum were also affected by the demonic seeds. For some reason, the demonic seed has mutated. In order to prevent the demonic creatures affected by the demonic seed from spreading, Sydney has sealed the gate to the central area of the mausoleum with an alchemy magic ray. After another 100 years, the entire central area of the Imperial Mausoleum has been eroded by the power of the mutated demonic seed. Ordinary people will be eroded by the demonic seed if they stay inside for a while. I am quite lucky. The Saint's inheritance helped me resist part of the demonic seed's power. If Sydney had come a little later, I might have become a demon. Sydney recognized me as the inheritor of the Saint. He wants me to stay here to guard the mausoleum and help him complete the seal, and to protect the seal from being broken. I promised him, of course. I've been trying to figure out a way to study the demonic seed and find a way to deal with the abyssal demons. Ding. The player has successfully avoided a critical battle. Ding. The player has obtained part of the information. Ding. The player has triggered the next stage of the mission Mutated Demonic Seed. Mission title, Mutated Demonic Seed. Mission difficulty, SSS. Mission description, you have obtained information about the mutated demonic seed from Warren. Mission requirements, explore the central area of the Imperial Mausoleum and find out the truth about the mutated demonic seed. Mission reward? Mission penalty? Wangnet could not help but clench his fists as he asked, so you're saying that the things in the Imperial Mausoleum have already been taken away? Yes, there's no point in going into the center of the Imperial Mausoleum to investigate now. Let's hurry up and leave. No. How do you know if Sydney did not lie to you? He had spent so much effort to break into the tomb of Wangnet, he would not give up until he had a look. Of course, I've checked. The center of the Imperial Mausoleum has been eroded by the power of the demonic seed. I can't get too close, but I can see clearly with my eyes. I've been here for decades, and I've entered the center of the Imperial Mausoleum 29 times. The most recent time was 3 years ago. I am sure that the demonic seed has been taken away. Fine, even if what you say is true, I will still go in and see for myself. I can only be at ease after I confirm it with my own eyes. Warren couldn't help but sigh in his heart and tried to persuade him again. The dark serpents that live in the mausoleum have already been affected by the demonic seed. They are violent and have extremely powerful strength. It's not a big deal to be injured accidentally, but once the demonic seed spreads, the consequences will be unimaginable. Don't worry, I won't let the demonic seed spread, but I am definitely going to the center of the Imperial Mausoleum to take a look. Naturally, Wangnet would not back down. He then looked at Feng Heng and asked, Feng Heng, what do you say? Of course, Feng Heng didn't want to leave just like that. After all, now that the mission had been triggered, the internal department of the Imperial Mausoleum had to be checked. Feng Heng then looked at Warren and said, Mr. Warren, we have also done a lot of research on the demonic seed. There might be some clues that we have missed in the center of the mausoleum. We need to go in and take a look. Tang Minayu added, we have the ability to come here, so we will be fine. Fine, I won't stop you if you insist, Warren said. But I have to remind you that the power of the demonic seed has spread in the central area of the Imperial Mausoleum. Don't stay there for too long, or you will become a demonic creature. Many thanks. Seeing that his persuasion was useless, Warren shook his head and turned around to walk toward the silver metal door. He sighed and said, to prevent the demonic seed from being leaked, I will close the door immediately after you enter the hall. Good luck. After saying that, Warren stood in front of the silver door. He placed his hands in front of his body and drew a mark, then gently put his palms together. His mental power was then injected into the alchemy magic array on the silver door. Ka. Under the activation of alchemy, the silver door slowly opened. Let's go. Wangnet was the first to step through the door, followed by Tang Minayu. Then, the zombies under Feng Heng's control followed. Just as Sandy was about to enter the door, Caillou Yaokang reached out and stopped him. Wait a moment. Sandy did not know what he meant and asked, why? Caillou Yaokang took out the virus concentration detector and pointed it at the inside of the silver door. He nodded at Sandy to show him the value displayed on the detector. As you can see, the infection index is 500 times higher than the danger level. If you go in, there's a high chance that you will be infected. If you force your way in, I estimate that your survival rate is less than 0.04%. This. Drink it. It can resist for an hour. After an hour, you must leave the high concentration area. Caillou Yaokang took out a small bottle of blue liquid and handed it to Sandy. Alright. At this point, Sandy did not want to talk about the blessing of the god of art anymore. Without another word, he opened the lid and poured the medicine into his mouth. Seeing that everyone had followed him into the hall, Feng Heng took a final look at Warren who was outside the hall. Be careful, Warren gave his last instruction and immediately formed a seal with his hand. Boom. After Fang Heng left, the silver door closed in front of Warren. After passing through the gate, there was a dilapidated palace behind them. The entire palace was beautifully decorated, but it was filled with the smell of death as if it had experienced a great catastrophe. The walls and floor were covered in dried blood. Large pieces of armor and weapons fell to the ground. Their master had long been turned into ashes, not even a skeleton was left. It's the Dark Serpent. A layer of red light was attached to Fang Heng's pupils. He pointed to a place not far away and said, and there are many of them. Kai kai kai. A large number of black serpents were slithering in the darkness of the palace. The mutated dark serpents inside the palace were much larger than the mutated dark serpents they had encountered in the outside world. It was over a meter thick, and its length had also greatly increased. 1196 Infection alert. The group of dark serpents had already sensed Fang Heng's group. They revealed their figures from the darkness further away and surrounded Fang Heng's group, making hissing sounds. The dark serpents didn't dare to approach them for the time being, as if they were on guard against the silver light coming from the silver door behind Fang Heng and the others. Caillou Yokeng looked at the group of dark serpents and said, after generations of optimization and reproduction, the dark serpents that live here are already used to being exposed to this high concentration of virus for a long time. Their bodies have also been modified by the virus, and they are harder to deal with than the dark serpents we just encountered outside. Swish. While Caillou Yokeng was talking, one of the dark serpents lost its patience and tried to approach. Get lost. Wang Nit's pupils shrank. He dodged and took a few steps forward. With a loud shout, he raised the blackthorn in his hand and thrust it forward. Ka. The black spike left a wound on the dark serpent's skin, and it was flung away. Hiss hiss. Hiss hiss hiss. The injuries of their companions triggered the ferocity of the dark serpents, and more dark serpents slithered out of the darkness, launching a surprise attack on everyone. Under Fang Heng's control, the fusion tyrant form took the lead to block the attack. The dark serpent suddenly jumped up, opened its huge mouth, and used its sharp black fangs to stab the shoulder of the fusion tyrant form. Then, its body quickly wrapped around the fusion tyrant form, tightly binding it. The sound of bones cracking could be heard as the dark serpent wrapped itself around fusion tyrant form. It raised its fist and punched the dark serpent. Boom. The fist landed on the dark serpent's body and made a dull sound. The fusion tyrant form's hammer had no effect, so it could only pull the dark serpent off its body with great effort and throw it toward the wall. So hard? Fang Heng was originally thinking about whether it was possible to continue killing another wave of monsters. Seeing that the dark serpent was not easy to deal with, he immediately called the lickers behind him to charge forward and kill it. The lickers quickly pounced, their sharp claws scratching the dark serpent's body. The sharp claws seemed to have scratched hard alloy armor, leaving dark sparks. Upon closer inspection, the dark serpent's skin was covered in a layer of black crystallized armor. The crystallized form absorbed a large amount of impact and laceration damage. In less than a minute, more and more mutated dark serpents surrounded them, but they couldn't even kill a single one. With the party's current damage output, it was impossible to slowly clear out these dark serpents. Fang Heng said with a frown, there are too many dark serpents. Find a way to break in and check the Imperial Mausoleum. Don't get entangled with them. I will do it. Tang Minyu nodded in agreement. She took out a flashbang and threw it forward. Woof. The flashbang exploded in front of him, illuminating the surroundings as if it were daytime. At the same time, it also released high-frequency sound waves. The dark serpents quickly retreated as if they had met their natural enemy. In just a short moment, the entire hall fell silent again. Hurry up. They're very smart and will come back soon. Taking advantage of the gap in the retreat of the dark serpents, everyone quickly ran toward the center of the hall. After running for about 20 steps, the surrounding dark serpents emerged from the darkness again, slowly approaching the group again. Seeing that everyone had entered the empty hall area, Fang Heng suddenly had an idea and said in a deep voice, there's a way, they can't fly. Wang Nit's brows twitched and he immediately understood. He reached out to grab Caillou Yokeng and Sandy and slowly floated into the air. He nodded to Fang Heng and said, I will leave the rest to you. Alright. Fang Heng immediately carried Tang Minyu on his back and flew into the air with the levitation spell. The entire hall was built very high, at least 8 meters. The group floated more than 4 meters in the air, avoiding the attacks of the dark serpents below. Tang Minyu, who was behind Fang Heng, lowered her head and looked down at the densely packed dark serpents that were gathering more and more. She couldn't help but feel a chill on her scalp. It would be game over if she fell down. Oh? The floating flight speed was very slow. After flying for just a few minutes, Sandy's face suddenly revealed a look of surprise. He pointed in a direction not far away and said, There's no snake there. Fang Heng looked in the direction Sandy was pointing at. They seemed to have arrived at the center of the Imperial Mausoleum. A large stone statue of the Empire's ancestors stood in the center, surrounded by altars and offerings. There was a large alchemy magic array not far from the stone statue. The magic array was almost completely destroyed and could not be used. Caillou Yokang, who was being held in the air by Wangnet, also observed from a distance. He frowned and said, "The dark serpents don't even dare to get close. There must be something strange in this area. Be careful." "Yes." Fang Heng answered and continued to approach carefully. In the middle of the alchemy magic array that had been destroyed was a shallow pit that had been dug out by man. When he got closer, he saw that there was a beautifully decorated coffin inside the shallow pit. However, the coffin had been destroyed by people, and only 2/3 of it was left. There were also traces of wood shavings around it. The dark serpents seemed to be very afraid of this place. They only occupied the outer area of the hall and did not enter the tomb area. After making sure that the surroundings were safe, Wangnet and Fang Heng brought everyone down from the sky. The crowd couldn't help but be attracted by the coffin in front of them. That should be the coffin of the Empire's ancestors, right? It seems like the old man at the door didn't lie to us. Just as Wangnet took half a step forward, his face turned white, and the hair on his body stood on end. He quickly took a few steps back. Seeing the expression on Wangnet's face, Caillou Yaokang also realized something and suddenly shouted, "Not good, retreat. Don't get close. There's a demonic seed remaining there." Fang Heng's pupils shrank, and his eyes revealed a strange look. He quickly sized up the surroundings of the coffin. A demonic seed? Where was he? As he thought about it, the game notifications on his retina quickly scanned through. Warning, from trial game difficulty, player is exposed to an extremely dangerous infected area. Warning, from trial game difficulty, abnormal resistance has been detected in the player's body. The player's death probability after the infection has been reduced to 95.7%, and the probability of unknown negative effects is 100%. Warning, from trial game difficulty, player's infection rate is increasing slightly. Ding. Under this trial difficulty, players can eliminate all negative effects of high level and below after leaving the trial. Players can eliminate all negative effects of high level and above by consuming King of Gods points. Can only eliminate non-soul negative effects obtained in this trial. Fang Heng saw that the unknown infection attribute in his character attribute bar began to rise. He quickly took 2 steps back and stood not far away, carefully looking at the coffin. Caillou Yaokang was right. The demonic seed was in the coffin. After leaving the coffin area, the infection rate began to slowly decrease again. 1197. An unknown hybrid virus. Tang Minayu was frowning as well. She had only been close to the coffin for 5 seconds, and the infection index had soared to 20+. It only stopped increasing after she had retreated far away. Tang Minayu couldn't help but look at Fang Heng, who was the closest to the coffin. "Is everyone alright?" "Yes, I am fine." "Where is the demonic seed?" Wangnet stared at the coffin and said in a deep voice, "Where is the demonic seed?" Caillou Yaokang reached out and pointed into the distance and said, "It should be that layer of white frost." It could be seen that after the coffin was destroyed, only 2/3 of the coffin remained. There was a small area inside the coffin, and it was covered with a layer of white frost. Caillou Yaokang didn't dare to get close. He stood further away, took out a bottle from his backpack, and threw it to Fang Heng. "Fang Heng, the virus in your body is more complete, so your resistance to the virus should be the highest among us. Think of a way to get some demonic seeds from there." "Yes." Fang Heng reached out and took the bottle that was thrown to him in midair. Then, he took a look at the infection index in the character attribute bar and was about to move forward. "Wait." Caillou Yaokang thought for a moment and reached out to stop Fang Heng. He threw a pair of specially made virus isolation gloves and an antivirus tweezer to him. He said, "Direct contact will increase the degree of infection. Use this. Don't touch it with your hands." "Alright." Fang Heng put on the pair of gloves and strode toward the demonic seeds. This scene made Tang Minayu, who was watching from the side, a little confused. She was very familiar with these things. They were all items from the research room from the zombie apocalypse, and Fang Heng brought them into the trial. Who would have thought that the trial game was an extension of the elementary game? As he approached the coffin, the infection index on Fang Heng's body increased rapidly. Fang Heng didn't dare to waste any time. He squatted down immediately and took out the antivirus tweezer carefully. The white frost was very hard, and it stuck tightly to the coffin's wall. Fang Heng held the tweezer tightly and spent a little effort scraping off a little bit of the white frost and putting it into the glass bottle. He then closed the lid tightly. Ding! The player has found an unknown hybrid virus, high concentration. Fang Heng was stunned. He quickly scanned through the game item-related notifications on his retina. Unknown hybrid virus, high concentration, description, special virus body. It has absorbed a portion of the energy. The virus body itself has undergone great changes and has adapted to humans. Description: depending on the user's genes, there is a chance of unknown evolution effects. There is a high probability of direct death. An unknown hybrid virus? It was not the same type of virus as the one in Tang Minayu's body? A few thoughts flashed through Fang Heng's mind quickly. He quickly put the bottle into his backpack and glanced at the infection index in his character attributes from the corner of his eye. 48%. There was still time. Fang Heng kept calm and carefully looked around, looking for clues that had not been ignored. The coffin was located in the center of the large alchemy magic array on the ground. It was a pity that the alchemy magic array was more than 70% damaged and could not be repaired. He roughly judged that the magic array was used for suppression. Was it to suppress demons? That. Fang Heng's eyes suddenly lit up, and he looked into the coffin. In the depths of the broken coffin, there were strange patterns on the walls of the coffin. Was it an alchemy magic array? Why would there be a magic array within the coffin? Fang Heng immediately jumped into the coffin and stretched his head to observe. There was no mistake. It was an alchemy magic array. Fang Heng tried to reach out his hand to touch the alchemy magical array. The moment his finger touched the alchemy magic array, the game prompt was triggered again. Ding! The player has triggered the team's main storyline trial mission updated The Inheritance of the Empire's Ancestors. Mission name, The Inheritance of the Empire's Ancestors. Mission difficulty, SSS. Mission description: you have discovered a concealment alchemy magic array in the coffin of the Empire's founder, Andrast. Unfortunately, the alchemy magic array has been partially damaged. Mission requirement: please attempt to complete and activate the alchemy magic array. Mission reward? Fang Heng was moved. The mission they had received was related to a mutated demonic seed. The mission of the Inheritance of the Empire's Ancestors was triggered by Tangmo and Wei Tao. As they were on the same trial team, they shared the mission. The mission was related to the magic array in the coffin? Fang Heng looked at the coffin carefully again. Most of the coffin had been destroyed, but the magic array was located in the deepest corner of the coffin, so it was still in good condition. Only a small part of the coffin had been damaged. It was not a difficult magic array, but a small one used to hide space. It was not difficult to restore it. Fang Heng stared at the magical alchemy array and judged the difficulty of restoration. 82%. Fang Heng's heart skipped a beat when he saw the red level of infection warning on the character attribute bar. Not good. Fang Heng immediately stopped to observe and dodged to the back. It was not until they retreated to the back of the crowd that the infection level, which had risen to 90%, began to slowly decline. Fang Heng heaved a sigh of relief and threw the bottle of the virus to Kaiyu Yikang. The latter took the bottle and carefully observed it. Wangnet realized that Fang Heng seemed to be deep in thought after obtaining the demonic seed and even stayed there for a while. He could not help but ask, "How is it? Did you find something?" "Yes." Fang Heng nodded with a serious expression and continued, "I found a hidden alchemy magic array in the deepest part of the broken coffin. If I am not wrong, something is hidden in the magic array." Wangnet's face lit up. "Yes, it must be that. Someone told me that the Empire's ancestors had left behind a method to resist the demonic seed in the Imperial Mausoleum. It's very likely that it's hidden inside." Tang Minayu was also excited. She had also received the Empire's Inheritance mission notification, and she felt that it was more likely that the Empire's inheritance was hidden inside. "Fang Heng, is there any way to restore it?" "Yes, I've observed it just now. The alchemy magic array is not damaged much. Elementary level alchemy is enough to repair it." Fang Heng nodded and looked at the coffin not far away again, saying, "It's just that it takes time to recover. During the recovery process, I will be affected by the virus, so I can't stay there for too long." Wangnet looked in the direction of the coffin and said, "How about we figure out a way to remove the alchemy magic array on the coffin first, and then slowly repair it?" "No, the item is hidden through space positioning by alchemy. Moving the position of the magic array may cause the hidden space to explode, and the items hidden in the space will be destroyed." "Then what do we do?" Tang Minayu was out of ideas and couldn't help but shift her gaze to Fang Heng. This mission's difficulty was definitely at SSS level. The journey here was full of danger. From the undead bodies and the large-scale necromancy magic array to the dangerous dark serpents and the Empire's genius alchemist, and now the high concentration of infection, every obstacle had stumped her. It was only because of Fang Heng that she was able to overcome all the obstacles and come here. However, Fang Heng seemed to be at ease, as if he would never be stumped. Fang Heng raised his head and said, "I can only use a stupid way." 1198 An unstable evolution. There really was a way. Tang Minayu's eyes brightened. She asked, "What is it?" "The source of the infection is the white powder. If we take it away, it should be able to greatly reduce the infection rate." "Yes." On the side, Caillou Yaokang carefully put away the test tube containing the demonic seed virus and nodded in agreement. "Indeed, there's no problem in theory. We can try." Wangnet frowned and questioned, "What do you mean?" "I don't understand. How are you going to get rid of the demonic seed?" Sandy snorted, "Stupid, even I understand. The source of the demonic seed's infection is the white frost virus. As long as we get a little bit of the virus down every time when the white frost is all scraped off, the source of the infection will be gone and we will no longer be affected by the infection." Tang Minayu frowned and said, "But we don't have that much time. The Empire may have already learned that we invaded the Imperial Mausoleum. The longer we delay, the more disadvantageous it will be for us. They may already be on their way." "Don't worry," Wangnet said with a look of disdain. "The Empire's cowards won't dare to come in, but you're right. The Empire won't let us go. I think they will set up a trap at the entrance of the Imperial Mausoleum and wait for us to get out before they make their move." Fang Heng waved his hand and interrupted the discussion. "It won't take long. I have an idea." The fusion tyrant forms and the liquors were still blocked by the large number of mutated dark serpents at the entrance of the Silver Gate, unable to enter for the time being. Now, it was the zombie clone's turn. Fang Heng closed his eyes again and chanted in his heart. "Level up." Ding. The player has leveled up to level 29. Due to the player's innate skill, the player has received an additional 304 zombie clones. Ding. The current number of zombie clones is 1822. Ding. The next stage of leveling up the player's character level will consume Tier 2 mutation crystals 4,000 pieces and Tier 3 mutation crystals 10 pieces. As the notification appeared on his retina, a dense alchemy magic array was projected on the ground around Fang Heng. Woo-woo! The wails of the undead immediately filled the surroundings. Greenish-gray palms kept reaching out from the alchemy magic array. New zombie clones kept crawling out of the array and stood behind Fang Heng, staggering. In an instant, the place was crowded with zombies. After a while, Fang Heng opened his eyes again. The higher the level, the more terrifying the effect of the passive talent was. The speed of obtaining zombies increased rapidly. Now, the number of clones he could obtain after one level up had exceeded 300. Seeing Fang Heng summoning so many zombies at once, Tang Minayu was secretly shocked. From the information she got from her background check, this was Fang Heng's special ability, a super powerful talent that was determined as S level. They weren't ordinary zombies. Even though they looked slow and stupid, their ability to take hits was terrifying. Good idea. Wangnet understood and immediately nodded in praise. He didn't think it was a big deal. Wasn't it normal for a necromancy mage to summon zombies? I am not sure if it will work, but I will try it first. Fang Heng immediately controlled one of the zombie clones to walk toward the coffin. Fang Heng stared at the status information log of the zombie clone. Ding, your zombie clone has entered a special area. The degree of infection has increased, not good. Even the zombie clone was affected by the infection. However, the zombie clone itself was an infected product of the Hyla virus, and it also had the effect of the undead virus in his body, so the infection rate was lower than his. It was a pity that the ordinary zombie's movement speed was slow, and the increase and decrease didn't buy much time for Fang Heng. The zombie clone came to the side of the coffin. Under Fang Heng's control, it raised its hand and tried to scrape off the frost on the coffin. Fang Heng's heart skipped a beat. As soon as the zombie's hand touched the frost, a small part of it was absorbed by the zombie's right hand as if it had melted. At the same time, the zombie clone's infection index increased greatly, instantly reaching the maximum value. A line of game prompts refreshed quickly on Fang Heng's retina. Ding. The player's zombie clone has touched and absorbed an unknown virus source. Ding. A similar virus has been detected. Obtaining a usable virus. Attempting to obtain evolution information. Ding. The player has triggered the unstable evolution of the current zombie. Ding. Evolution direction unknown. Evolution. Unknown effect. Description. Fused with an unknown virus to undergo a second unstable evolution. Description. Current virus modification match rate 88.6%. Description. Current virus body transformation success rate 1.29%. Description. Evolution cost, 30000 survival points, evolution time, 5 minutes. Description. You will die immediately after the transformation fails, you can still be resurrected. After the transformation is successful, the player can choose to consume the King of Gods points and survival points to maintain the transformation state. Description. The proliferated body cannot undergo evolution and modification. Fang Heng's pupils suddenly contracted. Evolution. This was too unexpected. He was surprised that the zombie clone had evolved again. Feng Heng's eyes flashed with joy. Ever since he left the zombie apocalypse, he had thought that the evolution of zombies had come to an end. So there was still a continuation. The only problem was that the success rate was a little low, not even 2%. That's right, the unknown virus was just the initial virus body and had not been optimized and modified. As long as the virus body was brought back, Kaiyu Yokeng would research and modify it, and the success rate would be higher. Just like when he first obtained the liquor transformation, the initial success rate was very low. After many generations of improvements, the current liquors had a 98% success rate. While Feng Heng was thinking about this, a line of game prompt flashed quickly on his retina. Ding! The zombie clone's infection index has increased to the critical value. Please choose whether to evolve or not. If you cancel the evolution or not, the zombie clone will enter an unstable state in 0.4 seconds, and the player has a partial chance of losing control of it. This state will be cleared after death and rebirth. Transform. Feng Heng muttered in his heart. Ding! The player has deducted 30,000 survival points and performed an unknown modification on the zombie clone. Under everyone's surprised gazes, the zombie clone quickly stepped back, and then a black liquid-like cuticle overflowed from its body. The zombie clone knelt down on the spot. The dark keratin wrapped around the zombie like a large, black egg. Feng Heng, what happened? Have you met some trouble? Seeing the strange shape of the zombie, Wangnet immediately cast an inquiring look at Feng Heng. I encountered something interesting, but it's not a big problem. As Feng Heng spoke, he controlled the zombie clones behind him to move again, staggering toward the coffin. 1,199 crystallized form. More and more zombie clones approached the coffin and reached out to touch the white frost. They then quickly retreated and formed a black ball-shaped egg around the coffin. A moment later, the coffin was covered with a layer of black insect eggs. Tang Minayu's scalp turned cold at the strange scene. Kaiyu Yokeng was also a little surprised. He carefully observed the eggs with a playful look in his eyes and asked, did it trigger a mutation? Yes. Feng Heng nodded in response and continued to observe the black eggs with rapt attention. Trying to evolve once required 30,000 survival points. To normal players, it might be a huge sum of money, but to Feng Heng, it was not even worth mentioning. Only in elementary games did the survival points become a very powerful currency resource. After entering the intermediate games, the use of the survival points would become less and less. PFFT. When the 5 minutes were up, the first black ball-shaped egg exploded with a bang. A pool of stinky black water flowed out from the broken egg. The evolution had failed. The entire zombie had melted into a pool of black water. Ding! Your zombie clone has failed the unknown evolution and has died. It will be revived in 5 hours, 57 minutes, and 52 seconds. PFFT. 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 The surrounding eggs exploded one after another, bursting out balls of black blood. Feng Heng didn't feel anything. It was reasonable. It was only a success rate of 1.29%, and Mojai Ai was not with him at the moment. It would be strange if he succeeded. Kaiyu Yokeng looked at the black eggs that kept exploding. He thought for a moment and threw a few empty test tubes at Feng Heng. I need more samples to replicate the demonic seed virus. Okay, sure. Feng Heng answered and took the test tube that was thrown from the air. Of course, he understood what Kaiyu Yokeng meant. Replicate the virus. Mass produce. At that time, even if there was only a 0.001% chance, he would be able to pile it up with quantity. Feng Heng had a very strong premonition in his heart. After all, it was an intermediate game. Just trying to modify it cost 30,000 survival points, so the effect of the demonic seed virus would not be bad. When the infection index in his character attribute bar returned to 0, Feng Heng ran toward the coffin again. This time, Feng Heng moved quickly. He quickly scraped off a large piece of the white powder of the virus crystal from the edge of the coffin and put it into a bottle. After filling 3 small jars in a row, Feng Heng retreated rapidly again. While waiting for the infection index to drop, Feng Heng patiently controlled the zombie clones to walk to the edge of the coffin one by one and touch the white frost demonic seed to enter the mutation state, turning them into terrifying insect eggs. He repeated this again and again until the infection level in his character attribute panel dropped to 0. Then, he ran over and scraped down some of the crystallized demonic seed viruses. On the upper level of the Imperial Mausoleum, as they retreated through the main passage, Sydney's expression became uglier and uglier, and the dots in his heart deepened. Who were the people who had sneaked into the Imperial Mausoleum? Not only did they exterminate a large number of dark serpents along the way, but even the undead alchemy array that he had set up to stop the dark serpents had stopped working. Sydney was full of doubts. He left the gate of the Imperial Mausoleum, looked at the guards outside, and said in a deep voice, "Send an invasion alert to the royal family and seal off the Imperial Mausoleum." We've discovered barbarians and unknown enemies invading. Immediately request reinforcements. Yes. Sydney was about to leave when he suddenly raised his head and saw the Empire Griffins flying from the sky outside the palace. The subordinate also looked up into the sky, and his eyes lit up. Sir, it is His Highness Tangmo's Griffin team. Tangmo. Sydney muttered to himself, and his expression suddenly changed. He had always stayed in the Imperial Mausoleum and rarely went out, so he did not have a deep impression of the heirs of the Imperial family. After this reminder, a face appeared in his memory. It was Tang Minayu. So it was her. No wonder she looked so familiar when he first saw her. Therefore, Tangmo also came for Tang Minayu. They were most likely in cahoots. These two siblings. Tell Salvador that Tang Minayu is also one of the intruders, Sydney said in a deep voice. Also, don't let Tangmo enter the underground area of the Imperial Mausoleum, understand? Yes. The subordinate immediately cupped his fists and agreed, but then he hesitated and said, but if His Highness wants to force his way in, I am afraid it will be very difficult for us. Buy us some time. Sydney said coldly and turned back into the passage. Ding, your zombie clone has successfully mutated. After hundreds of failed notifications, a line of successful notifications appeared on Fang Heng's retina. It was a success. Finally. It took more than half an hour and more than half of the zombie clones died. Fang Heng immediately shifted his gaze to the ball-shaped egg that was constantly shrinking on the far right. Kai. A small hole suddenly appeared in the middle of the egg. A greenish-gray palm reached out from the opening. The zombie clone crawled out of the egg with difficulty and stood up shakily. Drip, drip. The stinky mucus attached to its body continued to drip to the ground. Creature, zombie crystallized form, basic skill, zombie skill description, passive effect. Immune to most mental spells and most diseases and viruses. No spirit or energy. Health point increased by 300%. Movement speed solidified. Note, zombie clones do not possess the ability to infect. Crystallized form transformation, description. The crystallized virus is a special virus-modified form. After the modification, the various attributes of the living body will be further improved, and the host will possess stronger attack and resistance. Additional skill 1, attribute enhancement skill description. The zombie clone has absorbed the mutation virus. Additional attribute, additional 60 points of strength, 10 points of physique, 60 points of agility. Affected by zombie skills, agility attribute does not increase zombies' movement speed. Additional skill 2, crystallization. Skill description, the zombie clone has the crystallization effect. When it is attacked, its body surface will secrete a crystallized form to absorb the damage. Depending on the type of attack, it can passively absorb 500 to 2000 damage. When attacking, the crystallized form will be attached to the sharp claws and fangs, increasing the attack's penetration power depending on the type of target. It will ignore 20% minus 40% of armor and increase the armor penetration effect by 500 to 2000 points. Additional skill 3, limb explosion. Skill description, after receiving severed limb damage, the severed limb will automatically undergo a crystallized explosion, causing medium physical explosion damage to the surrounding area. This damage ignores friend and foe. Fang Heng stood in the distance and observed the crystallized zombie. At the same time, he looked at the game prompt and was secretly happy. It looked good just from the notifications. He would try out the combat effect. 1,200 hidden Tang Minayu and the others also looked carefully at the zombies that crawled out of the eggs. The crystallized zombie clone didn't look any different from before. Its skin was originally dark gray, and it was still dark gray now. The only difference was that there seemed to be black crystals in the dark gray. Buzz. Under Fang Heng's control, the crystallized zombie clone walked toward an ordinary zombie clone on the right, staggering. Swish. The crystallized zombie raised its arm and quickly slashed forward. Ka. The ordinary zombie's arm was instantly cut open, and blood gushed out of the wound. The crystallized zombie's right hand was stuck in the normal zombie's body, unable to move any further. Swish. The crystallized zombie clone withdrew its hand and stood there, stunned. Wangnet's eyes narrowed. There was no doubt that the zombie's attack power had greatly increased compared to before. Was it because of the layer of black crystals on its claws? The material was similar to the blackthorn, but Wangnet was certain it wasn't. Tang Minayu also opened her mouth and couldn't help but look back at Fang Heng. It was enhanced? The strength of the zombie-like creatures was already ridiculous. Now, it could actually be further enhanced? Seeing this, Fang Heng nodded secretly in his heart. Good. It was a solid enhancement. The crystallized zombie clone did not have any fancy skills, but it had all its attributes enhanced. After being crystallized, it could increase the armor penetration and defense of normal attacks. When the two zombie clones fought each other, they were probably just tickling each other. Now, the crystallized zombie clone could steadily break through its defense. Satisfied. If it was a gaudy series of active skills, he would find it troublesome. After entering the intermediate game, the zombie clone's defense could still withstand the undying effect, but its damage output could not withstand it. After crystallization, this weakness could be greatly improved. Although the crystallized zombie clone was still very weak and couldn't even cut off an arm of the ordinary zombie clone, the ordinary zombie clone had inherited his high health point and the 300% bonus to the zombie's health point. Its health point was already extremely terrifying. The most important thing was that he was only testing the most ordinary zombies. It must be known that the effect of the crystallized form could be stacked with the transformation of the other zombie clones. For example, the fusion tyrant form? Or the lickers. That's right, especially the lickers. Once these kinds of hunting-type creatures were paired with the crystallized armor-piercing effect, the effect was definitely not as simple as just 1+1. While Feng Heng was thinking excitedly, a line of games appeared on his retina. Ding, player, please choose if you want to spend 1,000 King of Gods points to solidify this status. 1,000 points? So many. Feng Heng frowned. It was a little expensive. Well spent. Ding, your zombie clone has successfully mutated, eh? Feng Heng then cast his gaze on the spherical insect egg in another place. Either he failed, or he succeeded 2 in a row. The 2 crystallized zombie clones completed their mutation at the same time. Feng Heng simply spent 4,000 King of Gods points to completely solidify the 2 zombie clones, leaving them in their crystallized state. After trying it out, he found that the crystallized form was different from the licker's mutated form. They could still complete most of the manufacturing and transportation work like normal zombies. Caillou Yaokang remained silent. He stood at the side and observed the licker's condition while constantly writing down notes in his notebook. Feng Heng raised his head again and controlled the remaining zombie clones to continue lining up to complete the mutation. With over 300 zombie clones, he could complete 3 of them based on a 1.29% success rate. But soon, Feng Heng realized that this was only limited to the theoretical state. The white frost on the coffin had been almost completely absorbed. The number of mutated demonic seeds was not enough. It's almost time. Feng Heng said in a low voice and walked toward the coffin again. At the same time, he carefully observed the game log messages. As the large amount of white frost on the coffin was absorbed and cleaned up by the zombie clones, the rate at which the infection index on the game log was rising greatly decreased. He could completely withstand it. The rest of the demonic seed virus could be saved and taken away for Caillou Yaokang to study. Feng Heng came to the coffin, carefully scraped off the last small part of the white frost virus, and put it into a test tube. Finally, he sealed it and put it in his backpack, preparing to give it to Caillou Yaokang when he went back. After all the white frost virus on the coffins was cleaned up, Feng Heng made a gesture to Tang Minayu and the others behind him. We're safe now. Seeing this, Wangnut and the others carefully surrounded him. At that moment, everyone also noticed the magic array hidden in the depths of the coffin that Feng Heng had mentioned. Protect me. Okay, sure. Feng Heng took out the alchemy brush from his backpack and immediately began to study and try to complete the alchemy magic array. Ding. The player is trying to repair the magic array. Current repair success rate, 86.88%. The repair rate is related to the player's alchemy skill level, alchemy talent, main attributes, and various auxiliary skills levels. Tang Minayu, like the others, stood guard at the side. She saw a long channeling bar appear above Feng Heng's head. After a long 5 minutes, the channeling bar was completed. Feng Heng quickly added a few strokes to the magic array. Ding. The player has completed the restoration of the magic array. The player has received 283 alchemy experience points. The player's alchemy talent has increased by 0.001. Success. Feng Heng put away the alchemy brush and heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it was only a basic magic array. If it were a more complicated alchemy magic array, it would have been more troublesome. If that were the case, he would have to let the zombie clones level up for a long time until his alchemy reached the advanced level. Be careful. Everyone, step back a little. After checking the repaired alchemy magic array again, Feng Heng raised his hand and motioned everyone to stand a little further away. Then he reached out his hand and touched the alchemy magic array, injecting his spiritual power into it. Kai. The alchemy magic array emitted a faint yellow light. Feng Heng frowned. Tang Minayu was secretly anxious. She could not help but ask, what's wrong? No reaction? W's the repair not successful? Feng Heng stopped the operation of the alchemy magic array for the time being. He stood up and shook his head and said, no, the alchemy magic array was successfully repaired, but there was a lock. To unlock the hidden space, we need a key. Ah. Wangnut was confused and asked, you mean the alchemy magic array? Where do we get the key? Ahem, the so-called key is just a concept. Sandy had read a lot of books in the library and had a good understanding of alchemy. Later, he got the inheritance of the saint by chance, and his understanding of alchemy magic arrays was no less than Feng Heng. He moved closer and studied the alchemy magic array in the coffin. He touched his chin and tried to analyze it. 1201 Autobiography. I read in the Alchemy Society that there are only a few keys to the alchemy magic array. They could be imprints of spiritual power with a fixed frequency, special crystal runes, or bloodline. Bloodline. This word made Feng Heng and Tang Minayu's hearts skip a beat at the same time. When he thought about the royal family's inheritance mission that the two of them had triggered, the answer was obvious. Feng Heng immediately turned his head to look at Tang Minayu beside him. He activated the alchemy magic array in his hand again and said in a deep voice, "The blood of Andraste, the founder of the royal family, is most likely the key. You are her descendant, so let's try using your blood." "Alright." Tang Minayu had the same thought. She walked quickly to Feng Heng's side and lowered her head to stare at the magic array. When the alchemy magic array was covered in a layer of dim yellow light again, Tang Minayu stretched out her wrist and cut it with the knife in her left hand. Swish. The blood flowed down Tang Minayu's wrist and landed on the alchemy magic array, which was instantly absorbed. The alchemy magic array immediately reacted and released a red light. A faint red pattern appeared. In a short 3 seconds, the light dissipated. Caw-caw. There was a slight sound, like the sound of space breaking. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound at the same time. Not far away, on the right side of the stone statues of the Empire's ancestors, right above a broken altar, the space was wrapped in a layer of white light. In the white light, 2 thin books and 5 rings faintly appeared. Pa! In an instant, the white light dissipated, and the 2 books fell onto the altar below. The 5 rings took some time to drop down. After they landed on the altar, they bounced a few times and fell to the ground around them. The crowd immediately walked towards the altar and gathered around it. Feng Heng sized up the altar carefully. It was a very ordinary altar, and it looked like it had been damaged by the battle and a small part of it had shattered. 2 thin books fell on the stone platform. There were 5 very ancient-looking rings scattered on the ground. It was impossible to judge their material for the time being, but at first glance, they seemed to be made of stone. Everyone quickly exchanged glances. "Alright, I will do it." Feng Heng took the lead to walk forward under the gaze of the others and touched the book on the stone platform. Ding! Player has received important items. Andraste's Autobiographies 1 and 2. Item: Andraste's Autobiography 1 and 2. Type: Book type. Description: Andraste's handwritten autobiography. Most of the content talks about the records of the demonic seeds she encountered when she was young. Description: This item is an important item and cannot be placed in your backpack. At the end of the trial, this item will be exchanged for 100,000 King of Gods points. It was worth 100,000 King of Gods points. 2 books, a total of 200,000 King of Gods points. That much? Feng Heng's heart skipped a beat and he immediately opened the book to read. However, the moment he opened the book and saw the language recorded on it, he frowned. Hey? This is the language of the ancient empire. Let me do it, I understand. Sandy had already approached Feng Heng out of curiosity. Seeing the words in the book, Sandy's eyes immediately lit up. He took the book from Feng Heng's hands and read it at once. Feng Heng had no choice but to focus on the rings that were left on the ground. He walked forward and bent down to pick up one of the rings. Ding! The player has discovered an item, the Lord of the Ring of the Empire. Description: A ring made by the founder of the Empire, Andraste. It symbolizes the royal power of the Empire and has the ability to suppress the bloodline demonic seed. Description: Increases the strength of the bloodline demonic seed. Description: The wearer will receive a high amount of Empire reputation. Description: A special item, cannot be placed in the backpack. It was a very strange ring, and the game prompt description was even more confusing. Wangnet stood beside Feng Heng and asked, Feng Heng, did you find anything? Feng Heng shook his head and handed the ring to Wangnet. Try this and see if it's effective. Wangnet did not hesitate and put the ring on his finger. He tried to sense the changes in his body, but Wangnet's expression was still a little ugly. The effect was there, but it was fragile. He could feel that the ring could slightly increase the power in his body, making it easier for him to control it, but it could not alleviate his body that was about to collapse. On the other side, Tang Minayu also picked up the other ring on the ground and tried to put it on. Woof! Whoosh! As soon as she put on the ring, the sealing rune mark on her wrist faded away uncontrollably. Tang Minayu's pupils suddenly contracted. She felt the power of the demonic seed surging into her body again. Tang Minayu almost groaned at the feeling of satisfaction. The others had also noticed the change in Tang Minayu and shifted their gazes to her. Tang Minayu stood where she was and took a deep breath. She felt her spiritual power that was as vast as the sea and had the urge to shout. She was finally not a burden anymore. Even though she was extremely excited, she still appeared calm on the surface. The ring is tailor-made for me. The seal on my body has been broken, and I've recovered my strength. Yes, to be precise, it has improved slightly. At the side, Sandy quickly finished flipping through the entire book. His face was first filled with shock, followed by doubt as he fell into deep thought. Feng Heng, this is the autobiography of the Empire's ancestor, Andrast. From the content of the book, Andrast led the team into the Caesar Forest and found the demonic seed. At that time, the barbarian ancestors also found the demonic seed. Both of them came into contact with the demonic seed. After coming into contact with the demonic seed, only a very small number of people in the entire team survived, and those who survived all went crazy. Due to her special physique, Andrast was still able to maintain her consciousness, and she even obtained powerful strength from it. Later, with the help of the power from the demonic seed, she unified and established the entire empire. But according to the book, the demonic seed is still her nightmare. As time went by, powerful and crazy monsters emerged from the Caesar Forest. The monsters brought great danger to the empire and a rapidly spreading plague. Countless lives were lost in the plague. The terrible thing was that the plague was still spreading throughout the entire human empire. Wangnet frowned and said, "Yes, I've heard about the plague a long time ago. It's not just you humans. We barbarians also have a strange plague, but it's different from you humans. The plague brings death and power." Many barbarians awakened to the demonized state at that time. Caillou Yokeng thought for a moment and analyzed. "I think the so-called plague might be a spreading virus." 1202. The story: the virus was airborne and spreads among humans, leading to a large number of deaths. Well, I think the virus must have used some medium to spread, so the effect of the virus has been weakened a lot, and the death rate has reduced significantly. Well, the mortality rate isn't high? Sandy flipped through the autobiography in his hands. It says that in the end, less than 1/10 of the human population survived the plague. The death rate is relatively low. When our world was attacked by the zombie virus, the death rate was close to 100%. In addition, the humans who survived the plague also benefited from the disaster. They were infected by the virus and their physical fitness was strengthened. Their descendants also inherited this strengthening, which is why traces of the virus can be found in the ordinary people of this world. Caillou Yokeng tried to make an analysis after combining all the previous clues. He then raised his head and asked, "And then? What happened after that?" "Continue." "Oh, okay. Because of the plague and the rapid spread of the monsters, the Empire is under great threat. Andrast has decided to lead the Empire's elites back to the Caesar Forest in secret, in order to completely destroy the demonic seed left in the Caesar Forest." Sandy continued to flip 2 pages of the book and said, "Unfortunately, it was too late. By the time they rushed to the Caesar Forest, they discovered that a powerful monster had already been born in the demonic seed. The Empire's elite team led by Andrast analyzed and concluded that the monsters were the source of this large-scale plague. Only by eliminating the monsters can we completely stop this plague from spreading all over the world." At that time, the whole world was attacked by plagues and monsters. The afflicted cave-dwelling beasts, humans, and barbarians decided to work together to deal with the monsters. After paying a great price, the 3 forces used the alchemy array of the Empire's alchemy saint, Hueco, and the endless abyss that was discovered in the underground world to temporarily seal the abyssal demons in the endless abyss. It could be considered a temporary solution to the abyssal demons. After everything was over, when the Caesar Forest was finally cleared, people found that there was still a very small number of demonic seeds left after the birth of the demons. After the discussion, those who were present divided the remaining demonic seeds into 3 parts. The humans obtained 1 part and left it in the royal family for research, a small part was left in the underground world for the protection of the cave-dwelling beasts, and the last part was studied and kept by the barbarians. The 3 sides agreed that if the demonic creatures broke through the seal again, they would still contribute their strength and work together to eliminate the demonic creatures again. Since then, the alchemy saint of the Empire, Hueco, has been studying how to completely eliminate the demonic seed with the support of the Emperor, Andrast. After decades of research, Hueco refined the demonic seed through alchemy and obtained great power from it. He was entrusted by His Majesty to set up an organization called the Saint and has been trying to find ways to completely exterminate the demons. He closed it. Demons, saints. Feng Heng pondered in his heart. What Sandy said just now was undoubtedly the origin of the Saint and the abyssal demons. They finally had a lead on the final boss. Starting from the time when Andrast, the Emperor of the Empire, first established the Empire, the evil demons were quickly sealed in the abyss after they were discovered. Feng Heng looked up at Sandy and asked, "Specifically? Where were the abyssal demons sealed? Does the book have a description of the location?" No. It's just that with the help of the cave-dwelling creatures, Andraste found an endless abyss. At that time, everyone thought that it was the most suitable place to seal monsters. The book didn't specify the specific location, but according to the description, it should be in the Empire's territory. Sandy flipped back a few pages to confirm, and after pondering for a while, he said, "Give me some time to go back and investigate. I should be able to lock down the exact location of the endless abyss within a certain range." Right. The book also said that other than Andraste herself, her descendants more or less inherited some of the abilities from the demonic seed. Yes, the virus has modified part of Andraste's genes, causing her descendants to also inherit part of the mutation. Therefore, the royal bloodline of the Empire has displayed a natural talent that far surpasses ordinary people. Caillou Yaokang nodded and agreed, "That's right. According to my analysis, Andraste, the founder of the Empire, has a special physical quality. Her body mutated after it combined with the demonic seed virus body, forming a mutated virus body. The virus is still living in Andraste's body after her death. Andraste seemed to have realized this as well, so she built the mausoleum and used an alchemy magic array to temporarily seal the demonic seed in the corpse. In essence, Andraste was also trying to prevent the spread of the mutation virus. Although they don't have the concept of a virus, they may also understand this special infectious substance. After that, the mausoleum was invaded by an unknown enemy, and the virus in Andraste's corpse was stolen. Unfortunately, when the body was stolen, the magic array that sealed the bones was destroyed, causing part of the virus to leak out and spread, forming the mutated dark serpents we saw earlier. Caillou Yaokang said as he picked up the bottle of white frost virus and showed it to everyone. The white frost should be the product of the reproduction of the virus left in some of the corpses. Ding. The player team has completed the current main storyline trial mission Mutated Demonic Seed. Ding. The player party's friendship with Wangnet has greatly increased. The player party's basic friendship with the barbarians has increased. Ding. The trial score of the player team has been greatly increased. The player team has received an additional 16 hours of game time. The game prompt appeared on Fang Heng's retina again. Fang Heng glanced at Caillou Yaokang. It seemed like he was right. Wangnet frowned and stared at Sandy. Alright, and then? What else did the autobiography say? The Empire's ancestors knew so much about the virus, so they should know how to restrain the virus backlash, right? Do you have any information on this? Sandy flipped back a few pages and explained, Andraste is also affected by the virus. She's fighting against the demonic seed most of the time. After studying alchemy magic arrays, a Village found out that they could alleviate the backlash. Andraste then ordered him to seal the 5 rings that we just found. The purple essence can also temporarily weaken the backlash of the demonic seed. 1203 Experimental cooperation. Other than the Enlightenment Stone, all other effects that can alleviate the backlash will affect the strength of the demonic seed, causing the body to suffer great pain at the same time. Therefore, Andraste has been searching for the Enlightenment Stone in the Caesar Forest. Wangnet gritted his teeth and asked, "What else? Is there no other information?" "That's all. The other book is filled with Andraste's records of her physical condition. Ever since she received the power of the demonic seed, Andraste would record the changes in her physical condition every day. There are only very normal and regular records in there. I can't find any clues." Wangnet clenched his fists and his face darkened. He was in a terrible mood. He had spent so much effort to come here, but the final outcome was not very ideal. The stone ring he had found was at most a temporary remedy, to increase his control over the Blackthorn's power within him. It would not be able to buy him more time for his crumbling body. "This ring is mine, you guys can split the rest," Wangnet said as he pressed on the ring. "Kai." The ring glowed with a faint light. Wangnet tried to sense it and shook his head in dissatisfaction. "Hey, big guy, what? Why don't you join my research? From my point of view, the backlash on your body is actually the virus's transformation of your body." Caillou Yaokang looked at Wangnet and suggested, "Although you barbarians and humans originated from the same demonic seed virus, the transformation of your virus is different. Give me some time to study it. I believe I have the ability to cure you." "Really?" Wangnet's eyes lit up as he stared at Caillou Yaokang. "Of course." Caillou Yaokang shrugged. In his view, the demonic seed virus was just a variant of the Hyla virus. Caillou Yaokang was more interested in the demon that was sealed in the abyss. According to the description, the abyssal demon was the most successful one who had been modified by the virus and was the closest to the origin of the demonic seed virus. If he could find the main body. "Why should I believe you?" Caillou Yaokang pointed at Fang Heng and said, "Let's take him as a guarantee. He also has the virus in his body, which is much more powerful than the one in your body. But he's still alive and well." Wangnet's brows were tightly locked together as he shifted his gaze to Fang Heng. "Ahem. Fang Heng coughed lightly when he saw that. He was very familiar with this situation. Caillou Yaokang was probably trying to trick Wangnut into going back to be his lab rat. That was good too. Wangnut had a tier 3 demonized state and was extremely powerful. It was necessary to tie him to his team. That's true. Fang Heng nodded immediately. Mr. Caillou has been studying the antidote for the virus. He saved my life several times. Caillou Yaokang's expression was cold. He took out the sample collector from his bag and said, "Don't doubt it. With the records left by Andrast, I believe my research will be faster. I will be able to produce the preliminary results in 3 days. All you have to do is cooperate with me in my research. For example, right now, I need a blood sample from you." Wangnut lowered his head and thought for a moment. He had been searching for the demonic seed for so long, but in the end, he still failed. If someone else told him that there was a way to obtain the preliminary results within 3 days and also need to draw his blood, he would most likely kill the other party with one slap. But Caillou Yaokang? Oh well. He had no better choice. He had spent too much time searching for the Empire's Imperial Mausoleum, and solving the problem of his body disintegrating was imminent. He did not have any better clues to continue his search, so he could only choose to take a gamble. Alright, I will give you 3 days. I hope you won't disappoint me. Ding. Considering the player's friendliness, Wangnut has accepted Caillou Yaokang's experimental cooperation. Of course, you have my promise. Caillou Yaokang took 5 live samples from Wangnut with great satisfaction. He then walked to Tang Minyu and gestured to the sample collector. Tang Minyu's face turned pale when she saw Caillou Yaokang, who looked like Frankenstein. She asked, "You also need to draw my blood? Didn't you already draw it last time? It's different. The virus in your body had not completely fused with your body last time. Now that the virus has entered its outbreak period, the sample data will change. We can get more accurate data by extracting it again." As Caillou Yaokang spoke, he expressionlessly took 3 tubes of samples from Tang Minyu's body and carefully stored all the samples in a small metal box with satisfaction. That's enough. Time is tight and the mission is of top priority. Leave this place as soon as possible. I need to start the research and development immediately. Yes. Fang Heng nodded and looked around and said, "We can't stay here for long. Let's retreat first. There's still a tough battle outside." After making sure that they did not miss anything, the group headed back in the direction of the exit of the Silver Door. Outside the central area of the Imperial Mausoleum and in front of the Silver Door, Warren activated the alchemy magic array again. The door slowly opened before Warren's eyes. "You guys are back." Seeing that Fang Heng and the others had returned safely, Warren's gaze swept back and forth between them as if to confirm whether they had been corrupted by the demonic seed. "We're fine. There's still quite a bit of discovery in the mausoleum. Let's leave this place first. We will talk as we walk." As he spoke, the group of lickers and the fusion tyrant forms behind Fang Heng also retreated from the central area of the Imperial Mausoleum. "Okay, sure." Warren quickly controlled the silver alchemy door to close, and then immediately led the group toward the exit. The bronze door at the exit opened, and a straight and deep passage appeared in front of them. Warren left first and led the way. Fang Heng and the others followed behind Warren, telling him what happened in the coffins in the Imperial Mausoleum. After learning that Fang Heng and the others had discovered Andrast's autobiography, Warren could not help but show a strange expression. Autobiography? And the seal of the Empire's royal bloodline. Warren couldn't help but look back at Tang Minyu. Only then did he know that Tang Minyu actually had the bloodline of the Empire's royal family. Yes, it's true. Fang Heng gave Sandy a look, and the latter reluctantly passed Andrast's autobiography to Warren for him to check. As expected, Warren didn't have the time to open the autobiography to read the specific content. Just by looking at the book, he already believed most of it. After listening to Fang Heng's explanation of the information he had obtained from Andrast's autobiography, he couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Fang Heng was pondering how to pull Warren into his camp. The inheritor of a saint would be a powerful force. "Warren, we've already cleared out all the demonic creatures in the Imperial Mausoleum. There's no need for you to stay here any longer. We're all inheritors of the saints, and we've already made some progress on the area where the abyssal demons are sealed. We will need your help next." 1204 mutated creature. Yes, Warren nodded and understood what Fang Heng meant. He passed Andrast's autobiography back to Sandy and said in a deep voice, "I will think about it after I've confirmed the internal safety of the Imperial Mausoleum. Sydney will be back soon. I will take you out of here first." Fang Heng knew that he couldn't push him too hard, so he said, "All right, I am the feudal lord of the Land of Plague, Fang Heng. Come and find us anytime." While they were talking, they had already reached the end of the passage. The path ahead was once again blocked by a large bronze door. "Be careful and stand behind me." Warren said as he stepped forward and pressed his hands on the bronze door. The alchemy magic array on the bronze door was activated. Ka. The bronze door slowly moved to the right. Behind the door was a familiar hall. It was the place where they had fought with Sydney. Fang Heng looked into the hall and found that there was no one there. The strange thing was that the alchemy magic array in the center of the hall was still in operation, and it was constantly emitting blue light. There's trouble. Seeing the operating alchemy magic array, Warren's expression changed slightly. He hurried into the hall and pressed his hands on the magic array. Seeing that there was something wrong with Warren's expression, everyone quickly followed him and stood around him. What's the matter? Sandy could not help but ask. Not good. Quickly, leave this place. Warren had wanted to try to stop the operation of the alchemy magic array, but he realized that it was too late, so he simply stopped. After getting up, he did not have time to explain and immediately urged everyone to leave. Now. Immediately. Seeing this, Fang Heng frowned and said hurriedly, let's go first. He quickly left through the passage he had come from and entered the familiar area of the abyssal stairs. Fang Heng walked to the front of the team, passing through the raised platform, and began to run up the stone steps built by the rock wall. Tang Minayu asked, why are you in such a hurry, Mr. Warren? What was that magic array just now? Sydney has always been guarding the Imperial Mausoleum. He came here earlier than I did, so he knows the Imperial Mausoleum better. A long time ago, he mentioned to me that it was too dangerous to control the power of the demonic seed directly. One's mind would be eroded by the demonic seed. Even Her Majesty Andrast, who founded the entire empire, could not completely avoid it and suffered a great backlash. That's why he has been thinking about how to use the power of the demonic seed indirectly. Warren paused and said in a deep voice, for example, find a way to control the monsters that are affected by the demonic seed. Sandy did not know what was going on. He frowned and asked in confusion, you mean those dark serpents? He thought to himself, it's just a mutated dark serpent. Fang Heng has already killed so many of them. There's no need for him to be so flustered. No, it's not just the dark serpent. Warren's expression was very ugly. In this endless abyss, there were creatures far more terrifying than the dark serpents. Fang Heng listened to their conversation and frowned slightly. Just as he was about to ask questions, he suddenly heard a loud sound of something rubbing against the stone wall. Kai. The sound came from the bottom of the abyss. Everyone also heard the sound and couldn't help but look down at the endless abyss below the left side of the stone steps. What was that? In the darkness, everyone could vaguely see a huge shadow sticking to the wall and making a loud kai sound. Boom. Before anyone could see clearly, a giant-sized brown worm directly stuck to the wall and scuttled past them. The abyssal worm. The worm's body was extremely huge. It was more than 3 meters wide and dozens of meters long. Most of it was hidden in the darkness of the abyss below, so it was impossible to see its entire length. It was stuck closely to the rock wall not far to the right of the group. There was actually a person standing on the head of the worm. Sydney. No. He wasn't standing. Fang Heng stared at Sydney with deep fear in his eyes. He could clearly see that the lower half of Sydney's body had fused with the worm. Sydney slowly turned his head and looked at Warren. The alchemy runes in his eyes were spinning rapidly, and blood was oozing out of them. Warren, you've disappointed me. So, you've never given up on this experiment. Ha. Sydney's face revealed a crazy look, and he laughed. What else? What do you think I've been staying here for? A ridiculous promise? Or is it the reverence for imperial power? Without waiting for Warren to speak, Sydney answered first, it's the desire for power. It was the pursuit of eternal life. What do you mortals know? I am the true heaven's will inheritor. Sydney, Warren said with a deep voice, frowning. Don't let the demonic seed control your mind. You're still the same as before. You don't know anything, so naive that it makes me want to laugh. Sydney shook his head and did not want to say more, his face showing a look of regret. I was hoping that you could stay here and help me guard the Imperial Mausoleum. Since you've made your choice, then all of you can't leave. Stay here and rest with the late Emperor for eternity. Kai. The giant abyssal worm immediately climbed up the rock wall under Sydney's command. Enjoy it. You will be the first sacrifice of the abyssal worm after its rebirth, and you will be honored. At the same time, a game prompt flashed on the retina of Fang Heng and Tang Minayu. Ding. The player's team's main storyline trial mission, The Inheritance of the Empire's Ancestors, has triggered the next phase of the mission. Mission title, Mutant Sydney. Mission difficulty, SSS. Mission description, Sydney relied on the power of the omniscient eyes to forcefully use alchemy to fuse himself with the mutated abyssal worm, and now has a power that far exceeds his own. Mission requirement, kill the mutant Sydney. Mission reward, obtain main storyline guidance for the next stage, additional trial time, increased trial score. penalty for failure, the main storyline mission chain is broken, and the trial score will be reduced. An additional 30 hours of trial time will be consumed to trigger the next main storyline mission chain. Quickly retreat. Go back to the platform. Hide. Feng Heng shouted at Sandy and Tang Minayu, who were unable to fight. He immediately put his hands together in front of his chest and stared at Sydney, who was rushing towards them. Swish. The shrine of bones was floating in front of him. Bang. In an instant, his lifeblood exploded and a wave spread rapidly in all directions. Oh. Sydney's hair, which was growing on the head of the giant worm, was blowing in the air, but he still maintained his posture of charging forward. Sydney saw the scarlet reflection behind Feng Heng, and a touch of disdain flashed in his eyes. No matter what it was, everything would be completely crushed under the impact of the abyssal worm. As his lifeblood exploded in all directions, the Vampire King's reflection condensed behind Feng Heng and raised his fist to meet the worm's body. 1205 Intense Battle Who? He threw a punch forward. Boom. Before the fist arrived, the aura had already collided with it. A pale white crystal barrier appeared around the brown worm. Ka. The red shadow fist that followed slammed into the barrier for half a second and finally made a light cracking sound. The white crystal barrier shattered. The worm was still sent flying by the blood-red shadow fist. The massive body of the abyssal worm crashed into the rock wall behind it with a loud bang. Boom. The worm's body had created a huge hole in the wall. A huge blood-red fist mark also appeared on the huge body of the abyssal worm. Sandy was running for his life towards the entrance of the Imperial Mausoleum. When he heard the huge commotion behind him, he could not help but turn around and ask in a small voice, "It's over." Kai kai kai. In the blink of an eye, a faint red color appeared on the bloody fist mark on the abyssal worm's body. The wound quickly disappeared and healed. Run. Caillou Yaking pulled Sandy and ran into the cave that led to the depths of the Imperial Mausoleum. On the other side, Feng Heng felt that something was wrong after launching a blow using the Shrine of Bones. He immediately ran back without looking back. The Vampire King could only send Sydney's mutated form flying with one punch and temporarily control it. A monster that was rated as SSS difficulty level in intermediate games. His strength was beyond imagination. Feng Heng calculated quickly. It wasn't that he couldn't fight. At least he still had Tier 3 demonized Wangnet, Tang Minayu, who had absorbed the power of the demonic seed, and Warren on his team. Retreat. Go to the platform. The fighting space on the stone steps was too small. Feng Heng immediately instructed the others to find a favorable terrain to fight in. Ha 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 ha. This is a power that mortals can't resist. Sydney, who was on the back of the giant abyssal worm, raised his head as if the attack he had just suffered was just a deliberate display of his strength. He turned his eyes to Warren, who was at the back. Did you see that, Warren? This is the power I obtained from the demonic seed. It's a powerful undying ability. Whoosh. While speaking, the giant abyssal worm twisted its body again and accelerated toward Feng Heng. Ice Storm. Tang Minayu had just escaped to the area of the protruding rock platform. Seeing that Feng Heng was in danger again, she immediately waved her staff and began to cast ice spells to control Sydney. Hulu. The cold wind howled in the cave. The frozen ice crystals enveloped the giant worm under the cold wind. A layer of ice crystals quickly covered the giant worm's body at a speed visible to the naked eye. However, with one shake, the abyssal worm quickly regained its freedom. The ice crystals shrouding its body exploded and fell in large pieces. In the blink of an eye, it regained its speed and ran madly toward Feng Heng again. Teleportation. Buzz. Seeing that he was about to be hit by the abyssal worm head-on, Feng Heng immediately dodged with the help of the teleportation power of the vampire's holy weapon and shifted several meters to the right. However, the movable space on the stone steps was too small, and the abyssal worm's movements were terrifyingly agile. After one failure, the abyssal worm turned its head and went toward Feng Heng again. Boom. He could not avoid it. Feng Heng was hit by the worm head-on and felt as if his body was about to explode. He lost control of his body and was smashed to the right. In an instant, the world spun. Feng Heng. He thought, I am finished. Tang Minayu saw that Feng Heng was stunned and was about to fall down the cliff, and she cried out in her heart. There was also that strange gale below the cliff. Tang Minayu quickly closed her eyes and concentrated on controlling the spell. She poured her spiritual energy into the staff in her hand. Ice Storm. Buzz. The cold wind once again whistled past, carrying the ice crystals with it. An ice curtain formed under Feng Heng. In the blink of an eye, the solid ice curtain formed a huge ice platform not far below Feng Heng. Bang. Ka ka ka. Feng Heng fell heavily on the ice curtain that had just been condensed, causing fine cracks to appear on it. At the same time, the game notifications on his retina refreshed. Ding, you have received impact damage. You have received 97,601 impact damage. You have triggered the Undying Body effect. You are immune to this damage. You are stunned for 5.3 seconds. Ding. Due to the effect of the Undying Body, you have woken up from the dizziness. After the negative effect was removed, Feng Heng instantly woke up. Feeling the severe pain in his body, he was secretly speechless. It was too terrifying. The impact caused nearly 100,000 health point damage, killing him instantly. Thanks to the Undying Body effect, he was immune to the damage. With the help of Tang Minayu, he was caught by the ice curtain. The solid ice on the ground became more and more solid under Tang Minayu's control, providing Feng Heng with a support point that he could barely dodge. Kaka. The giant worm under Sydney locked its hatred on Feng Heng and rushed toward Feng Heng's landing point. After finding out that his attack didn't kill Feng Heng, Sydney's eyes showed a touch of surprise. At the same time, the abyssal worm under him opened its huge red mouth, trying to swallow Feng Heng in one bite. Swish. The brown abyssal worm was still in the air when a black shadow flashed past the right side of Sydney's body. Wangnet's body was now covered in a layer of black spikes. His entire body had entered the crystallized state of Tier 3. Bang. The fist landed on the black crystal shield that covered the worm's body. Boom. The crystal shield, which had not yet fully healed, exploded again. The black spikes on Wangnet's body exploded one after another, piercing into the flesh of the abyssal worm. Hiss. The abyssal worm let out a howl and turned its body to knock Wangnet back. Boom. Wangnet felt a strong force coming at him, and he was sent flying without being able to resist. Buzz. Sydney raised his head, blood dripping from his eyes. He stared at Wangnet, who had been sent flying. Go to hell. Roar. The abyssal worm under him let out a roar and gave up on Feng Heng. It twisted its body and chased after Wangnet, who had been sent flying. In the air, the eyes of Wangnet were filled with fear. The force of the impact was far beyond his imagination, so much so that the black crystal on the surface of his body began to crack. Thump. Thump thump thump. A fusion tyrant form arrived in time and rushed forward to block the worm's path, trying to help Wangnet buy time. Kai. The abyssal worm directly opened its huge mouth and swallowed the fusion tyrant form into its stomach. In the distance, Feng Heng, who was distracted by controlling the fusion tyrant forms and a group of lickers, saw this and was shocked. It could actually kill in seconds. 1206 save. Ding. Your zombie clone fusion tyrant form has been devoured by a special skill and has entered a digestion state. You have temporarily lost control of the fusion tyrant form. Ding. Due to the fusion tyrant form's health point, killing Sydney's mutated form within 4 minutes will remove the digestion state and regain control of the tyrant form. Feng Heng quickly checked the game log, gritted his teeth, and continued to control the remaining fusion tyrant forms and lickers to entangle the enemy. The devour technique of the abyssal worm had a cool-down time and could not be used continuously. It couldn't be helped. The difference in level between the zombie clone and the mutant Sydney was too big. The sharp claw attacks of the lickers couldn't break through the outer crystal shield defense of the abyssal worm at all. The abyssal worm was surrounded by lickers from all directions and directly used its huge body to start colliding. Bang. Bang bang bang. The group of lickers was thrown out in all sorts of ways. Their attacks were ineffective, but they could buy time. After a short delay, Wangnet landed on the ice and quickly recovered. He said, "Find a way to kill him. I can't hold on for long." For every second Wangnet lasted in the third phase, his body would be one step closer to breaking down. He had no way out now. Tang Minayu stood far behind, feeling anxious, but she had no better way. The magic skills she learned were mainly water and ice support skills, and she was not good at attacking. Sandy could not help but take 2 steps out of the tunnel and shouted at Warren, who was at the entrance, "Brother, didn't you say that you've been studying the demonic seed here for hundreds of years? It's time for you to show off. Think of something." Warren stared at the abyssal worm and sighed deeply. He took off his coat and slowly put his hands together. What was that? Feng Heng felt a strange spiritual power fluctuation and turned his head to look at Warren. Kai. A dark yellow light shone. Feng Heng's pupils shrank. It was a tattoo. The left half of Warren's body was covered with alchemy magicare runes. At the same time, the shadow of a dim yellow alchemy magicare appeared under Warren's feet. Ka ka ka. The entire giant rock wall around them suddenly began to shake violently. Boom. Boom 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 boom. Suddenly, dozens of giant petrified palms condensed and reached out from the stone wall. The petrified palm was densely covered with rough alchemy patterns. After reaching out, it directly grabbed the giant abyssal worm that was clinging to the rock wall and clenched it. It was fixed to the back of the rock wall. Squeak. Nailed to the rock wall, the abyssal worm beneath Sydney struggled violently. Rock breath. Warren. Sydney, who was on the abyssal worm, realized what had happened. He turned his head and stared at Warren, his eyes wide open as he shouted, "Even if you die, you still want to go against me. You must remember what you promised me." Warren did not answer Sydney. The alchemy runes on his body were slowly dissipating, and he looked extremely weak. "Everyone," Warren whispered in a voice that only Feng Heng and the others could hear. "The abyssal worm has absorbed the power of the demonic seed. Its attack and defense abilities have been greatly improved. We can't compete with it now. There's only one way to completely destroy them, and that is to activate the self-destruction alchemy array under the Imperial Mausoleum and drown it with the Imperial Mausoleum." Sandy was pleasantly surprised and blurted out, "There's such a move? How?" "Leave everything to me. The self-destruction alchemy magic array can't be stopped after it's activated. You guys leave this place immediately. What about you? Don't worry about me. I've been prepared since the moment I accepted the inheritance. This is my destiny, and I choose to accept it." Warren's face was extremely pale, and his tone was unusually calm. He slowly reached out and took off the pendant hanging in front of him. He slowly raised it in front of him. The seal at the entrance to the center of the Imperial Mausoleum can't resist the erosion of the demonic seed forever. The late Emperor Andrast also considered this when she built the Imperial Mausoleum. She chose to build the Imperial Mausoleum at the entrance of the ancient abyss just in case. Activate the self-destruction alchemy magic array to completely destroy the Imperial Mausoleum and bury everything in the abyss. Maybe we still can't really destroy the abyssal worm, but at least it can help us buy more time. Warren then looked at Feng Heng and the others with a gratified expression and said, "Saints, I am very happy to see you here. Please don't forget the mission we shoulder together. Victory will eventually belong to us." As he spoke, the pendant shattered in front of Warren with a bang. The dust fell to the ground, forming a large magic ray. Feng Heng's expression changed slightly. "So, Warren wanted to sacrifice himself to get rid of Sydney." "Warren." Sydney saw the golden alchemy magic array gradually appear on the ground. His face was extremely gloomy as he stared at Warren. "You're looking for death. I swear I will cut you into 1,000 pieces." Roar. The worm under Sydney let out a fierce roar again, twisting its body and struggling violently. Bang. Bang. The two rock arms that were holding the abyssal worm tightly in succession were shattered. "There's no time. Feng Heng, don't delay. Hurry up and run." Wangnet shouted. He was currently an arrow at the end of his flight and could not continue to maintain his Tier 3 state for too long. Wangnet quickly came to the edge of the cave, pulled Caillou Yokeng and Sandy along, and flew up. "Feng Heng, it's over. Let's go." Seeing that Feng Heng was still hesitating, Tang Minayu patted his shoulder and immediately fled up the stone steps on the right. Feng Heng clenched his fist tightly and took a last glance at the game character's attribute bar. Indeed, they had tried all kinds of methods just now, but they couldn't really cause any effective damage to Sydney. Sydney's strength might have already entered the legendary level, which was the same level as the Vampire King and Hyla. It might even be higher. There was only one solution he could think of. He would need to use his big move. The cooldown of the Everlasting Moon had just ended 2 hours ago. However, he had not completed the main mission of the trial. From the information they had gathered so far, the boss they would eventually face was probably the Abyssal Demon, and Sydney was obviously not the strongest enemy. In the beginning, Feng Heng had planned to save the skills for the last. But doing so would mean sacrificing Warren. He did not want to. Apart from the emotional factors of the party, as one of the Saint's successors, Warren's survival would definitely be of great help to the subsequent missions. Save. Feng Heng quickly made a decision. He looked back at Warren and asked in a deep voice, "How long can you trap him?" 1207 Alchemy Undead Puppets 20 seconds at most. "Let's go." As Warren spoke, he began to break the seal expressionlessly. "I will try my best to buy you more time. Once the magic array is completed, you must leave this place as soon as possible, otherwise." Feng Heng felt relieved. 20 seconds. That was enough. There's no need to activate the self-destruct device. Control him and leave the rest to me. Warren was stunned. He wanted to say something, but he saw Feng Heng heading straight to Sydney after saying that. Was he crazy? Ha 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 ha. You are sending yourself to die. Sydney, who was driving the abyssal worm which was struggling wildly under him, saw Feng Heng rushing towards him. He immediately showed a ferocious face and laughed wildly. The giant-sized worm under Sydney opened its huge mouth and wanted to swallow Feng Heng who was rushing over. However, he didn't expect that Feng Heng would stop not far away. If it were a low-level game world, Feng Heng would have directly used his big move. However, after entering the intermediate game, he really didn't dare to take the risk. He was afraid that as soon as he cast the Everlasting Moon, he would be swallowed by Sydney's remaining mutated worms. Wangnet noticed Feng Heng's shouts and actions. He immediately put Caillou Yao Kang and Sandy on the stone steps, watching Feng Heng's actions and getting ready to cooperate at any time. Even though the battle that had lasted for more than a minute had already made him feel that his physical condition had plummeted, he still didn't know what other cards Feng Heng had that could turn the tables. Suddenly, Wagnet's pupils shrank. White light? What was that? Where did the white light come from? Looking up, Wagnet's eyes were filled with surprise. A white full moon appeared above the cave. The white light came from the full moon. What? What was that full moon? Before Wagnet could react, an even more blinding golden light exploded from below. Wagnet immediately looked down in the direction of the golden light. He could clearly see a bright golden large-scale alchemy magic array appearing behind Feng Heng. Light swirled around the magic array, densely covered with alchemy patterns. As it spun, it kept emitting golden light. On the ice surface, Warren, who was controlling the giant hand of petrification, was also staring at the patterns on the alchemy magic array behind Feng Heng. The horror on his face could not be any more intense. What kind of alchemy array was that? In most cases, the complexity of the runes of the magic array was related to its power. The alchemy array on Feng Heng's back was densely covered with patterns and imprints. Just one look at it would make people's scalps numb. An ordinary magic array with a complexity coefficient of more than 1.0 was already very complicated. The complexity coefficient of the one behind Feng Heng had already exceeded 10.0. Warren couldn't help but look at Feng Heng, who was controlling the alchemy magical array. He was still so young, it was impossible for him to have designed such a powerful magic array. Not to mention Feng Heng, Warren admitted that he wouldn't be able to do it even if he was given a few hundred years. He believed that no one in this world could do this. Who could have designed this magic array? There was only one answer. The inheritor of a saint. They were both inheritors of the saint, but only Feng Heng had been recognized by the saint. Warren once again looked at Feng Heng. Feng Heng's body was suspended in midair uncontrollably, with sweat dripping down his cheeks. He could feel his mental strength being rapidly absorbed by the everlasting moon. Fuck. It had been a while since he last used the everlasting moon skill, and his mental strength had grown even more. But this time, the difficulty of controlling the everlasting moon was even greater. Feng Heng gritted his teeth so hard that the blue veins on his neck bulged. He forced his eyes closed and concentrated on controlling the power, trying to keep his consciousness clear. Ding. Player has used the skill Everlasting Moon. Ding. It has been detected that the player is currently in a mid-level sequential world. Ding. The player's skill form has changed. Ding. Fusing with the current world, the player's skill form has changed. Fusing. Ding. Detected player's current state Necromancy. Skill fusion. Ding. Merging. Ding. The player and his teammates have entered the reincarnation state. Ding. Everlasting Moon summoning skill Alchemy Undead Puppet. Creature. Alchemy Undead Puppet. Description. It is rumored that at the bottom of the Dead Realm, there is an unknown creature that can devour all filth and transform it into the aura of the Dead Realm. It is known as the Scavenger of the Dead Realm. A legendary alchemist has spent his entire life simulating it through alchemy. Even though he closed his eyes, the game prompts were still flashing across his retina. However, he had no time to observe what the hint was saying. Buzz. Feng Heng opened his eyes all of a sudden, and two rotating red alchemy magic arrays were reflected in his eyes. Kill him. Feng Heng reached out his right hand and pointed at Sydney, who was being controlled by the alchemy rock hand. Ka. Under the illumination of the alchemy magic array's golden light, cracking sounds could be heard from the walls of the abyss. Under the illumination of the moonlight and the alchemy magic array, gray-black crawling monsters appeared on the rocks. Their bodies were covered in dark, streamlined stripes, and they had no edges or corners, so it was impossible to distinguish their skin. They looked like gray living creatures made of mud as if they were not creatures of this world. The alchemy undead puppets clung to the wall in a strange rubbing posture, using their forelimbs to climb over to Sydney's position. Their bodies kept rubbing against the rock wall, making cracking sounds. Sydney stared at the magic array behind Feng Heng, his face full of shock. He felt an extreme fear from the alchemy magic array behind Feng Heng. The abyssal worm beneath him was struggling violently. The abyssal worm felt an intense threat to its life from the alchemy undead puppets that were quickly climbing over from all directions. However, it could not do it. The abyssal worm was controlled by the alchemy cast by Warren and stuck to the rock wall. Ka. The first alchemy undead puppet easily climbed up the abyssal worm's body along the rock wall and opened its mouth. No sharp teeth could be seen in its open mouth, and one could even see streamlined alchemy patterns. It looked ordinary and not threatening at all. Kai. The alchemy undead puppet bit the abyssal worm under Sydney. Bang. The crystallized armor that appeared on the abyssal worm's body actually shattered instantly. Immediately afterward, the alchemy undead puppet bit a hole in the body of the abyssal worm. The abyssal worm was still struggling, trying to get rid of the alchemy undead puppet on its body. However, the alchemy undead puppet was not affected at all. It clung to the abyssal worm and opened its mouth again, biting down. 1208 dried up upon closer inspection. The marks left by the alchemy undead puppets were actually emitting a black aura. The wound caused by the alchemy undead puppets was extremely strange, and even with the powerful vitality of the abyssal worm, it couldn't be restored at all. Kai kai. Kai kai. More and more alchemy undead puppets crawled toward the worm body under Sydney. They occupied the worm body and opened their mouths to bite it. The abyssal worm's struggle became slower and slower, and its movements became stiffer and stiffer. Sydney looked at the abyssal worm that was being eaten by the alchemy undead puppets, and for the first time, he had an extremely terrifying expression on his face. However, he did not feel any pain. Instead, he felt an extreme sense of pleasure. What kind of terrifying alchemy creatures were these? Their attacks were special attacks with alchemy mode, and the injuries caused couldn't even be healed by the abyssal worm that absorbed the power of the demonic seeds. What was more terrifying was that the abyssal worm didn't feel any pain after being bitten again. Instead, it felt a kind of comfort that stimulated the nerves. His bodily senses were completely numbed. Sydney tried to break free with his will, controlling the abyssal worm to climb on the wall and struggle wildly. However, after the layered biting of the alchemy undead puppets, the abyssal worm's struggle became more and more powerless. After being injected with poison, the abyssal worm became more and more difficult to control. Sydney's face was extremely pale. In just a short moment, nearly 2/3 of the abyssal worm's body had been devoured by the alchemy undead puppets. He could feel his vitality draining away at an extremely fast speed. There was a hint of hatred in Sydney's eyes, but he could not break free no matter what. Tang Minayu stood on the stone steps and saw a special skill reincarnation on her body and Sydney's body that was gradually being devoured. Her eyes revealed a touch of horror. As Fang Heng's abilities were revealed one by one, she was shocked again. An SSS-level mission. Fang Heng was going to take it down by himself. When she first obtained the power of the demonic seed, she had the illusion that she was invincible, but when she actually fought, she realized that she was really wrong. She could only be a support at best when fighting against an opponent of Sydney's level. However, Fang Heng was able to participate in a battle of this level and could even turn the situation around by relying on his powerful personal strength. Tang Minayu's gaze fell on Fang Heng again. The strength that Fang Heng displayed in the trial far exceeded the scope of the players of the elementary games. He even had great control over intermediate games. She recalled that Fang Heng was still a newbie who knew nothing when they first met. It had only been a short month. Such a growth rate was too terrifying. Ding! The alchemy undead puppets summoned by the skill Everlasting Moon have caused 289 health point maximum damage to Sydney's mutated form. Ding! The alchemy undead puppets have caused soul-burning damage to Sydney, causing 300 points of defense damage. Fang Heng couldn't distinguish the game prompts that were flashing quickly on his retina. He had no distracting thoughts now and was fully focused on controlling the Everlasting Moon. His eyes were fixed on the health bar that appeared above Sydney's head. His health point was still dropping slowly. Just a little bit more. The Everlasting Moon skill had already begun to become uncontrollable. He was almost unable to hold on. Fang Heng found that the creatures summoned by the Everlasting Moon this time were stronger than the previous ones. However, at the same time, the consumption of mental strength was also higher, and the duration was relatively shorter. In less than 10 seconds, his spiritual power was about to reach its limit. The Everlasting Moon was undoubtedly his greatest trump card, but it also required a powerful spiritual force as a backing. He was still too weak. Before entering this trial, Fang Heng didn't take it seriously. He thought that having a zombie clone would be enough to deal with most situations, but in fact, it wasn't the case at all. Even with the Everlasting Moon, he couldn't directly destroy Sydney. If one's mental strength was strong enough. Not good, the skill was starting to go out of control. If he held on any longer, he would die very soon. Fang Heng couldn't stop bleeding, and he forced himself to support the skill. His thoughts started to wander uncontrollably. His current strength was still not enough to deal with powerful intermediate games. In the end, it was still because he was not strong enough. During this period of time, he had been making very rapid progress. He had been constantly running forward and had not properly stabilized his steps or examined himself. He would need some time to calm down and digest everything after the trial. He still had a lot of skills with great potential to be explored. For example, alchemy, to max out the level of alchemy, or the research and development of zombie creatures, or the newly obtained crystallization form. The blue moonlight gradually dissipated with the disappearance of the Everlasting Moon. Fang Heng. Hearing Tang Minayu's shout, Fang Heng's eyelids twitched. He immediately recovered from his wild thoughts and jumped to the right. Boom. Boom boom boom. The alchemy magic array behind him suddenly exploded. Tang Minyu jumped down from the stone steps and stood beside Feng Heng, helping him up. Are you alright? Ding. The player has entered a state of mental exhaustion. Skills that consume mental power cannot be used in this state. Cold sweat kept oozing out of Feng Heng's forehead. He glanced at the game prompt, gritted his teeth, and hummed in agreement. I can still hold on. The battle lasted for more than 3 minutes. During the process, Tang Minyu had been concentrating her spiritual power at a high intensity without limit. Now, Tang Minyu had also discovered that her spiritual power had begun to show signs of uncontrollable chaos. The power provided by the demonic seed was not infinite. Cracks had already started to appear on the frozen ground beneath her feet. Tang Minyu raised her head and looked at Sydney again. The alchemy undead puppets that were attached to the abyssal worm and biting on it had turned into golden light and dissipated in the cave. The giant abyssal worm under Sydney was full of potholes and incomplete wounds. Less than 1/3 of its original size was left. Even Sydney's hands had been completely bitten off by the alchemy undead puppets. What was even more terrifying was that no blood flowed out of all the wounds on the worm's body, including Sydney's, as if half of its body had been torn off. Sydney felt extremely excited. He didn't feel any pain at all. Instead, he felt as if he had an endless life force. However, no matter how he urged the abyssal worm under him, there was no reaction. Buzz. In his Tier 3 demonized state, Wangnet appeared in front of Sydney in a flash, and the crystallized form Blackthorn stabbed Sydney's heart. Get lost. Sydney roared, and the golden alchemy magic array in his eyes spun wildly. The golden light exploded before Wangnet's eyes. 1209 killing boom. The next moment, the Blackthorn spear pierced through Sydney's heart. Wangnet was also sent flying back by the explosion of the golden light. He hit the rock wall behind him and then fell on the ice crystal ground that Tang Minyu had cast. He stomped hard on the ice, making a heavy impact sound. Ka, ka ka ka. Large cracks appeared on the ice surface after the impact. Buzz. Wangnet knew that this was his last chance to fight. He knew that his body was on the verge of breaking down, but he still charged at Sydney again. Sydney's eyes flashed with confusion. He lowered his head and looked in disbelief at the hole in his chest that had been pierced by the Blackthorn spear. Blood flowed down the Blackthorn spear unceasingly. He subconsciously reached out to pull out the Blackthorn spear from his body, only to find that both his hands had been completely devoured by the strange alchemy life form. The abyssal worm under him was still uncontrollable, constantly twitching and twisting its body. The light in Sydney's eyes gradually disappeared. He realized that his life was quickly coming to an end. However, he did not feel any pain. Instead, two completely different emotions, extreme excitement and extreme exhaustion, washed over his consciousness. In the end, Sydney slowly shifted his gaze to Feng Heng. An alchemy puppet that could make people die without them knowing. What a terrifying ability. I am sorry, I can't witness this great era with you. Sydney mumbled to himself, looking up at Wangnet who was approaching him. You guys. Hey, give it all to me. Buzz. With the last bit of energy in his body, the alchemy magic array in Sydney's eyes started to spin rapidly. Red blood was flowing out of his eyes. Sydney shouted crazily, give it all to me. Just stay here. Wangnet. Be careful. Feng Heng had just recovered a little from the splitting headache. He sensed the huge energy fluctuation that exploded from Sydney's body and reminded him loudly. Everyone was already an arrow at the end of its flight. It was the same for Sydney and Wangnet. Wangnet knew that he could only maintain his Tier 3 demonized state for less than a minute. He endured the pain of his body collapsing, and instead of retreating, he advanced, his Blackthorn spear stabbing toward Sydney's throat. Swish. Feng Heng raised his eyebrows in surprise. Sydney's throat was instantly pierced through by the Blackthorn spear. PFFT. Blood spurted out of his throat and mouth, splattering all over Wangnet's face. Shut up. Wangnet stared at Sydney and grinned. A dead man should just shut up. Ha. The life in Sydney's eyes was slowly fading, but the corner of his mouth slowly curved up. Immediately after, the giant abyssal worm under him twitched violently and uncontrollably. On the stone steps at the top of the cliff, Sandy looked down at the battle. He only heaved a sigh of relief when he saw Sydney close his eyes. Did we win? We? MMH. It seems so. Caillou Yokeng looked at the twitching abyssal worm and gave a soft hum. Below, Warren released his hands and undid the alchemy magic ray. The giant alchemy hands that were holding the abyssal worm loosened and hid in the rock wall again. The alchemy magic array attached to Warren's body was almost completely dimmed. Boom. Without the control of the alchemy rock hand, Sydney and the abyssal worm fell from the rock wall and landed heavily on the ice condensed by Tang Minyu. Warren stared cautiously at the corpse of the abyssal worm that was still twitching from time to time, still in disbelief. They really won? Did they work together to kill Sydney? He didn't know why, but the look and smile on Sydney's face before he died gave him a very bad feeling. Brother Warren. Is he dead? Warren looked up and saw Sandy waving at him from the stone steps. Sandy still cherished his life, so he asked Warren for confirmation. Just as Warren was about to speak, the self-destruction alchemy magic array that had just stopped operating suddenly began to operate on its own. Sandy and Caillou Kang, who were on high ground, were both shocked and stared at Warren. Sandy could not help but shout, "What's the situation? Why is the alchemy magic array moving again?" The enemy was already dead, so it was not appropriate to activate the self-destruction alchemy magic array now, right? Warren's expression changed drastically. He formed a seal in front of his body with both hands and shouted at Feng Heng and the others. "Quickly run. The Imperial Mausoleum is about to self-destruct. Everyone. Leave this place immediately." Ah. Caillou Kang furrowed his brows and pulled Sandy, who was beside him, and continued to run up the stone steps. Feng Heng was stunned for a moment. He looked in the direction of the voice and saw the magic array suddenly spinning rapidly. Then, he looked at Warren. After suffering the punishment of overusing his spiritual power from the everlasting moon, his mind was still in a mess and he couldn't figure out the situation for a while. "Run." Hearing Warren's shout, Tang Minayu realized that something was wrong. She immediately pulled Feng Heng beside her and ran up the stone steps. Sandy shouted as he ran, "What's the situation? Why did it explode again? Didn't we already win? Is there a need to escape?" "It's the omniscient eyes." An alchemy magic array appeared under Warren's feet. His figure slowly floated and chased after Feng Heng. He explained loudly, "Before he died, Sydney used the omniscient eyes to activate the self-destruction alchemy array. Don't talk, run." Wang Nit's face darkened as he sped up and climbed up the cliff. In the blink of an eye, he was beside Sandy and Caillou Kang, who were running up the stone steps. He picked them up with both hands and jumped up the cliff again. Feng Heng still felt a splitting headache. After Warren's explanation, he finally understood what was going on. He directly activated the floating effect of the vampire's holy weapon and flew into the air with Tang Minayu. Soon, an alchemy mark was formed on Warren's hands. He floated to Tang Minayu and Feng Heng's side, helping Feng Heng to accelerate and fly up with Tang Minayu. Tang Minayu suddenly frowned and loudly reminded, "Everyone, my spiritual power is no longer enough to continue supporting the ice. After the ice shatters, it will be affected by the strong wind. Be careful." "Yes." Feng Heng agreed. Although his head was extremely heavy and he could barely think, he still subconsciously turned his head and looked at Sydney's body on the ice below. The giant abyssal worm under Sydney's feet finally stopped moving after twisting a few times. It was a pity. Sydney's mutated form had fused with an abyssal worm and was an absolutely optimized research material. If he could bring it back, he might be able to develop some improvements. A game notification appeared on his retina. 1210 Omniscient, ding. The player team has killed an intermediate-level game unknown life form Sydney's mutated form, ding. For the player team's main storyline trial mission The Inheritance of the Empire's Ancestors, the team has received an additional 26 hours of trial time. The player team's trial score has greatly increased, ding. The player has received guidance for the next stage of the main storyline trial mission. Please go to the designated place according to the game prompt to trigger the next stage of the mission, ding. The player's contribution to killing creatures has exceeded 80%. The player's trial score has increased, ding. The player has obtained Tier 3 mutation crystals 3 pieces. Feng Heng was pleasantly surprised. The mission was completed. A yellow arrow appeared on his retina. It should be the trigger point for the next phase of the mission. The indicated direction was still very far away. There was also a kill reward. Tier 3 mutation crystal. To level up to the next level, he needed a large number of Tier 2 and 10 Tier 3 mutation crystals. He had obtained 3 of them by killing Sydney. Feng Heng noticed the game prompt that popped up and waved his hand downward. 3 dark mutation crystals quickly flew over and were absorbed by the mark on the back of his hand. It was finally resolved. As for the next stage of the mission, he would put it aside for now. He would make plans after he escaped. Suddenly, Feng Heng saw a light purple spot of light appearing beside the dead Sydney. A light spot? An item had dropped. All of a sudden, Feng Heng's heart started beating violently. Item. What kind of good stuff could a high-level creature like Sydney drop? It was an intermediate game, a boss with SSS level difficulty. Unlike the mutation crystal, most of the treasures that were dropped in the game could not be directly obtained. It required an action to obtain it and did not require one to be very close to it. However, it was definitely not possible to obtain it from such a far distance. Feng Heng was about to turn back and pick it up when he frowned again. Ka ka ka. Huge cracks appeared on the ice below, and it was already on the verge of breaking. Once the ice completely shattered, the strong wind from the abyss would appear again. Under the current situation, should he return to get it? What was the success rate? He would take a gamble. His mind was still in a state of chaos, and Fang Heng couldn't think clearly at all. He had to rely on his body's instinct to make decisions. He had to get it. Minayu, Wangnut. In his Tier 3 transformation state, Wangnut was the fastest. He was already at the top of the rock wall, carrying the slower Caillou Yokang and Sandy with both hands. He heard the shouts behind him and could not help but turn back. Fang Heng pointed to the ground and then to himself. Then, he dashed towards Sydney's body without looking back. Tang Minayu, who was slowly floating upward with Warren, was shocked. What did Fang Heng mean by those two movements just now? Before she could comprehend it, Fang Heng jumped down directly. Swish. Fang Heng flew straight down and landed beside Sydney's body. He waved his hand. The purple object fell into his hand. This was... Fang Heng's heart skipped a beat. An eyeball? The game notification appeared on his retina. Ding, you have obtained a special item Omniscient Eye, Alchemy, item, Omniscient Eyes, Alchemy, type, Support type, Special, Consumption. Description, the eyeball of the Empire's legendary alchemist, Sydney. It is rumored to have the power to see through the truth of alchemy. Description, without the nourishment of power, the eyeball cannot be stored for a long time in the current environment. It is estimated that it will completely die within 3 hours. Please try to find a more appropriate storage method to delay the death or use the eyeball immediately. Description, after a successful eyeball transplant, there is a high chance of obtaining an S-level passive innate skill Omniscient Eyes, Alchemy. Description, there is a chance of backlash and rejection when transplanting this eyeball. Description, transplanting this eyeball requires the assistance of a special skill. Description, this eyeball can also be used as a consumable. It is an extremely rare material. Fang Heng's heart thumped hard. S-level talent skill. Although there was a chance of suffering a backlash after the transplant. If he successfully obtained an S-level talent, he would definitely not lose out. Fang Heng took out a petri dish from his backpack, put the eyeball in it, and screwed on the lid. He took another look and saw that the eyeball's survival time had increased by another hour. It was almost time. The eyeball had a total of 4 hours to survive, which should be enough for him to escape. Ka 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 ka. As he was thinking, Fang Heng's eyelids twitched. Huge cracks appeared on the ice under his feet. The huge cracks quickly spread out along the bottom of the depths worm's body. Fang Heng. He looked up and saw that Wangnut and the others were approaching the exit at the top of the stone steps. Fang Heng took a deep breath and stood firmly on the ice with both feet. Then, he directly raised his fist and smashed the ice hard. Boom. Like the last straw that broke the camel's back, the entire tottering ice surface was blown apart by Fang Heng's punch. Fang Heng felt a sense of weightlessness under his feet. His body fell rapidly along with the surrounding ice and rocks. The feeling of free falling did not last more than half a second. Hulu. Immediately after, a violent gust of wind from the bottom of the abyss instantly enveloped his body and sent him flying upwards. Bang. Bang bang bang. Fang Heng didn't control his body, and he couldn't control it either. He was directly swept up by the strong wind and kept hitting the rock walls around him. Bang. His body was like a ping-pong ball, constantly hitting the rock wall, and he once again entered a dizzy state. Ding. You are affected by the airflow. Your impact damage is -677. You have entered a 3.29-second stun state. Bang. Bang. Bang bang bang. Above them, Tang Minayu was being dragged upwards by Warren, still looking down anxiously. She noticed that Fang Heng's body was constantly being carried by the strong wind and slammed into the wall, but he was also constantly moving upward. She immediately understood the meaning of Fang Heng's hand gestures just now. He understood. He wanted to use the force of the strong wind to quickly escape the explosion, and he could also rely on his strange self-recovery ability. This was really a crazy idea. Perhaps only Fang Heng could do it. Run. Once the underground ice lost its effect, Warren had no choice but to stop his means of floating and flying. He continued to run up the stone steps with Tang Minayu. He was already not far from the cave entrance. Wangnut, who was walking faster, brought Caillou Yokang and Sandy to the platform at the exit. PFFT. Wangnut could not hold on any longer. As he let go of his hand, he immediately withdrew from his Tier 3 demonized state and spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with black blood. Big brother. How are you? Seeing this, Sandy and Caillou Yokang quickly supported Wangnut. Wangnut gritted his teeth. The excruciating pain that came from his body was unable to make him say another word. His physical condition was extremely bad, and his body was trembling uncontrollably. 1211 Escape. King frowned. He lifted Wangnut's right wrist and checked it. Wangnut's body was covered in black cracks, and he looked like he was about to collapse. Sandy looked at King and asked anxiously, "How's his condition?" "Not good, he's dying." "Ah." King took out a white pill from his backpack, opened Wangnut's mouth, and poured it in. Even after taking the medicine, Wangnut's condition did not improve. Beads of cold sweat rolled down his cheeks. "What did you just give him?" "Something that can temporarily save his life. He's seriously injured now and needs to be brought back for treatment immediately. Otherwise, no one can save him." As they were talking, Tang Minayu and Warren also ran to the entrance along the stone steps. Seeing how terrible Wangnut's condition was, the two of them looked grim. Boom. Boom boom boom. An extremely violent explosion came from the bottom of the abyss. The crowd shook violently. Immediately after, the ground beneath their feet began to shake violently, and a large number of broken stones fell from the sky. Everyone's expression changed. This was bad. The mausoleum's self-destruction device had been activated. This place was about to collapse. Tang Minayu stuck her head out and looked at the abyss below. She could vaguely see that Feng Heng was constantly being affected by the strong wind and was hitting back and forth on the rock wall. Further down, the flames of the explosion could be faintly seen. Warren said in a deep voice, "The self-destruction alchemy array has been activated. The explosion will start from the bottom and gradually bury the entire mausoleum. Hurry up. We need to get out of here as soon as possible after we rescue Feng Heng. Let's split up. You guys take Wangnut and leave first. I will bring Feng Heng over immediately." Tang Minayu took a look at Wangnut, who was severely injured and could not move freely, and made a decision immediately. Then she looked down at the bottom of the abyss, staring at Feng Heng, who was constantly being hit by the strong wind and rapidly rising. "Let's go. Run." Warren shouted and helped the unconscious Wangnut up. He ran towards the exit first. Tang Minayu's peripheral vision swept over Warren and the others who were quickly retreating. She took a deep breath and raised her staff. The demonic seed's recovery ability was terrifyingly strong. In the process of escaping just now, she had recovered a small part of her mental strength in less than half a minute of rest. It was enough. Buzz. The moment she saw Feng Heng pass by her, a sharp glint flashed in Tang Minayu's eyes. She raised her staff. Ice storm. Her mental energy surged into the staff in her hand. The cold wind howled. As the ice crystals swirled and attacked, they condensed again, forming a thin layer of ice on the cave. Ka. In the blink of an eye, the ice curtain connected, forming a solid ice curtain in front of them. Boom. After losing Li Feng's control, Feng Heng hit the wall again and fell from the air, hitting the ice heavily. "It hurts." Feng Heng gritted his teeth and shook his head, which had become even more swollen due to the continuous collisions earlier. He endured the pain all over his body and gave Tang Minayu a thumbs up. Tang Minayu heaved a sigh of relief and nodded at Feng Heng. "Go. Quickly retreat." In the main hall above the royal mausoleum and in front of the entrance of the tomb, more than 10 alchemists of the Empire were controlling the operation of the magic array together. Tang Mo piously bowed to the stone statue of the Empire's ancestor Andrast and silently chanted. Behind him, Wei Tao and Mikael were burning with anxiety as they kept exchanging glances. From time to time, the game prompts would appear to stimulate their nerves. Who was Sydney? The big boss in the SSS-level mission? They clearly knew that Feng Heng was fighting a bloody battle below, but they couldn't help at all and could only worry. After coming here, they first argued with the royal general guarding the mausoleum for a while, then followed them to the entrance of the mausoleum. They learned that they had to kneel 3 times and kowtow 9 times before they were allowed to open the mausoleum. They knew that the other party was stalling for time, but they couldn't do anything to them. Ka. Finally, the prayer was finished. The alchemy magic array in the hall also began to glow with a dim yellow light. A huge door slowly opened before everyone's eyes. Not long ago, the Empire's generals who learned of the invasion of the Imperial Mausoleum were unwilling to let Tang Mo leave, but they could only do their best to delay the time. Prince Tang Mo, the lower level of the Imperial Mausoleum is an important area. In order to prevent the evil aura from spreading and the vengeful spirits guarding it, I suggest you guard the door and wait for the intruders to leave before catching them all in one fell swoop. There's no need for you to worry about the matters of the royal family. Along the way, Tang Mo's patience was almost worn out. He was about to take people to explore the lower floor when hurried footsteps were heard. A group of well-equipped royal guards quickly walked up and surrounded everyone in the hall. In the crowd, a young man in bright silver armor walked up. The commander of the royal guards, Zhao Yun, pays his respects to your highness. Zhao Yun. Tang Minayu turned her head and stared at the person coldly. She had heard of the new commander of the royal guards, and it was said that this man was deeply trusted by the current acting King Salvador. Zhao Yun also looked at Tang Mo. Just a moment ago, the royal family had received the news that Her Highness Minayu and the barbarians had appeared in the Empire's mausoleum. Salvador immediately ordered Zhao Yun to bring the royal guards to the royal tomb to capture Tang Minayu and her group. Zhao Yun never expected to see Tang Mo as soon as he came here. He felt that things were getting more and more troublesome. Tang Minayu and Tang Mo had always had a deep relationship, and it was a bit difficult to take Tang Minayu away in front of Tang Mo. Tang Mo asked coldly, "What are you doing here?" "Your Highness, the royal guards have come under the orders of His Majesty to capture the thieves who invaded the Imperial Mausoleum and bring Her Highness back." There was no expression on Tang Mo's face as he stepped forward. "It just so happens that I am also here to find Minayu. Let's go together." Zhao Yun stopped in front of Tang Mo and said in a deep voice, "It's an urgent task personally assigned by His Majesty. I am afraid it's inconvenient for Your Highness to go with us." "Inconvenient? What inconvenience?" "It's not up to you outsiders to point fingers in the matters of the royal family." Tang Mo stared at Zhao Yun and said, "You want to stop me? Hurry up and get lost." Seeing that the situation had suddenly become tense, Wei Tao and Gale behind him were ready to fight. Just as they were about to make a move, a game notification suddenly appeared on their retinas. Ding! The player team has killed an intermediate-level mutated lifeform Sydney's aberration. Ding! The player team's main mission is the inheritance of the Empire's ancestors. The player team has received an additional 26 hours of trial time. The player team's trial score has greatly increased. Ding! The player has received guidance for the next stage of the main storyline trial mission. Please go to the designated place according to the game prompt to trigger the next stage of the mission. When they saw the game notification, Wei Tao and Gale's hearts were at their throats. 1212 The destruction. What the hell was going on? It was settled. Feng Heng and Tang Minayu had completed 2 SSS level difficulty missions at the same time. Even the mutated boss was killed by them. Gale and Wei Tao quickly exchanged glances and saw the shock and surprise in each other's eyes. Since that was the case, it didn't seem like they were needed. Now that Feng Heng had completed his task, wouldn't it be better for them to retreat and wait for them to escape? The two people were just thinking about it when they suddenly felt a slight tremor coming from under their feet. What was this situation? Not only Wei Tao, but the others also gradually felt the shaking from under their feet. In just a few seconds, the shaking grew stronger and stronger, and even the guards felt that something was wrong. Wei Tao immediately looked at the soldier behind him and asked sternly, "What's going on?" The captain of the soldiers, Herbert, who was in charge of guarding the mausoleum, broke out in a cold sweat. His face also revealed a somewhat disbelieving expression as he nervously said, "It seems like the central magic array has been triggered." "No, could it be?" "No, it's probably going to collapse." While speaking, Herbert hurriedly walked to the large alchemy magic array in front of the stone statue. Seeing the lines on the magic array, Herbert had an ominous premonition and his expression changed drastically. Herbert screamed in fear, "Not good." The hidden self-destruction alchemy array had been activated. "The main hall is about to collapse. Quickly leave this place. Hurry. Leave." Herbert then turned around and ran towards the exit of the hall. It was already the best he could do to remind them that a great disaster was imminent. He didn't have time to care about these Empire generals at all. He couldn't even care about Commander Zhao Yun and Tang Mo. He only cared about running for his life. The rest of the royal guards' expressions also changed drastically, and they immediately start to retreat. Zhao Yun also realized the situation wasn't good. His eyes quickly swept over Tang Mo and he cupped his hands. He said, "Your Highness Tang Mo, this place is dangerous. Let's evacuate first." He didn't wait for Tang Mo's reply and waved his hand to withdraw with the royal guards. Tang Mo was a bit hesitant. He looked at the entrance of the passage that led to the bottom of the mausoleum, and a hint of conflict flashed through his brows. The shaking under his feet was getting more and more intense. Rocks kept falling from the sky, and the entire stone building seemed to be on the verge of collapse. The accompanying guard said, "Your Highness, let's leave as well. This place is too dangerous." Tang Mo looked back at Wei Tao and Gale and asked, "Where's Minayu?" Wei Tao also wanted to ask this question. He looked at the passage below and said anxiously, "Your Highness, don't worry. Her Highness Minayu will definitely be fine, we can guarantee that with our lives. This place is too dangerous. Let's evacuate first." "Let's go." Tang Mo frowned and waved to the team to quickly evacuate from the mausoleum. As they ran out, Gale and Wei Tao consciously followed at the back of the team. They pretended to be protecting them, but in fact, they wanted to help Feng Heng and Tang Minayu. However, both of them did not arrive yet. As the shaking under their feet became more and more intense, the two of them became increasingly shocked. Such a strong fluctuation? It would probably blow up the entire underground mausoleum. This wouldn't happen, right? The two of them exchanged glances from time to time, faintly worried for Feng Heng and Tang Minayu. The two of them had so many tricks up their sleeves, they should be able to find a way to escape in advance, right? As his thoughts ran wild, Wei Tao had just escaped from the mausoleum's exit when he saw that Herbert, the Empire soldiers, and the royal guards, who had fled first, did not stop at all. Instead, they continued to run down the mountain range. The ground trembled violently. No matter how he thought about it, this was not an ordinary explosion. Hurry up. The guard accompanying Tang Mo urged the griffin to take off and waved to the two people, shouting, "Hurry up and get on the griffin." Wei Tao and Mikael looked at each other and ran forward. They jumped on the back of the griffin and flew into the sky with it. Boom. Boom boom boom. A few seconds later, a loud boom came from the mountain range where the Imperial Mausoleum was located. Wei Tao was shocked as he witnessed the entire mausoleum and the entire mountain range being buried in a cloud of dust following a violent explosion. It really exploded. Feng Heng and the others. Ho! Immediately after, a wave of heat came from the front, and the griffin under him was sent flying back by the heat wave. It was not easy for the pilot to stabilize it. There shouldn't be a problem, right? Wei Tao was very confident in Feng Heng, but this situation still made him panic. He quickly opened the trial and checked his teammates' information. There should be no problem. For the time being, Tang Minayu and Feng Heng had not left the trial and were still safe. Look, over there. Beside him, Mikael had discovered something. With an excited expression, he pointed to the right side of the Imperial Mausoleum. The explosion caused the entire mountain range to be covered in a layer of thick smoke, and on the right side of the smoke, something appeared from the smoke. Ice crystals. Wei Tao's heart skipped a beat. There were people standing on the ice crystals. There was Tang Minayu. He saw Tang Minayu holding a staff in her hand and standing on a large piece of ice with a few others. The ice crystals under everyone's feet were controlled by a force and suspended in midair. He was obviously not very familiar with this kind of flying method, and the flying speed was quite slow. The person beside her was. It was Feng Heng. And Sandy and Kaiyu Yokang. Damn. He knew they could definitely do it. Feng Heng and Tang Minayu were indeed good at playing around. After recognizing Feng Heng and the others, both Mikael and Wei Tao showed a relieved expression. They could put their hearts at ease and felt a sense of relief. Next, they pondered on how to meet them. On the other side, Zhao Yun had also noticed the ice that had appeared from the dust, and his eyes were fixated on the figures on the ice. That one. The person standing next to Tang Minayu was one of the successors of the barbarian leader, Wan Jet. Zhao Yun's pupils suddenly shrank. As expected, Tang Minayu had a secret relationship with the barbarians. Even the destruction of the Empire's Imperial Mausoleum was related to them. His Majesty has passed his order. Bring them all back to the royal family. Zhao Yun raised his hand and ordered, attack. Yes. The two Empire mages that had come with Zhao Yun immediately cast their spell techniques at Tang Minayu and her companions. Woof. Whoosh. Several consecutive fireballs whistled in the direction of the front. Tang Minayu's sharp senses sensed the fireball's attack. Frowning, she raised her spiritual power and infused it into the staff in her hand again. Ice crystal wall. A wall of ice crystals rose up and blocked the fireball. Boom. Boom boom boom. The fireballs exploded upon impact with the ice barrier. However, the impact of the explosion caused the ice crystals under everyone's feet to become unstable and shake violently. 1213 Digging up the ancestral grave. Brother, be steady. Sandy turned pale with fright and immediately climbed down, his entire body sticking close to the ice surface for fear of falling down. Warren frowned. Without saying a word, he focused his mental strength and used alchemy to control the ice crystals. Black blood was still oozing out of Wangnit's body. He put his hand to his mouth with all his might and whistled. Stop. On the other side, Tang Mo had just calmed down after seeing Tang Minayu, but when he saw her being attacked, his heart clenched again. His eyes turned red and he immediately led his people to rush toward Zhao Yun's group. His subordinates also rushed forward and blocked Zhao Yun's path. What is the meaning of this, Your Highness? As you can see, that man is Wangnit, the heir of the barbarian leader. He invaded the empire and destroyed the Imperial Mausoleum. Tang Mo stood in front of Zhao Yun and was silent for a long time before finally letting out a disdainful snort. This is our royal family's own business. Zhao Yun's expression changed and he said in a low voice, Royal guards, listen to the command. His Majesty has ordered that anyone who stands in the way of the arrest of the murderer will be taken back. Rub. Tang Mo pulled out the knife in his hand, his eyes filled with ferocity as he glanced at the royal guards behind Zhao Yun. Try it. Let's see if your commander can protect you. The faces of the royal guards behind Zhao Yun froze. Suddenly, a few sharp eagle cries came from the sky. They looked in the direction of the sounds. A few large barbarian falcons hovered in the sky and picked up Tang Minayu and the others in the blink of an eye. They quickly flew into the distance and disappeared from everyone's sight. In the Northern Federation, at the headquarters of the Prilla Players Guild, the conference room was unusually quiet. The people present were either the leaders of large guilds or the leaders of elite teams. They were currently digesting the information that Ed had provided. After deciding to gamble with Ed, everyone signed a confidentiality agreement and a cooperation agreement, and Ed announced everything he knew. Ed was very satisfied with the expressions on everyone's faces. Like these people, it took him a long time to react when he first got the news. 5 minutes later, Ed cleared his throat and said, "Everyone, please share your opinions." Everyone's eyes were shining with excitement. They were now discussing a major event that would change the entire human empire. They all believed that Ed had no reason to lie to them. According to Ed, if the plan succeeded, it would be enough to set off a huge storm in the entire human empire. It could even change the situation of the barbarian apocalypse game world. "Let's talk about your plan. You gathered us here, so you must have a plan, right?" "Well, everyone, time is tight, so I won't waste time. The general action plan is divided into 2 steps. The first step is to break through the royal family and strive to let Tang Minayu or Tang Mo obtain the actual control of the empire. The second step is to gather the power of the empire to deal with the abyssal demons." Ed's voice was powerful. "We must be fast. Our battle with the empire has to be quick, and we have to hit the nail on the head. We can't drag this out. We have to seize the imperial power before the empire can react. The empire's strength is extremely strong. Once they are given time to catch their breath, they will easily enter a long tug of war. We can't afford to drag it out." Everyone nodded in agreement. "Everyone, I've thought about it. Our chances of winning are actually very high. In addition to the 2 empire successors, Tang Minayu and Tang Mo, there's also the feudal Lord Feng Heng's Land of Plague and the barbarian successor, Wangnet, who will also join in. There's even the inheritance of the Saint. The Mage Association might stand on our side. With the strength of our players, it won't be difficult to support them to attain the throne of the empire." The people in the projection conference started whispering again. A moment later, a middle-aged man said, "We understand what the Prilla Guild is trying to say. Let's not talk about the risks for now. Each of us has our own resources that we can mobilize in the game. I suggest that we come up with a detailed plan before we act. Each team will be responsible for one part to ensure that nothing goes wrong." "Yes, that's right. I think so too." Ed nodded and said, "This is also the reason why I invited everyone here today for a face-to-face discussion. Also, before that, I will first fulfill a part of my promise to help the people you recommended inherit the Ancient Saint's inheritance. Of course, I have already explained the risks of accepting the inheritance to everyone. You can decide whether to accept it or not, so please hurry." The crowd nodded again. The Prilla Gaming Guild that suggested a collaboration had shown great sincerity, and the Saint's inheritance was one of them. Everyone was discussing in low voices when a subordinate pushed open the door and entered with an anxious expression. Ed furrowed his brows, displeased at the man who interrupted his conversation. "President, I have to interrupt you. This is an emergency." Ed's heart skipped a beat. He took the report from his subordinate and read it. His expression changed drastically. "What? The Imperial Mausoleum of the Empire. It exploded? Tang Minayu. Lord Feng Heng. Other than them, one of the successors of the barbarian leader, Wangnet, was also involved." Ed's pupils suddenly shrank, and his eyelids twitched. He became nervous and read the words one by one. The news that the Empire had released described that Tang Minayu, Wangnet, and the others had sneaked into the Imperial Mausoleum of the Empire not long ago to cause destruction. They stole the secret treasures of the royal family from the Imperial Mausoleum and caused great damage to them. The entire Imperial Mausoleum was destroyed. The Empire had already determined that Tang Minayu and Lord Feng Heng, who had appeared at the scene, were guilty of treason, and they were currently searching for them. There were also rumors that if they encountered resistance during the pursuit of Feng Heng and Tang Minayu, they would be killed without mercy. This news shocked Ed to the extreme. What's going on? He and Feng Heng had just separated in the underground world at dawn. Both parties had agreed that he would find friends to join in the fight and find ways to deal with the abyssal demons together. They were prepared to meet at the Land of Plague later. They had just been separated for less than 10 hours, and Feng Heng had gone to blow up the Empire's ancestral grave? What was this? It was no wonder that the Empire had such a big reaction and even clamored to kill without mercy. How much enmity did Lord Feng Heng have with the Empire? Ed had long expected that Feng Heng might make a move on the Empire, but wasn't he acting a little too fast? And it was a little too radical. According to Ed's plan, they should fully utilize their advantage of hiding in the dark, plan before taking action, and wait until they had accumulated their strength before dealing the Empire a fatal blow. How did Fang Heng expose himself in the blink of an eye? What was Fang Heng thinking? What should they do now? 1214 sprint. No, it shouldn't be like this. Ed felt that something was wrong. He muttered to himself and took a deep breath to calm his slightly anxious mind. Lord Fang Heng had always given him the feeling that he was a ruthless character who would plan for his next step. He would not make a move so easily. There must be a deeper meaning behind this move that he had yet to understand. Ed turned to his subordinate and asked, "What else? Is there any other news?" "There's some more." The subordinate's expression was solemn as he flipped through the information in his hand and said, "There is some unverified news. It is said that Tangmo didn't accept the royal family's orders and returned to his territory in anger. It seems that he wants to take action against the royal family. We heard that the Empire has also dispatched troops to defend against Tangmo's movements." Ed frowned. He did not hide his conversation with his two men, and everyone in the conference heard their conversation. Everyone present was one of the top forces in the barbarian realm game, so they had their own source of intelligence. Soon, their subordinates also reported the urgent events that happened in the game. One of the female players flipped through the information in her hands and suddenly said, "Ed, my team has been working in the Empire military headquarters. We just received an important piece of information that might be of help to you." Ed looked up at the female player and asked, "What is it?" "General Dengwen of the Empire has already defeated the main forces of the barbarians in the Linksea City area. Just now, General Dengwen received an order from the royal family. The general who was originally going to support the troops had gone in another direction to the Land of Plague to capture Lord Fang Heng. Other than that, the Empire has also transferred manpower from the Mage Association and sent the royal guards to the Land of Plague to capture them. Many feudal lords have also received orders from the royal family and are already halfway to the Land of Plague. The Land of Plague is now under the surveillance of the entire empire." The woman licked her lips and said, "It seems like there's going to be a lot of fun over there." This was bad. The Land of Plague was about to be targeted by the royal family. Could Fang Heng withstand this? Ed's heart sank. Suddenly, he thought of something and his eyes lit up. The Empire's attention was all on the Land of Plague? Even the royal guards were sent to capture Fang Heng? Could it be? Ed's heart could not help but beat violently. The Empire's General Dengwen was not around, and most of the royal guards guarding the capital had also withdrawn. There were also some people recruited and transferred from the Mage Association. The attention of the Empire had also been attracted to the Land of Plague. One could imagine that the defense of the Empire's imperial city had reached an unprecedented emptiness. This might be their best chance to take down the entire empire in one fell swoop. Ed suddenly had a wonderful realization. Could everything be part of Fang Heng's deliberate arrangement? It couldn't be, but there was a possibility. That's right. It must be like this. Otherwise, why would Fang Heng dig up someone else's ancestral grave for no reason? It was to attract hatred. Everything was under Fang Heng's control. A raging fire burned under Ed's calm gaze as he glanced at the people in the conference room. "Everyone, don't panic. If I am not wrong, all of this is actually Lord Fang Heng's plan." Everyone looked at Ed with questioning eyes again. Ed said in a deep voice, "Everyone, think about it carefully. At present, the Empire's main military forces have been attracted by Lord Fang Heng. The protection of the Imperial City will only become weaker. This is a rare opportunity for us. We only need to seize this opportunity and find a way to sneak into the Imperial City and give the royal family a fatal blow." Everyone's expression changed slightly when they heard this. The destruction of the Imperial Mausoleum and the arrest warrant from the royal family were also planned by Fang Heng and Tang Minayu. Although it was shocking, it seemed to make some sense when he thought about it carefully. If they could seize the opportunity to give the royal family a fatal blow. Ed had just said that they had to be quick so that they would not give the Empire a chance to react. However, Fang Heng's swift action was beyond everyone's expectations. Ed looked excited and said, "Everyone, time is of the essence. Lord Fang Heng has already helped us resist the Empire's huge pressure. We must immediately make plans and take down the Empire before the Empire destroys the Land of Plague." Yes. Everyone nodded in agreement. Since they had already decided to cooperate, there was nothing more to say. They would do their best. Some of my men are inside the Imperial City. I will find a way to take charge of the East Gate area. When the time comes, we can sneak in from there to avoid being discovered in advance. Ding. The Empire's royal family has issued a warrant for your arrest. Your friendship with the royal family has reached a level of hatred. Ding. The Empire has removed you from the position of the Empire's feudal lord. Ding. Your friendliness with the feudal lords has decreased. Ding. You have lost your feudal lord status. Ding. The royal guards are pursuing you. Warning. The Empire's General Dengwen is going to attack you. He will arrive in Hani City in 24 hours. After leaving the capital of the Empire on the Falcon with the others, Feng Heng immediately returned to the Land of Plague through a teleportation array in the underground world. They did not even have the time to communicate with Wei Tao and the rest. On the way back to the Land of Plague, game notifications kept appearing on Feng Heng's retina. Feng Heng knitted his brows tightly and checked the game's description. Perhaps it was because his mental strength was slightly stronger than before, but the side effects of using Everlasting Moon also weakened him faster than before. After more than 2 hours of rest, he was now able to use skills that consumed mental power. However, before using the skill, he would have to deduct twice the amount of health point that was consumed by his magic point. With the combination of his passive Undying Body, this amount of damage was nothing to Feng Heng. Feng Heng shifted his gaze to Tang Minayu and asked, "How's the situation?" "Yes, very good." Tang Minayu nodded her head. Among all of them, Tang Minayu's injury was undoubtedly the least severe. She was still full of energy and vigor, and she had returned to the previous state of excitement where she seemed to be able to use her skills infinitely. In comparison, Wangnet's situation was terrible. After leaving the underground world's teleportation passage, Wangnet completely fainted. Black blood was still oozing out of his body as his body continued to disintegrate. Feng Heng frowned and looked at Kaiyu Yokang, asking, "How's his condition?" "It's very bad. I need to perform surgery on him. Also, I still have a lot of experimental equipment and materials left in the city. I need to do research immediately when I get back. The longer it takes, the more troublesome it will be." Feng Heng frowned. They were wanted by the Empire, yet he still wanted to return to the city? "We can't go back to the city for the time being. Let's go back to the Land of Plague first. I will find a way to get the materials and equipment back." 1215 repair. Yes. Kaiyu Yaokang nodded and said no more. He took out the mysterious eyeball that he had just gotten from Feng Heng and began to observe it. "How's the eyeball?" "It's still in good condition, and there's no loss of function. It won't be a big problem to transplant it." Kaiyu Yaokang observed the eyeball and continued, "However, due to the lack of nourishment, it has already lost a small part of its abilities. It needs to be transplanted as soon as possible. The longer it takes, the more weakened the eyeball's abilities will be." "Yes, I will transplant it immediately after we return to the Land of Plague. I will think of a way to stabilize Wangnet first." While they were talking, they had already entered the sky above the Land of Plague. The barbarian's falcon had a heartfelt fear of the forest that covered the sky. No matter how the others urged it, it didn't dare to move forward. Helplessly, Tang Minayu could only command the falcon to stop at the entrance of the Land of Plague. Warren had followed the group all the way here, and when he saw the giant sacred tree that enveloped the entire Land of Plague, he could not help but be shocked. Was this also set up using alchemy? Kai. Under Feng Heng's control, the layers of vines in front of him made way for them. Several vines extended from both sides of the passage in the depths of the forest and quickly condensed into the shape of a ship in front of everyone. "Let's go, help him." Feng Heng helped Wangnet up and stood on the ship with him. Kai. After they stood still, the ship-shaped vines under their feet dragged them quickly through the forest passage. Warren looked at the scenery around him that was flying past him, and the surprise on his face grew stronger. How did he do that? This was the first time he had seen such a powerful spell technique, and he couldn't help but size up the forest of vines. After leaving the mausoleum, he saw many things that he had never imagined would happen. He was already somewhat convinced that Feng Heng was the true inheritor of the saint. To be able to have a more outstanding inheritor than him, Warren felt extremely gratified. He couldn't help but reveal a self-deprecating smile. It seemed that he had been locked up in the underground world for too long, and was already out of touch with the outside world. When they reached the foot of the sacred tree, the ship-shaped vines under their feet quickly disintegrated and spread back to the surroundings. Feng Heng carried Wangnet on his back and brought him to the temporary laboratory, placing him on the bed. Kaiyu Yokang and Tang Minayu immediately started to clean up the research room. Sandy stood guard beside them, looking a little anxious. "Eh? You can?" Feng Heng was standing in the same place and communicating with the sacred tree with his spiritual power. He sensed the eagerness of the sacred tree. The sacred tree bloomed with faint stars. Feng Heng's eyes lit up. He suddenly realized that the sacred tree also had auxiliary healing skills. It was just that he had never tried this skill before. "Alright, give it a try." Kai. With Feng Heng's permission, several vines rolled in through the window not far from the bed and slowly spread toward Wangnet, who was lying on the bed. Then, they gently wrapped around Wangnet, dragged him out of the window, and rose into the air. Everyone couldn't help but look out the window. The gentle green light fell from the sacred tree and landed on Wangnet, who quickly absorbed it. "Eh? The unconscious Wangnet's furrowed brows gradually relaxed, and the cracks on his body quickly disappeared and healed. Tang Minyu couldn't help but look happy when she saw Wangnet's reaction. She pulled on Feng Heng's sleeve and said, "Look, it's really effective." Feng Heng was also a bit surprised. The effect was actually so good? He had tried using the holy light on Wangnet to heal him on their way back, but it did not work. That's right, this was the sacred tree, Ibukiya. Feng Heng felt relieved again. One had to know that the sacred tree could even lift the curse of the holy realm. What was this as compared to that? A moment later, the green specks that fell from the sacred tree stopped. The vines put Wangnet back on the bed. Kaiyu Yokang frowned and stood by the bed to check on Wangnet's physical condition. He was also surprised. How is it? Good news, his injuries have been alleviated for the time being. His life is no longer in danger. He will wake up after a period of rest. As he spoke, Kaiyu Yokang took a live sample from Wangnet's body. Hearing this, Sandy was completely at ease. After all, Wangnet dragged him along when he was running for his life, and he did not want his benefactor to die just like that. Sandy's brows suddenly twitched as he thought of something. He revealed a happy expression and asked, "Does that mean he will be fine in the future? If he's injured, he can come back and rely on the sacred tree for treatment?" No. Kaiyu Yokang took the second sample collector and stabbed it into Wangnet's arm. He continued to explain, the sacred tree only temporarily healed his injuries. The sacred tree does have a strong ability to repair the body, but it is useless against the virus that's inside Wangnet. The virus damage to the body is still increasing in strength. For now, the healing ability of the sacred tree can temporarily withstand it. However, one day, the destructive power of the virus will directly cause the body to collapse. At that time, there will be no chance of recovery. To completely resolve the virus backlash, we still need to do research step by step. Kaiyu Yokang stood up and walked to the other side, putting the blood sample that was just half cultivated aside. He then took out Sydney's eyeball and looked at Feng Heng, asking, "There's time now. Let's get this done first. It's useless after it's spoiled. Or should we find someone else? It will take more time to prepare for the transplant to someone else, and there may be a risk of death from surgical infection. If it's you, there's no need to worry about it. The probability of failure for my transplant is also 0, and I am sure I can complete the transplant 100%. As for the final effect after the transplant is completed, I can't guarantee it. Also, this eyeball is different. Using this eyeball requires extra energy, and ordinary people can't use it." Feng Heng nodded to Kaiyu Yokang and confirmed, "Will there be any negative effects after the transplant?" "I can't guarantee this for now." Kaiyu Yokang shrugged nonchalantly. And continued, "Rejection is possible. Don't worry, I will preserve your eyeball temporarily. At worst, I will transplant it back. There won't be any problems." "Alright then, do it." Feng Heng made the decision after thinking for a while. He had fought with Sydney before. Even without the final stage where he fused with the abyssal worm, Sydney's strength was still terrifying. An additional S-level talent would also greatly improve his strength. Kaiyu Yokang quickly changed into a new set of clothes and gloves, and said, "Okay, we will start right away. The rest of you can go out for a while." Feng Heng didn't say much and lay on another bed directly. He was 100% confident in Kaiyu Yokang's ability. Sydney's eyeball could not be stored for a long time, it would die soon. In any case, he had spent so much effort so he had to use it quickly. Just as Kaiyu Yokang said, if he felt that it was not good, he could switch back to his original eye. 1216 Transplant. Kaiyu Yokang mixed a few herbs on the experiment table and handed over a cup of sleeping substance. "Drink it. If there's something wrong with your body, don't resist it, or the sleeping effect won't work." "Alright." Feng Heng answered, took the medicine, and drank it all in one gulp. Then, he closed his eyes and lay on the operating table. Even though he did not resist, Feng Heng did not feel sleepy at all after closing his eyes. He felt as if he had just drunk a cup of sugar water. He could clearly hear the whispers of Tang Minyu and the others as they left the room and went to rest. He could even hear the clashing sounds of Kaiyu Yokang counting the surgical props. Suddenly, a few lines of game prompts appeared on his retina. Ding. The player has undergone an unknown eyeball transplant. Ding. After the transplant is completed, the player will receive a special talent skill. Ding. The player is currently transplanting. Current transplant success rate, 100%. Player's current compatibility, 82%. The player will need to spend 1 million survival points and 1,200,000 King of Gods points to complete the transplant. So much? A total of 1.2 million King of Gods points. Feng Heng was shocked. This was terrible. He didn't have many King of Gods points left. Ding. Players are unable to carry out transactions in the current trial state. Due to your identity as a world lord, you can carry out a temporary mortgage loan operation. The maximum number of King of Gods points you can borrow is 1 million. Ding. The pawned item cannot be traded or used. If the loan is not paid in 20 days, all the collateral will be sold automatically. Ding. Before the loan is repaid, all the King of Gods points obtained by the player will be used to repay the loan immediately. Feng Heng was tempted. Without any hesitation, he chose confirm. Judging from his experience in previous games, the cost of transplanting an eyeball was so high that the strength of the talent obtained would not be trash. Feng Heng was very willing to take a gamble. He was betting on the value of the profits that the eyeball would bring. Ding. The player has chosen to take a loan. Please choose your collateral, Kai. A selection box appeared on Feng Heng's retina. A large number of items appeared in the selection box. Other than the items in his backpack, there were also many items from other game worlds. Feng Heng didn't even look at it carefully. He chose a few items that he wouldn't use in other game worlds as collateral. At the bottom right corner of his vision, the value of the collateral rapidly soared. Ding. The player has completed the mortgage. Please complete the payment within 20 days. Ding. The player has spent 1 million survival points and 1,200,000 King of Gods points to perform a special transplant. Ding. Current infection rate, 0%. The current transplant success rate is 100%. Caillou Yokeng frowned as he stood in front of the operating table. He knew that Feng Heng had a strong self-healing ability and a powerful Hyla virus in his body, so he chose to use a straightforward method. He directly cut a long wound around Feng Heng's eye and poured a special potion on it. Kai. Caillou Yokeng's eyes were sharp and his hands were fast. The scalpel flashed quickly, and he took off Feng Heng's eyeball and put it on a tray. Almost at the same time, Caillou Yokeng placed the omniscient eyeball from the glassware into the torn eye socket. He actually... Caillou Yokeng narrowed his eyes. In just half a second, another eyeball began to grow out of Feng Heng's eye socket. This was troublesome. Feng Heng's self-healing ability was too strong. Caillou Yokeng was about to make a move when he suddenly had an idea. What was going on? The new eyeball touched Sydney's eyeball, and a strange fusion occurred between the two. Kai. Caillou Yokeng frowned. He immediately stopped trying to remove the new eyeball and continued to observe quietly. The new eyeball almost swallowed Sydney's eyeball in the blink of an eye. A moment later, the wound on Feng Heng's eyeball healed quickly. Caillou Yokeng didn't even need to do anything. It was completely healed in just a few seconds. Buzz. An alchemy rune was reflected in Feng Heng's pupils instantly and then dissipated in an instant. Caillou Yokeng looked at Feng Heng, who was slowly opening his eyes, and asked in a deep voice, Feng Heng, how do you feel? Feng Heng opened his eyes again. He felt his vision blur for a few moments before quickly recovering. Looking at the right tray, the eyeball that had just been removed had already melted into a pool of blood. Immediately after, the game prompt appeared on his retina again. Ding. The player has fused right eye the omniscient eye, alchemy. Ding. The player has used a special method to fuse the omniscient eye, alchemy, so he will not be affected by the rejection effect. Ding. The current player has met the basic attribute requirements to use the omniscient eye. Ding. The player's current compatibility with the omniscient eye is 82%. The omniscient eye's talent skill effect only has an 82% effect. Consumption increased by 28%. The player can try to find ways to increase compatibility with the omniscient eye. Ding. The player has obtained a new S-level talent omniscient eye, alchemy, success. Feng Heng immediately opened his character attribute bar and looked for the description of the omniscient eye's skill. Talent, the omniscient eye, alchemy, talent level, S innate additional skill 1, omniscience. Skill description, the player's alchemy has been passively raised to the maximum of the elementary level. After observing various academic spells, the player can see the mystery of the spell. The player can choose whether to master the basic academic. The academic skills that can be mastered include basic necromancy, basic natural science, basic arcana, basic elementalism, basic spatial science, and basic astrology. When the basic academic level is raised to the maximum, it will automatically advance to an elementary academic skill. Learning more than one skill will still be subject to the additional penalty of learning more than one subject. Innate additional skill 2, alchemy control. Skill description. The player can control the alchemy array at close range without sealing or touching it. By consuming mental power and vitality, the player can control the alchemy array remotely within a certain distance. Innate additional skill 3, alchemy induction. Talent description. The success rate of casting alchemy magic arrays is increased by 5%, and the final power is increased by 10%. Improvement formula. Final success rate 1.05%, final power 1.1%. It was an extremely powerful skill. Feng Heng read the description of the innate skills once and was very excited. The 1,000,000 King of Gods points he spent was worth it. To an ordinary person, the innate attributes were already powerful enough, and the 3 additional skills were all extremely useful. For Feng Heng, the omniscience skill could even be used in conjunction with the zombie clone talent and the academic skill to produce a terrifying effect. After all, even if ordinary players had the effect of omniscience, they would suffer the negative effect of learning multiple subjects at the same time. They would not be able to learn too many skills, and at most, they would only be able to choose 2 to 3 of them. But it was different for Feng Heng. The omniscience skill combined with a large number of zombie clones to gain experience was simply too awesome. Feng Heng was excited and scanned the 6 skills brought by omniscience again. According to the instructions, other than the basic necromancy, the other 5 skills could be learned by finding a player with the skill and having him demonstrate the skill in front of him. After this trial was over and he returned to the elementary game, he had to find an opportunity to maximize all the low-level skills that the omniscient eye had brought him. He had to increase his basic attributes first. Feng Heng's eyes glowed with excitement. 1217 The Search the Realm of the Barbarians. The headquarters of the Holy Court in the eastern part of the empire. In the prayer temple, Bishop Karkula was bathed in the holy light. He knelt piously in front of the Book of Oath and silently chanted the prayer. All of a sudden, he sensed something. He opened his eyes, gazing at the altar in front of him. Holy light fell from the sky and gathered on the Book of Oath on the altar. Ka. The pages of the Book of Oath flipped by themselves under the mysterious force's guidance, and they quickly stopped at one of the pages. A gentle holy light bloomed from the Book of Oath. A miracle. A miracle had actually appeared in front of him. Karkula prayed silently, his eyes shining with a strange light, and even his breathing was a little rushed because of his excitement. Bishop. Behind him, the door of the prayer hall was slowly pushed open. 2 knights from the Holy Court entered the room respectfully and knelt on one knee. The news from the Empire says that the Imperial Mausoleum of the Empire has been destroyed. Karkula took a deep breath and slowly stood up. A warm smile appeared on his face. The seal of the Imperial Mausoleum has loosened. This day has come faster than we expected. The Holy Realm has already sent the latest revelation. Karkula turned his head with a pious smile on his face and said, "It's our destiny, holy warriors. This continent has decayed. The people have forgotten their faith and who saved their lives. Disaster is coming, and it will awaken their painful memories. For the sake of a bright future, we must make some sacrifices. Darkness shall bring about a new life. Only the holy light can save this world." The followers of the Holy Court were all excited. "Begin executing our plan. I believe that the holy light will once again illuminate this land and completely dispel the darkness." "As you wish, Lord Bishop." In the land of plague, in the central region of the sacred tree forest, as he watched the zombie clones come and go, transporting resources to help with the construction of the Tier 2 Mage Tower, Warren's eyes were filled with surprise. The zombie creatures could actually cooperate and help in the construction of the Mage Tower. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Warren would have found it hard to imagine. Was Feng Heng controlling everything from behind the scenes? With Feng Heng around, they could really build a large number of Mage Towers on the continent and completely seal the abyssal demons. Warren unconsciously loosened his clenched fist. For hundreds of years, under the heavy pressure of the Empire, Warren had always felt that completely eliminating the demons had gradually become an illusory thing. Until he met Feng Heng. He seemed to have seen the light of hope in Feng Heng. He had never been so excited before. What's wrong with the people from the Mage Association? Why are they in a land of plague? Once again, Warren shifted his gaze to the members of the Mage Association, his eyes filled with doubt. "Yes, I've worked with the Mage Association before, and I asked them for help. In recent years, the Empire has been researching a replica of the Enlightenment Stone through alchemy. Have you heard about this?" Hearing the voice behind him, Warren turned around and looked at Feng Heng, who was walking towards him. He frowned slightly and stared into Feng Heng's eyes to observe. The eye transplant was a success? So fast? Warren paid more attention to Feng Heng's eyes and asked, "Your eyes? It was successful?" Tang Minayu, who was with Warren, also looked at Feng Heng with curiosity. "Yes, my physique is rather special." Feng Heng nodded. He had just completed the transplantation of the omniscient eye. After trying it out and finding that it was not affected, he immediately rushed over to find Warren. "How do you feel?" Warren asked. "Not bad. You will feel better after resting for a while." Warren nodded. In his opinion, the ability to transplant organs through alchemy and medicine was also a part of the use of power. There were specialized branches in alchemy. Previously, Sidney had fused himself with the abyssal worm, which could also be considered a special organ transplant. However, after the organ transplant, there would be a very troublesome body rejection reaction. This kind of rejection would accompany him for life. This was especially so for organs like the omniscient eye, which had powerful abilities. The stronger the body, the stronger the rejection, and the more it could not truly integrate with the body. Feng Heng might not be able to control it in a short period of time. It would take at least a few years, or even decades, to master some of the omniscient eye's abilities. Yes, I've done some detailed research on the Enlightenment Stone. Warren pulled everyone's thoughts back to the Enlightenment Stone. The Enlightenment Stone can provide the demonic seed with great power and even eliminate part of the backlash. I've looked up some records before, and the late Emperor Andraste also used the power of the Enlightenment Stone when she first used the demonic seed. After that, even after the demonic seed was destroyed, the royal family never gave up on trying to completely control the demonic seed. The replica of the Enlightenment Stone might have been developed by the royal family to control the evil demons. Feng Heng nodded and continued, "We're in a bad situation now. The Empire has issued a wanted order to the entire land of plague, and we should all be on the Empire's wanted list. Anyway, I am going to return to Hani City to see what the Empire is doing." As he spoke, Feng Heng raised his head and looked at the Tier 2 ghost tower that was under construction. The Empire might have felt threatened this time, so they declared their hostility against the land of plague. They didn't even care about the barbarians and directly sent the royal guards and General Dengwen to the land of plague. Would the sacred tree in the land of plague be able to stop the army of the Empire? Feng Heng wasn't sure about this. Let's do it step by step. Feng Heng took a deep breath and thought of a way to complete the construction of the Tier 2 Mage Tower. Originally, the Tier 2 Mage Tower was already 80% complete. Due to the sudden cancellation of his lordship by the Empire, the endless supply of resources that had been sent into the land of plague through the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce had also stopped. The rest of the construction plans for the Mage Towers with the other feudal lords had also temporarily come to a halt. He could only roughly judge the attitude of the feudal lords towards the land of plague by their friendliness. Well, most of them were hostile, and only a small number of them were still friendly. Feng Heng felt a headache just thinking about it. It was too difficult. He still wanted to build a mage tower in the territories of the various feudal lords with his own strength when he was at odds with the Empire. In your dreams. Right now, he could only take things one step at a time. First, he had to go to Hani City to ask about the situation and retrieve the construction materials that had originally belonged to the land of plague. He had to think of a way to complete the construction of the Tier 2 Mage Towers. When the supplies were transferred back, Wei Tao and the rest should also return to the land of plague to discuss the follow-up plan. They would try to find a breakthrough from the mission they received after killing Sydney. While thinking, Feng Heng took another look at the direction indicated by the mission. The distance was very far, and the general direction seemed to be somewhere in the southern part of the Empire. 1218 power generator. It's very dangerous to go to Hani City alone. Do you need me to go with you? Warren cast an inquiring look at Feng Heng and said, "Alchemy isn't good at head-on combat, but it can still help a little." "No need. I am just going to take a look. I can handle it alone. Also, the magic array of the Enlightenment Stone needs someone to take care of it." "Good. I've been studying the Enlightenment Stone for quite some time. I will try to see if I can make some improvements to the alchemy array I've synthesized with the Enlightenment Stone replica." Warren understood Feng Heng's thoughts and nodded. "Don't worry. I will take good care of these alchemy magic arrays. What about me? Do you want me to go back to Hani City with you?" Feng Heng couldn't help looking at Tang Minayu, his eyes showing a bit of eagerness. The main point was here. Tang Minayu. Feng Heng pressed his hands heavily on Tang Minayu's shoulders. "No need, it's just a small matter in Hani City. Minayu, there's a more important thing that I need your help with. Only you can help me. Whether we can get the highest reward in this trial depends on you." Sensing Feng Heng's serious tone, Tang Minayu also became a little suspicious and asked, "Really? Am I the only one who can help?" Yes. Feng Heng nodded his head in a hurry and pointed at the alchemy magic array made from large pieces of enlightenment stones on the ground not far away. "Look over there. Mental strength, I need your help to pour in mental strength." After absorbing the power of the demonic seed, Tang Minayu now had endless mental strength. In Feng Heng's eyes, Tang Minayu was like a perpetual power generator. To rely on Tang Minayu to fight? The heavens! This was such a waste. She alone was equivalent to more than a dozen teams of mages continuously pouring their mental strength into creating enlightenment stones. In fact, Tang Minayu's power generator alone would be even stronger. In addition, the legendary alchemist, Warren, was working with them. Tang Minayu would provide her mental strength, and Warren would operate the alchemy magic array to complete the creation of the enlightenment stone replica. He only needed the basic materials to construct the enlightenment stone, and he could continuously produce them. After absorbing the enlightenment stone, the level of the sacred tree in the land of plague would be greatly increased. This was such a beautiful scene. Fang Heng's eyes were shining with excitement. It was a perfect loop. Fang Heng's eyes were extremely firm. Minayu, leave the other main missions and other small things to me. You are the most important thing now. As long as you pour in all your mental strength. Hani City. The city was jittery. The ordinary citizens were all sent home in advance and locked up. A large number of soldiers swarmed into the center of the city and imposed martial law. The entire city was filled with a somber atmosphere. Disaster, undead, a terrible disaster. Mazia and couldn't help but mutter to herself in the prison. Previously, after the Empire had announced that the Land of Plague had committed treason, the Tanli mercenary group, which had been transporting supplies to the Land of Plague, did not have time to escape. In the blink of an eye, they were surrounded by the troops led by the city lord of Hani City. Mazia and had no choice but to surrender. Some of their warehouses and materials in Hani City were taken over by the city and the entire Tanli mercenary group was temporarily locked in the prison. Mazia and had a premonition that being too close to the undead would lead to a huge disaster. However, when she heard that Fang Heng had blown up the ancestral grave of the Empire's royal family, she was still stunned for quite a while. The undead had really reached new heights in their death-seeking. Captain, there's bad news. All the resources transported into Hani City have been seized by the city lord. Even a few large warehouses of the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce in the city have been sealed. The situation in the other cities is not good either. Okay, I got it. Mazia and nodded and took a deep breath. Everyone kicks a man when he's down. Previously, the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce cooperated with the Land of Plague and frequently traded with the feudal lords, making a huge profit. This also made many chambers of commerce jealous. At the moment, the entire Tanli mercenary group's supplies were temporarily seized, and even the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce was affected. It was not just Hani City, but all the supplies they had hoarded in other major cities were also temporarily seized. Regardless of whether the goods had anything to do with Fang Heng, all the goods were seized at once. The Chamber of Commerce must be behind this. Captain, let's think of a way. There are still many supplies that are still being transported back to Hani City. If we stay here, our losses will only get bigger. Seeing the heavy losses, the team guards locked up in the cells grew anxious. The team assistant could not help asking, why don't we just work with the city lord of Hani City, Brian? We've been to the Land of Plague personally, so we know a lot about them. If we cooperate with Brian, we should be able to protect a large part of our supplies in the warehouse in Hani City. Shut up. Mazia and glared at her assistant to stop him from continuing. Don't mention cooperating with the Empire anymore. The royal guards will be here soon, and the great General Dengwen will personally come to preside over the situation. At that time, he will naturally give us a fair punishment. Mazia and's expression was cold. Cooperate with Brian? And offend a natural disaster? How do you think the Imperial Mausoleum of the Empire collapsed? You don't want to live? Logic told Mazia and that if she gathered the power of the entire Empire, fighting the Land of Plague would be child's play. However, she was still unwilling to offend a necromancy mage. All this while, she witnessed the rise of the Land of Plague with her own eyes. The whole process was terrifying. Mazia and would rather have her mercenary group suffer a huge blow than go against Fang Heng. Just as they were thinking, a sound came from outside the prison, and everyone was on alert. The guards in the entire underground prison were in an uproar. They quickly gathered at the entrance of the underground prison and withdrew most of the guards from the prison area. The outside world seemed to have entered some kind of chaos. The imprisoned members of the Tanli mercenary group looked at each other and felt that something was wrong. A guard raised his head and looked at the ceiling of the cell. He asked suspiciously, Captain, did something happen outside? Mazia and tried to look out of the prison, but her vision was limited. At most, she could only see the corridor and a small part of the entrance to the underground prison. I don't know, ahem, Captain, do you want to? A handsome middle-aged man in the team gave Mazia a look and asked in a low voice. The Tanli mercenary group had been out all year round, so naturally, there were many people with unique skills in the group. It wasn't difficult to break open the door of a dungeon like this.